Hello everyone and welcome to King Abdulaziz Racecourse here in Saudi Arabia outside of Riyadh. I'm joined by Tom Collins. My name is Michael Adolphson. We're going to go over 12 races this afternoon. Looking forward to what's going to be an exciting day. Some complex cards to pull around, lots of maidens, lots of unproven horses. Joined here by Tom Collins, as I mentioned. You know, what are you looking forward to this week? And this is our third week together, so
it is.
We're going to have to, we've got pretty comfy at this point.
Yeah, exactly. Commissioner King is the highlight. He runs tomorrow, the Saudi Derby winner. But today's pretty tough, you know, lots of maidens. We struggled last Thursday with victories, but we'll get into three horses who I'm really looking forward to today. First up is Nayazi, who will run in race 5. This 3-year-old son of Give Me a Wink won a maiden in a bunch finish, as you can see right here. This was just last week. He runs again in search of another success. Second up is Soros, who runs in the 1 mile 1 furlong open, our penultimate contest today. Formerly trained in the US, he will look to record a second victory this season after landing a 0-85 handicap in November. Camilo Ospina rides. And finally, look out for notation in our final race at 8:15 p.m. local time. This filly won a 2,000 metre Fillies Open at meeting 63 and must have a great chance of scoring again today despite dropping down in trip.
Yes, very much looking forward to today. You know, you didn't mention on there would be Great Scott, who is coming, and he's going to be running in the 11th race. This is 12 races where our features are going to be more to the 1,800 open races. What are you looking forward to the most in those more wide open kind of maidens that you have to pull apart earlier in the card?
Well, this is going to be looking forward to try and find a winner,
I think.
Question, yeah, trying to find a winner for sure. It's tricky, the start of the card, lots of maidens. A couple of open races actually early on and some Arabian races too, but it'll be quite difficult. I imagine we're going to get some enticing finishes and we'll hopefully see if the speed holds up early on this card today.
That's something that's been definitely pretty interesting to pull apart. And as you can see, the horses are behind us in the parade ring, and that brings us to Gareth Topham, who's going to be calling the races today, our commentator. Gareth, how are you doing, and what are you looking forward to today?
Hi chaps, good thank you, and yeah, looking forward to another 12 race card here in Riyadh, and here is our Thursday race schedule, getting underway in just a few minutes time, around about 10 minutes away from the locally bred Fillies maiden, which gets the card started. Locally bred Colts and Geldings maiden at 3:45 local time, then we move on to a locally bred horses maiden followed by a Fillies Open, then a 0-60 locally bred horses handicap, then a locally bred horses open race followed by an Arabian horse maiden at 6 o'clock local time, a local bred horses maiden at 6:30 local time. And then after that, the final few races, including one or two of the features, we've got an Arabian horse maiden, a locally bred horses maiden, followed by an open race as our penultimate, and a Fillies Open race at 8:15 local time to bring the curtain down on the day's racing action. Let's have a little look then at the field for race 1. It's the locally bred Fillies maiden, and number 1 is Barker Al-Huhara, the mount of Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. Number 2, Najmat Al-Abdelia, the mount of Wigberto Ramos. Number 3 is Ogdal Hussein with Alexis Marino. Now number 4, Sultanat Al-Hijaz, is a late scratching, so take out horse number 4. 5 is Azira, the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. 6, Fazael with Louis Morales. 7, Tilda, Thurbal Timyat with 8 Heels. Mu Al Nassar with number 9, Eshab, F Al Dahazi. 10 is Najm, Osama Al Sharani. 11 is Ugdal Wash, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. Number 12 is Karaman, the mount of Mohammed Al Abib. 13 is Deem Al Hijaz with Sultan Al Mamoni. 14, Jamhar with Mohammed Al Ajmi. 15, First One, Abdullah Al Saidi. 16 is Sweet with Mohammed Al Daham on board. Over the page once again, 17 is Al Afbar, the mount of Abdullah Al Lofi. 18 is Tashwaka Al Lane with on board Mohammed Al Shamari. Those are the details then for our opening race on the card. Runners, as we can see, are in the paddock.
Yes, the runners are being jocked up at this point. We're going to be joined now by Shamila Hanley, who's in the parade ring, and she's going to go over some of the things she's looking forward to, as well as give us who she likes in this first race.
Thank you very much, Michael. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us live on YouTube. As always, we have a very competitive weekend of racing ahead of us. Today is all about the local bred horses. There's some fantastic competitions in there. However, I have my eyes set firmly on race number 4. We have Gloria Flashes and Reem Al Riyadh going head to head, so that will be really good to see. Now, I am going to give you my pick, my parade ring selection for this first race of the day, and that will be horse number 13, Dam Al Hijaz, ridden by our star apprentice jockey Sultan Al Mamoni, who won the apprentice race in Deauville not too long ago. But she's just gone past me there now, and she's keeping her cool really well, considering a lot of these other fillies are jumping around the parade ring, being really difficult to handle. She has kept quiet through the entirety of the parade ring process, and Sultan has a good hold of her there now, and she just looks really, really fine. A little bit smaller, but she'll grow into herself. She's only 2 years old. Two horses that were a little bit of a red flag for me was horse number 11 being very naughty in the preliminary stages. She would barely let them put the saddle on. She was bucking and kicking the whole way round, and horse number 16 getting very hot behind the saddle as well.
All right. Thank you so much, Samila, and some interesting sort of analyses of how they're looking in the flesh. And as we look at what's going to be sort of a wide open race, and once again, your work is cut out for you, Tom, to sort of decipher what the leading form is going to be. Who are you kind of leaning toward? Give me 3 or 4.
Yeah, well, there were 2 main horses in this race, I think, coming into today before we came on air, and then there was a late scratching of horse number 4, Sultan Al Hijaz.
Just making it easier for you.
Yeah, who was one of the leading 2 players, which kind of leads me to believe that horse number 2, Najmat Al Abdaliya, is the horse to beat in here under Wigberto Ramos. This filly finished 4th behind Ayat Al Mohammeda last time up. That runner has subsequently won. She gets a good draw today. This trip is perfect. So Najmat Al Abdaliya will be my selection in the race, horse number 2. But you mentioned chuck out a couple more names there for you guys at home to be watching, and maybe the first time starters, because the horses with form don't really stand out, I have to admit. Maybe horse number 14, Jamha, horse number 16, Sweet. Providing they can negotiate their wide draws, they could be players in this race. Even horse number 12 as well, by Hainesfield, nice pedigree.
And they are 2-year-olds after all, so you got to give them a little more leeway when it comes to, even if they do have some established form. The question is, do you give them a little more leeway? Do you give them a little more chance to correct what already looks like bad form per se?
On occasion, sometimes, but with most of these, the form is pretty rough. So to actually overcome that and win a race is...
You're so complimentary.
It just requires a massive leap of faith as an analyst. For example, horse number 5, Asira. It's had 5 starts, finishing 15th, 14th, 15th, 17th and 13th, only rated 22. Like, yes, these are 2-year-olds, but she's not all of a sudden going to improve 40 pounds to win a race like this. So,
of course.
You know, most
I gave
of
her
these,
a rating at 22, which I thought was
that's the lowest I've seen.
Yeah.
The lowest I've seen. And quite a few horses are like that in this race. Okay, they're not rated as low as 22, but they've been finishing way down the field in their recent runs. E.g. horse number 7, Tielda, not finished better than 11th in 5 starts. Horse number 8, Heels, only once broke the top 10, and you know, you can make that similar case for plenty. Horse number 10, Najm, etc. So of those with form, the bar isn't high, except from Najma Al Adaliya, horse number 2, who we can see in shot right now. Maybe Wigberto gets an early winner on board this week.
I thought the 2 that kind of looked well, at least in the brief moment we could look at them behind us before they went out. I thought the 1, Barka Al Jahar, looked okay. 5th-time starter, you never well. Closing Bell was a really good horse, and he's actually he's a half to a bunch of stakes winners, including Ticking Names, who's here, is probably the least of all of those.
Yeah, exactly.
And the one that caught my eye was the first-time starter, Sweet, not only because of obviously a clever name, but you know, just looked very much on her toes in a good way.
Mohamed Aldaham takes the ride on Sweet. I mean, the draw is the only big concern. Obviously, we don't know how good these first-time starters are, but the bar isn't set overly high, so they don't need to be superstars to win a race like this. She will need to break nicely to get an early position, but look, I'm not completely against a first-time starter potentially winning this race. My query about Sweet is she the second string for the trainer? Trainer also has Fazayel, horse number 6, in here with Louis Morales on board. She didn't show much on debut, but I feel like Morales might be first string.
Yeah, and we've seen more than a few times in my 3 weeks tenure here that second-time starters, if you put a line to that first race, as long as they've shown a little bit, as long as you see the horse finishing between, 12th and 7th,
sure.
They might come back and show a little bit in that second start once they get that run under their belt. Seeing the horses sort of parading around behind it is a beautiful afternoon, a little bit warmer than last week, but the horses are not showing too much. And we hope everyone joins us on YouTube and gets in there and tells us who you like today and what you're looking forward to at the racing week. Jcsa_racing. and looking forward to bringing you the best of action this week, including some pony races tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to that for sure. I mean, tomorrow's racing generally for a Friday is way above average as well. With Commissioner King, as I've already touched upon in the intro, there are plenty of other good horses running tomorrow. So definitely join us tomorrow, but also stick with us throughout the whole of this card.
And we do have a Group 1 winner running today in Great Scott. So it's a horse that's run in both the Saudi Cup and run well. He almost ran in the Dubai World Cup before unseating Frankie and running off and being scratched beforehand, but he's always been a sort of a mercurial sort, even when he was in the UK, and we look forward to seeing whether or not he can come back to form in today's 11th race.
Yeah, both of the last two races today feature horses rated in the low 100s. Great Scots rated 104, I believe, and in the last race, Lagertha Rhyme, who, if you were watching Saudi racing last year, you remember her racking up 6 consecutive victories. She was a very prolific sort last season. She's rated 105 and goes in the finale. So we do have good horses today. Yes, the card may be full of maidens and some lower grade handicaps, but at the same time, there are some talented horses on show.
Yeah, I think between the two that I did mention, the Barca Al Jahora and the 16 Sweet, as much as I want to go for Sweet because of the name, because she did catch my eye, I feel like Barca Al Jahora is going to be the one. Al Jahara is going to be the one that I have to lean on. That 50 rating isn't terrible at this time. 4 starts, shown a little bit so far. Am I on the wrong path right now? Any chance?
She has got a chance. I'm not going to.
Because my strike rate is horrible.
I'm not going to say that she has no chance, but I would struggle to see her beat my selection, Najma Al Abdaliya, on what we've seen so far.
You're pretty full of yourself there. Huh?
Well, the horse in general is just better. What I will say is with Barca Al Jahara is that she has no early speed. So being drawn 1. Usually, I wouldn't like being drawn 1 if you have speed, because if you miss the break, it can be game over. But the fact she has no speed, you already know what position she's kind of going to be in the early stages. Stall 1 might actually help because she'll get a rail skimming trip in around mid-division. She could easily stay on and make the top 3, but I'll stick with Najma.
Yeah, I'm gonna give one a shot here, and we'll go to Gareth now and see who he likes in here, and let him call the race as they start to load here in just a second.
Thank you, guys. Runners heading behind at the stalls then for this opening contest. Wouldn't surprise me if Deem Al Hijaz ran quite well. Good apprentice on board, and this filly has shown a glimmer of promise here and there in her short career so far. Bids to make it 7th time lucky. But the runners are heading into the stalls. This is Heels, about to head on into stall 8, and the 3-horse Oakdale Hussein into the 3 stall. So the field continuing to head behind, and we're down to the final 6 or 7 or so for this opening race on the card. 1,200 metres is the journey. This is a locally bred fillies maiden contest, and they're all 2 years old, and obviously none of them have won yet, but for one of them today that's about to change. We're down to the final few, including Tom's pick Najmat Al Abdaliya, and also out of line the 13-horse Deem Al Hijaz. As I said a few moments ago, I wouldn't be surprised if this one ran quite well and will be the last one to go in. Sweet was out of line as well, but has now slotted in as Deem Al Hijaz heads into stall 13 to complete the lineup for the first of our 12 races. Just waiting on Sweet, who is not looking overly sweet at the moment with procedures, but gradually heading in the right direction now. We're ready then for race 1. Lined up. Plenty of shouting, plenty of rattling down at the start. Gates crashed back and they're off and racing. Squeezed up badly was a Sierra from stall 5, and that one towards the back end of the field early. With a rush forward from wider out on the track, Deem Al Hijaz has got over to the rails to show in front. Barca Al Jahara is also bang there. And deeper out on the track, Sweet, who played up a little bit beforehand, but is showing good toe here to get on into the lead at the turn. So Sweet clears away by 2 lengths over Deem Al Hijaz in at 2nd place. Tealed at the blue headgear, not too far away. Then out wider on the track as they head back towards the straight, Alafbar. and they're being followed by Barker Al Johara down along the inside. Much wider out on the track is Tashawaka Lane with work to do. Several of the others have as well. Oakdale Hoosen is trying to come forward, but with a clear advantage, it is Sweet as they swing their heads for home with under 400 metres left to go. Looking slightly awkward in second position, Tilda, who's giving chase, and now picking up towards the outside, Barker Al Johara in the sheepskin noseband. Still Sweet has the advantage. Barker Al Johara switches over towards the rails and is running on well, and also picking up well Fasael down the outside. Fasael, the red cap, flying through late, and Fasael it is to score. Fasael getting there by around about 2 lengths or so in the end over Barker Al Johara. Sweet ran well over towards the inside. Tilda wasn't beaten too far, but it is Fasael who gets through in the hands of Louis Morales to land at the spoils. Just a second career outing for this filly, and she's run home quite powerfully down the outside and taken quite a step forward from her 10th placing at meeting 56 on her debut. She scored in a time of 1 minute 15.37 seconds and has shown a bright turn of foot there in the closing stages to wear down the pace-setting Sweet. And also Barker Al Johara, who just ducked over towards the inside running rails, but did finish off the race quite well, but ultimately couldn't resist the late run of Fasael, who's gone on to strike in our opening contest by a length and 3/4. Barker Al Johara back in second, and another length away to Sweet in third place. And Tilda, for information purposes, was back in fourth. There's the result then on the screen for our opening race of the day. Louis Morales on the score sheet on board Fasael.
فصائل تحصل على أولى أشواط حفلنا لهذا اليوم بداية أسبوعنا مع الخيال. لويس موراليس. لويس, well done Lewis. Good race Lewis.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Alhamdulillah. How are you?
Tell me about the race Lewis.
Well, she broke slow a little bit. I take it easy. Saving ground, and then in the last 500 I try to go clear, and she responded very well when I asked her. Thank you so much.
Early winner on the boards for jockey Louis Morales there. Now, this filly first time out was 10th. In similar conditions, jumped from stall number 5, and same weight as well, 58 kilos she was carrying, though she was ridden by Eddie Castro. So it'll be interesting to see what Louis made of that race and what he thinks she will be able for the future. Maybe if she could go a little bit further. However, I thought this was the perfect distance for her. And shout out to Michael Adolfson as well for choosing this horse and making a good play for her as well, saying to disregard her first run completely, which we've seen a lot in the Taif season as well. Horses taking their second and third runs usually do a lot better than when we've seen them first time out. And it makes sense. Their fitness levels will be up. But honestly, it was a fantastic ride from Louis Morales, so I'm sure he will give us a little bit more insight onto what happened there. But he will be joining us a little bit later. He just wants to take the last few pictures Everybody wants to remember this race. Really good race. So he's just coming out here now, and we're going to catch him before he totally runs away from us. Congratulations, Louis. That was a good race. You said that she broke a little bit slowly. What happened there?
She was a little bit excited inside, moving too much, going back and forth. So when she stepped lately, okay, I said, okay, we go, but she still break a little bit slow, so I take it easy from the middle of the horses. When I asked her in the last 400, and she, start switching legs in the last 300, then she started running pretty good.
What do you think she'll be able for this season? Because, I mean, she was 10th first time out under Eddie Castro, but she found that pretty easy considering she was stuck in the back a little bit.
Yeah, sometimes, first time out for any horse, even the horses there, in the morning they working very well and you're doing, impressive exercise. The first time out, they, sometimes miss the break like her today, or scared from dirt, for the crowd. But, there is 20 horses, 18 horses in the race. So probably she was a little bit missing something in the first time out, and today she was more encouraged to do something, and she did it.
Do you think she could stay a little bit further?
Yeah, sure. Because I was easy, 4th, and then I make one move and she run.
Well done, Louis. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I, for one, am so proud of this great choice that I made. I can't believe my skills as both we call it handicapper back in the States and an analyst have allowed me to land on the 6th.
Whoa.
And you indeed, where did your horse finish, Tom?
Right, okay, my selection was mid-division. You did not land on the winner. I'm not claiming this. You cannot be given that. To be fair, you did have 2 horses on your shortlist. They finished 2nd and 3rd, so fair enough, you were there or thereabouts.
Before Shamila was kind enough to hand me the victory, I will say that I was going to enter with that we lead with we both were both right and wrong in this race, in our analysis, and in that the 2 horses that I thought looked the best leading in finished 2nd and 3rd and ran their races. 16 ran a huge race on the outside, and you were right in saying that Fasael was probably the first string of Bet and Rezeg, and especially Luis Morales in the saddle being the case. So we're both right and incredibly wrong, but I will take the complimentary victory.
You're not taking that, I'm sorry. You were more right than I was, though, that's for sure. Your selections both ran well, especially Barker Al Jahara, I have to say. I didn't like that horse on form, but she broke a bit better today. She was further up the pack. In 4th or 5th, as you can.
And I thought that post was key, right? Because it would keep the horse out of trouble. They broke to the outside of her, like they kind of veered out. I think your horse was part of that, and just kept her just completely relaxed the entire time. Very nice ride by Alfaredi there. Yeah,
just moving into the 2nd now, going in 2nd just now. It looks like hanging into the left. It needs to change leads. The winner's on your outside, red cap. Just about to move into 3rd, finishes the race off nicely, and completes a 1-3 for the trainer Bedam Rezek. But your 2 horses ran nicely. I thought Sweet ran very well for a first-time starter.
Yeah, the Barker Al Jahar is actually leaning almost into the rail at that point. Was leaning left the entire way home. But the winner was quite good, and we mentioned earlier.
Horse number 5, Asira, Tariq Al Mansour. Tricky start for that. I didn't see that actually in the race.
Horrible.
I would say put a line through it, but that horse only rated 22.
Yeah, I think the form allows you to put a line through the horse, as it were.
Yes, exactly that.
But that being said, the horse could have run a little bit better than that.
For sure. And my selection, who was definitely the standout in terms of handicap figures and actually what we've seen so far, being the only horse finishing the first 3 in any career start, Najmat Al Abdaliya, showed nothing. She broke a little slow. Yeah. She wasn't able to get in front of Barker Al Jahara going into the turn, and she's just finished mid-division, never made an impact. Very disappointing start to the day for Wigberto Ramos.
Good start to the day for those who are looking for any kind of track bias. It looks like in this first race they came from 3 or 4 different paths and everybody was closing well. The speed held just enough to be fair.
Yeah.
And speaking of, I think that's the horse that you take out of this is Sweet. The horse that acted up a little bit at the gate, looked great in the parade ring, pretty fit on her toes. Is that, well, for me, that's the one. I mean, which one would you kind of take out of here and say, like, hey, next time, this is their race?
I think both the winner and the 3rd, both of Bedam Rezek's. Obviously, the winner's pretty obvious now, if I said take this one out, because she's won the race. But, she showed marked improvement from 1st to 2nd start. And she managed to
come
in
the next maiden, who are you going to go after?
She came from just behind the speed. If this race was run again in 2 weeks' time without the winner, then Sweet would be the most likely.
So?
She has early speed, which is crucial.
Yeah, I was very impressed with the way that she overcame not only her sort of antics before they went into the gate, but she came out and just, she hauled to the front, and she looked very comfortable for a bit there. A little bit too quick, but first time starter, you got to give her a little bit of leeway there. And looking forward to it. I'm just glad that 2 horses that I talked up didn't run in the back of the pack like they usually do.
And they actually broke well as well for a change field selections. You usually have rough luck at the start, but you've got good luck so far today.
So far, we're just gonna hope that one day our analysts will get a victory.
It's a matter of time.
No. You've had a very good couple of weeks here with me, and hopefully you'll go on another winning streak like you the other day. You had 7 last week.
Yeah, 7 the Saturday prior. These Thursday cards are super tough though with all the maidens. Like in the first race there, I can make a case for the horse with the form. But then when you come to the race, you have drastic improvements from the winner, and the third was a good first-time starter that we just didn't know was going to happen necessarily today. So maidens are arguably the hardest for any analyst, but that can be used as an excuse.
But also the most exciting, if you think about it. It's got to be just one of those things where we're going to possibly see horses that'll break through eventually, and we look forward to it. We're going to move on to another 1,200-meter locally bred Colton Geldings 2-year-old maiden, and we're going to go up to Gareth, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Mike. We've got a slightly smaller field in race 2. This is a locally bred Colts and Geldings maiden. Number 1 is Rashid Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 2, Salam Farzan Osama Al-Sharani. Number 3 is Al-Shara, the Mount of Mohammed Al-Daham. Number 4 is Kawa Allah with Louis Morales. 5, Hasil Abdulaziz Al Musa. 6 is Red Morgan, Rahid Al Feroz with 8, Rafraf Yailam with S Seljaz. Number 9 is Al Debel with Victor Gutierrez. Number 10 is Ain Dawi, Abdullah Al Ferouz, and Rodriguez Jose takes the ride on number 11, Mirwas. They go without the 7 horse here, Beeth, that one a non-runner. Those are the details then for this second race as we take a close-up on some of the bird life around the track.
Always looking forward to seeing some of the local wildlife and all these natural trees around here. Beautiful spots. We're going to look at a slightly smaller field. Does that make it harder or less difficult for you? You just look forward to less horses to have to analyze?
I would like to say easier, but we can only really answer that question after the race, if I've got the winner or not. But no, I'd say easier, fewer horses. The only issue with this, in terms of an analyst puzzle, is that only 4 of the 10 runners have run before. So 6 first-time starters in here, lots of guesswork, but we'll try and pinpoint a shortlist and hopefully the winner. Yeah,
to me it looks like it's going to be a tough field to pull apart. We have some rooting interest with the red stables, obviously, and we have Rafraya Alam in there. I'm looking forward to seeing number 8 for Jimmy Jerkins.
Yeah, it's nice to see Jimmy have a runner so early on the card. I imagine we're going to get
YouTube will crank up in a minute.
A few viewers on YouTube, hopefully, for Jimmy's runner. He hasn't had a first-time starting winner since he's moved to Saudi.
But he did get quite close the other day. Here we go with the horses. This is number 1, Rashid. Comes off a 7th place finish. Is 0 for 4 thus far, showing a little bit of form.
That 7th came over 1,400, so now drops down to 1,200. His best effort has actually come at this trip, so I think that's a positive. He's rated 65. It's just whether one of the first-timers is more talented.
Number 2 is Salam Farzan, first-time starter.
Looks like he's going to come on for the run. Doesn't look the fittest right now.
Does. Al Nashar is number 3. He'll be in shot in just a second. 0 for 2, has not shown much.
No, showed very little in both
But did improve
starts.
from 17th to 14th in 2 starts.
Yeah, if you want to count that as improvement. There was a break between the 2, so race fitness should be more on his side now. We've already seen Bedar Mosaic have a winner today, so the stable's in good form. Mohammed Al-Daham rode the 3rd place finisher in the opener.
And there's also a son of First Defense, and they obviously are going quite well right now. Stallion is zooming right along. Locally, formerly Juddmonte Stallion. Number 4, right there, that is Kawal Allah, also a first-time starter by Macho Macho.
This is the horse I kind of like in him. Lou Morales doesn't ride for Red Stable very often. He's obviously had the win of the first as well, so he's flying. Nice looking individual. I think he'll probably come on for the run a touch, and these connections don't really have that many first-time starters, but quite a lot of points his way.
Definitely has a look of more of a mile-plus horse. Number 5 is Hasil in shot there. 0 for 1, but was 11th first time. We just saw a second-time starter win.
Yeah, it showed very little on debut, and that only came last week, so it's a quick turnaround.
Number 6 is Red Morgan in shot there. Nice little blaze down the face, first-time starter.
Another one that will probably come on for the run. Definitely wants further as well, being by Scipion.
Number 8 is Rafaya Alam, also a first-time starter. This one by Preakness Placed Astrology.
For Jimmy Jerkins in here. Probably wants further again. Jimmy doesn't have many sprinters in his barn the best of times, let alone 2-year-olds. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on. He's not for me today, though.
Al Devils, it's a first-time starter by Istan.
By French-bred Miler in Istan. So again, another horse that probably wants a little bit more ground. Again, though, first-time starter. We don't know too much about him. Victor Gutierrez, nice rider. Doesn't have too many mounts over here.
Because I love vowels. This is number 10, Atan Dawe. 0 for 2, finished 19th last time.
Showed very little as well. And that was a quick return to the track after finishing 17th, so you'd have liked to see more.
And last but not least, we have Merwas there. First-time starter by Equal Miller.
He could play a part if he negotiates the slightly wider draw. With horse 7 out, at least he's a little bit closer to the rail.
I'm not used to getting done this early with these early cards. Now we're going to go to Shamila now, who's got a nice up-close and personal view with these young horses. Shamila, who looks good out there?
This is our second race of the day, and the bell has just gone for the jockeys to take their mount in this contest, a local bred Colts and Geldings maiden. Now, horse number 1 looks the horse to beat. However, my paddock selection is this horse, this stunning grey. Horse number 4, Kawa Ala. I think that Luis Morales could get a quick double on this horse here. Like you said, he doesn't ride for Prince Faisal bin Khalid very often. However, the 2 Prince Faisal bin Khalid horses in this race are just a total standout. Really, really nice looking horses. But I couldn't stop looking at this horse number 4. He is really strong. Now, as for paddock negatives, I wouldn't so much as say it's a negative. However, horse number 3 was acting up a little bit, but seems to have calmed down now, although horse number 8 is a little bit on his toes as well. But I really cannot wait to see what Louis does with this horse. Obviously, first time out, and Jimmy Jerkins runner is first time out as well, but horse number 4 just looks that little bit stronger.
Thank you so much, Shamila. So she's going with number 4. You were leaning toward that direction. I feel like you've changed your tune. Is it because you hate Shamila?
It's not that for sure. Albeit our success when Shamila and I team up isn't great, I have to admit. So it does put me off a touch. No, I think the physical look of horse number 4, Kawa Ala, put me off a little bit. I mean, I've starred the horse on my race card. He was going to be my selection in the race. I probably will stick with him because I don't like changing my mind. I am stubborn in that regard. I'm just watching a couple go down to start. Horse number 3, Al Nishar, is very free on the way down, so just bear that in mind. I will stay with Kawa Ala. I feel like he'll probably come on a bit for the run. He also probably wants a little bit further, but there's a lot of ticks in the boxes for him. Luis Morales, great rider. I'm hoping that he is able to get this colt out into a nice position, and if so, then he's got a good chance of winning. I don't think this is the best 6 furlong 2-year-old maiden, I have to admit. So if there is a talented firster in here, then they should be able to get the job done.
And that's why I'm kind of leaning toward Jimmy here, because I feel like if there's a time for him to get it done, I feel like it's against a suspect field. We'll use that word. Suspect's one of my favorite euphemisms. But yes, it's a suspect field to get it done.
What I would love to know, and I'm asking a question here without an answer, so yeah, I would love to know what Jimmy Jerkins' stats are with first-time 2-year-olds over 6 furlongs, because I don't think it would be pretty.
I think it would probably be in the 5 to 7% range.
Yeah, for sure. Most of his horses are mile-plus horses prospects, aren't they? So if he wins this race, then great. It'll be phenomenal for Jimmy Jerkins and connections. But at the same time, I think he might be a bit of a longer-term prospect.
Yeah, maybe so. But I think that Astrology was a very was a precocious type, even though he was in AP India, I believe. So, yeah, it's not impossible in this spot. I think that if you're looking at physicals, the one that really I thought looked fairly well, even though Connections wouldn't scream, this horse is going to run off the page, as Merwas, number 11. Number 6 is in shot there. That is Red Morgan, another first-time starter. This one by Scipion.
Yeah, he's going to come on for the run, I think, Red Morgan. Both him and horse number 2, Salam Farzan, both looked a little tubby today.
Tubby. No, we're just full of euphemisms today. It's great. No, I think I agree on that regard. I do think there's the number 1, Rashid, going down just a second ago in shot. One that has, shown a little bit and is not without a shot.
He's got the best form in the book.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not amazing form, but he's got the best form out of the 4 horses that have run before.
He's the only one with any form, really.
Well, exactly. The other 3 haven't got any closer than 11th. So Rashid is the form setter in this race. But as I say, there's got to be a a first-timer in here that's capable of beating Rashid. I'm sure of that. Look, if he finishes in the top 3, I wouldn't be surprised because he has the benefit of experience. He's got the inside gate. He's dropping down to 1200, which I think is his best trip. But, you know, there's got to be a firster. There's got to be a firster better than 65.
I'm looking forward to seeing what this first-time starter, Kawa'ala, looks like next time, because he is a really good-looking animal. It just looks like he definitely needs to run and definitely needs another furlong at least.
Yeah, probably. I'm going to stick with him just because I think he's the best, maybe prospect, but he might be the best horse on the day as well. He will come on for it. There's no doubt about that.
Carries himself well. I'm going to go with the other red. I'm going to stick with Jimmy there, my countryman. I hope he runs well. I do think that this is the kind of race where if he is going to run up there and do a little bit better than the expected lower percentage he would have at 6 furlong 2-year-old maidens, I mean, it's not impossible. He knows what he's doing out there, and he knows what kind of horse he needs to run here. And it wouldn't be impossible, especially with a nice post in 8. He's got a couple to his outside. He's got most of the horses to his inside.
Yeah.
We've noticed that these outside posts early in the day especially are doing very well.
Yeah, and Shirley Jenkins has messaged in on YouTube saying, the fans are here, let's go Team Red Stable. I presume she just means Jimmy's runner and not the other Red Stable horse, but yeah, thank you for tuning in, Shirley. Hopefully Jimmy's horse runs nicely.
Yeah. I wonder if she's doing it on her phone or if she's from here inside the track, or if she's back at her accommodation. But yeah, we're looking at some interesting horses. Who knows? Maybe we'll see a breakout performance and a horse to look forward to.
Hopefully.
It's not impossible. I've seen it happen before. So you and Shamila are gonna stick with Kawa'ala.
Yes.
Number 4. They're probably the pick of the paddock when it comes to the looks. I'm gonna stick with Rafaya Alam out there on the outside. We'll go a little bit early over to Gareth and let him sort of analyze who he likes here and let him call the race, as we have a few minutes until then.
Thanks, Mike. Kawa'ala is going to be for me as well. I thought when we were looking at them one by one in the paddock beforehand, he did stand out. You're just looking for a little bit of star quality, aren't you, in races such as this? As we were saying earlier on, plenty of these are newcomers. It doesn't look to be necessarily the strongest race on paper. Those that have run so far, for all they've shown a little bit, they haven't shown masses. And this would certainly not surprise if a newcomer were to prove good enough. So Kawa'ala it will be for me as well. Currently in the middle of that circle, just rejoining the other runners, is Rafraf Yayalam. So that one's had a few late adjustments, a little bit of assistance down at the start for whatever reason, but all appears well now. And we are just less than 2 minutes or so to the scheduled off time here. You can certainly tell that they're down at the 1200 meter start, can't you? There's no missing that. And in shot there, the 8-horse Rafraf Yayalam being followed around by the aforementioned Kawa'ala. So the 2 Jerkins runners here and continue to circle round. There is Salam Farzan, who our guys in the studio a few moments ago were saying just looked as though he might well come on for this debut outing today. And in shot here is Hasil, who's having his second race, was well down the field when finishing 11th on debut, showed a little bit, and is entitled to come on from that run. We'll be going into stall 5 as the loading up process is now underway. Al Debel has gone forward into stall 9. This is another of the newcomers, and Victor Gutierrez taking the ride on Al Debel. As heading in, Hasil, blue coloured jacket. This is Salam Farzan to slot into the 2 stall. Rashid is in line as well. And one thing since observing and calling a lot of these Saudi Arabian races, it doesn't really matter whether they're 2-year-olds, 3-year-olds, older horses, whether they're maidens, novices, purebred Arabians or open horses. The loading up processes are generally very, very smooth. And for a field here of mostly newcomers, and how long did that take to load? Double digits. Superb. Just about ready then. Race to 1200 meters. They're on and running. And Al-Bashar broke out pretty well. So did Rashid along the inside. It's the latter who's got the best early pace, with a Kawa'ala, red cap, not too far away. And from wider out on the track, Mirwas is also crossing over to show up prominently. Mirwas now takes over and goes on by 2 lengths from Rashid along the inside of Raf Yalam, who's now a little wider out. And then in 4th is Kawa Allah, with racing wider out of that one Ain Darwi, further back to Al Nashar. And then out deeper on the track is Salam Farzan. The others headed off by Al Debel, who's towards the back. So is Hasil, and wider out Red Morgan. Making the journey on in, Mirwas goes well. It's 2.5 to 3 lengths ahead from, in 2nd position, Raf Yalam, who's giving chase. And then Kawa Allah down the centre of the track, who's trying to come forward in company with Al Nashar, and Rashid fading back in behind those. And then Salam Farzan, who's beginning to run home quite well from a long way back. They're well into the final 150 metres of the journey, and Mirwas in front showed plenty of bright early speed. Kawa Allah, though, is cutting him back in the closing stages, and he's going to get up. It is Kawa Allah. Louis Morales, a double in the first 2 races, won it snugly by 2. 2nd place is Mirwas, and it was tight in the end for 3rd, Raf Yalam and Salam Farzan, who's run on strongly down the outside. They were the 2 involved. It's a win for Kawa Allah. Louis Morales on the score sheet in both of the first 2 races here today. Mirwas went off fast, possibly a little too fast there, and has just succumbed in the final half a furlong or so. Kawa Allah's winning time is 1 minute 15.47 seconds. Looked a little bit outpaced, I thought, coming around the home turn. He certainly lost his pitch, but he's stayed on nicely down the home straight to win by a length and a half officially from Mirwas in 2nd, and Kawa Allah home in front. Mirwas, Raf Yalam. I think that will be the order home. Indeed, Raf Yalam back in 3rd. It was quite a close-run thing for 3rd place, and I'm sure that given how he looked beforehand as well, Salam Farzan, the guys in the studio will be quite applaud that one's performance, given that he possibly wasn't the fittest beforehand. But there's our winner. It's Kawa Allah, Louis Morales. First 2 races, first 2 winners.
Fantastic start. Well done.
Thank you. Alhamdulillah. Thanks God for everything and for the winners, Sometimes it's so difficult to win one race, and God make you believe that sometimes things can change, So Alhamdulillah for the good season. Thank you.
A double so far for Louis Morales, and there has only been 2 races, but you know what, I bet Tom is glad that he's stuck with my paddock selection now, because first time out, Kawa Allah has won and dominated the field at that. I was a little bit worried 400 meters out from the finish line that maybe he wasn't going to get up there, but how could we ever doubt Louis Morales? And fantastic win for His Highness Prince Faisal bin Khalid as well. We love to see the Red Stable Silks in the winner's enclosure, and Jimmy Jerkin's runner coming 3rd as well. So both in the placings, really, really great to see. Now, I reckon this colt will grow into himself, and he'll develop into a really, really nice horse. Definitely could go further from that performance by a sire called Macho. And it's not the first time we've seen local bred sires by him in the winner's enclosure. Well done, Louis. A double on the day.
Oh, yeah. Thanks, God.
So it was his first time out. you rode him very confidently. In the last 400 meters, were you a little bit worried he couldn't stay?
Well, the distance was the only I was worried because his brother, I used to ride his brother, and he has some speed, but in the 7 furlongs mile, in the short distance, he doesn't have the same speed. And today, he also showed me the same. He broke okay, not so well, but he didn't show me any speed. So I take it easy with him, and from the 600, and I started like putting in the clear, and he just ran the last 400. He's good.
Now, how do you prepare to ride these horses first time out? Did you ride him in the mornings or anything, or today was the first time you rode him?
Well, not this one. This one is the first time I rode him on. But you know, it's our job.
Yeah.
We try to do what the trainers say, and if everything goes well.
Sometimes it works out.
Yeah, sometimes work out, sometimes not. But you know, we follow instructions.
And you've already had 2 winners today. It's only been 2 races. Is there anything else you're looking forward to?
Well, keep going. That's it. I don't ask for win everything, but as soon as I can, I'll be happy to win.
Thank you so much, Louis. Well done.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. That was a nice little interview about Louis, who's having a nice little start to the day, to be honest. And these horses, as you see the time there, 1:15.47, about 2 ticks off of 2 tenths, sorry, off of the fillies in the previous race, or about a tenth off of them. So they were about a half length, 3/4 of a length slower.
Yeah, it doesn't really stand up that strongly, does it? Because that first race wasn't very good. I mean, you know, this wasn't probably the right trip for any of the first 4 home. I'd imagine maybe the runner-up, Merwas, is a sprinter. He did show early speed, as we'll see him break from the start, albeit he was slow out and then mustered the early pace. The only actual horse that broke on terms was the one, Rashid, who had the prior experience. The time doesn't
he moves
suggest
quickly up there, like to get to the front. So that
He could
definitely
be a
took the
sprinter.
starch out of him. A bit.
He was super fresh, wasn't he, today?
Yeah,
You said he looked fit in the prelims.
Yeah, he looked the fittest of all of them. Not the best. The winner definitely looked the best, but the 11 looked the fittest in the parade ring.
For sure, and he kind of showed that in the early stages. I imagine he'll be kept to this 1,200 metres, whereas the winner, the third and the fourth, will go up in trip. I'm certain of that. At this point, I was not confident, I have to admit. Louis was firmly under the pump on Kawea Ala, and the colt really wasn't going forward underneath him. Actually, it looks like he's about to get undertaken at this stage by Al Nishar in the white and red just to his inside. But once he reaches the straight and switches leads, he starts to roll. Jimmy Jerkin's horse, Rough Ya'alam, kind of goes side to side and doesn't change leads and does a lot wrong.
You can see even the body language on the rider right now. He's struggling with the horse to get him to do what he wants to do.
Yeah.
I think maybe just either a change in tactics, change in rider, whatever they want to do with this horse, but he'll be a force next time, I think.
Yeah, for sure. They'll go up to 1,400, I think, at least, maybe even 1,600 with him. Because at this stage, he looked the biggest danger, Rough Ya'alam, in second with the with the white cap. The leader, Merwas, switches leads, but then gets very tired in the closing 200 metres, maybe because he went a little bit too hard up front, but you know, he blew out quite early.
And missing the kick and having to rush up didn't help at all, as we mentioned.
No, for sure. He ran a good race, though, promising race. Victor Gutierrez spent the whole straight watching the screen, which is a big sign of worrying. But Louis Morales did very well on this winner, and he had the best stride. He was the best looker. He
Pushed his ears past the finish line. This horse very much did it within himself, and he's only getting started at the 6 furlongs, it seems.
For sure. He's going to be the horse to take out of this race. He's the most talented, there's no doubt about it. And Louis said in the post-race interview there with Shamila that he didn't show him any speed in the early stages. So they're definitely going to go out in trip with him. Whether he can build on this next time in a better race, we'll see. But he's at least a promising prospect.
So probably to a 1,400, 7 furlong non-winners of 2 or 3 race that hopefully they can notch him up a bit.
Or a weak open race, because some of these 2-year-old local bred opens aren't the best. So he may be able to do well in 1,400, 1,600, as we just see. Louis getting sprayed by the water there.
and not to be discounted, I think Merwas won a really good race. Maybe you know, just with the bad start, you know, he can come back and do well in the next spot. At least he kind of figured out the game after the first few jumps.
He could dominate a similar kind of contest to this next time, Merwas, I think. Your horse back in third, Rough Ya'alam. Again, another one to step up and trip. We've already discussed maybe a jockey switch. And the fourth home, Salam Farzan. He didn't look ready to roll at all today. Stayed on very powerfully in the closing stages, and actually 100 yards past the line, he was in front. So he's another one to put a circle round, maybe for next time in a very similar contest over 1,400.
I do think that with Jimmy's horse, Rough Ya'alam, if this horse would have changed leads turning for home here, it would have had a chance to win the race. But the fact that he stayed on, considering how much he's struggling with the actual horse and trying to get him to change leads, and he just has no chemistry with the horse, it seems.
No.
I think that says this horse actually has a little bit there. And hopefully Jimmy can get this horse into the winner's enclosure next time. I think it has a big chance, if so.
Hopefully. The one negative I have against this colt is that he's wearing blinkers and a noseband today and looked a little bit all over the place in the straight. Is there an issue there, mentality? Or is it just because he's trying to focus him, a young horse? I don't know. There are signs there that suggest to me he's not the most resolute.
I think maybe the blinkers, it's not a shock to see Jerkins put a noseband on anything or shadow roll in general. That's just his MO with a lot of his horses back in the States, especially on sunny days. Now, the blinkers, on the other hand, you'll see, and then those are almost cheaters. They're not full blinkers. I mean, he's just giving this horse a little bit of focus. Maybe, as we saw in the race, he's got a little bit of ability, and he's just not really putting it together. Not to be a little bit brutal, but I think next time you switch the rider and you take it from there.
For sure. The best rider's won the race anyway, Luis Morales. He's very, very talented in the saddle, and we've seen him to great effect so far in 2 races today. My job is to keep up with him with the winners, seemingly. I'm one behind at this stage, but Louis got some great chances later on, and this could be another day where we're talking about a jockey riding 3 or 4 winners.
Well, you're 1 for 2 and you stuck to your guns and it paid off. We have a 1,200 meter local bred 4-year-old and up maiden. We're going to go to Gareth, who's going to take us through the runners and riders in race 3.
Thanks, guys. Number 1 is Let Us Shower, the mount of Naif Al Anazi. Number 2 is Hanouf Najram with Camilo Ospina. Number 3, Ashkar Ashar with Jose Rodriguez. Number 4, Kabab with Abdullah Al-Lofi. And then number 5, Mota Karajar with Abdullah Al-Saidi. 6 is Mahayel with Mohammed Al-Daham. 7, Makshuf, the mount of Mohammed Suleiman. Number 8, Abu Al-Fadil with Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. Number 9 is Yegnik with Nawaf Al-Mudiani. 10, Kasa, Thurb Al-Timiat. 11, Millennium, Faisal Al-Dayan. Number 12, Lozina, Fahid Al-Faradi. 13 is Onyx, the mount of Tariq Al-Hassan. 14, Top Secret with Berto Ramos. 15, Nafar, Azuz Al-Yesh on board. 16 is Escobar, the mount of Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 17 is Shibal Gayati, partnered by Mohammed Al-Shamari. 18, Saif Azam, Tariq Al-Mansour.
Thank you so much, Gareth. We're going to go through these and we're going to give you the first 10 finishers in order. You're welcome. We're going to try to pull these apart. It's going to be a difficult race to do so, as a lot of these are. It's just complex and full of horses that have either shown too little or have had too little chance to show anything.
Yeah, 4-year-old maidens. Tricky. 4-year-old and up, actually. We've got some older horses in here as well. A couple of 6-year-olds. There's a 7-year-old in the field. So, yeah, tricky race. Not the most talented. We've probably seen better horses so far in the earlier 2 contests.
Yeah, definitely looking forward to these runners. Let's get at them. La Shower is 0 for 15. Just the 0 for 15 so far.
Yeah, 6-year-old in maiden company, not for me. He should show speed. That's all I can give you.
Hanouf Najran was just on screen, 0 for 12.
Penultimate run could be good enough for a place.
Ashkar Ashah is 0 for 3 and shown very little in the last race.
Just hasn't featured at all this year.
Kabab, third week in a row. I've been lucky enough to see this horse run. Is 0 for 9, was 3rd last time.
He should have won last week. He should go very close today. Can he get his head in front?
Mota Karaja is 0 for 13, 8th last time.
Not today for this horse.
Not today. Mahayel is number 6. She is 0 for 5 and was 3rd last time, showing a little bit of form.
Much better performance actually than the comeback run when finishing 9th. 3rd up at Riyadh. I like the angle.
Number 7 is Makshuf, a first-time starting 4-year-old locally.
Why have we waited this long for the debut? That's my big question with this colt.
No, you never rush a fine wine. Abu Al-Fadl is number 8, 0 for 1 thus far. Another first defense.
2 years since the debut, though, for Abu Al-Fadl. Again, fitness is going to be a major concern. We're about to see the horse number 8.
Yeah, here he is. Back to number 7. Do you see the cup on those blinkers? Those are aggressive. Those are full cup blinkers. And there is number 8, Abu Al-Fadl, 0 for 1. Must definitely move forward in some way. Number 9 is Yagnik, 0 for 8, 14th in his last 2 runs.
Has shown limited ability so far. I like, obviously, 3rd off the layoff, as I keep saying, but this horse would need dramatic improvement.
Number 10, Casa, is in the house, 0 for 18, 9th last time.
I like that. This filly is a 6-year-old. She's had plenty of chances. She doesn't look like a future winner.
Millennium 0 for 2, a 4-year-old by Akam.
Ran twice last year, finishing 8th and 11th. They weren't too bad, but the cheek pieces go on. He's got a lot to prove, sorry.
Number 12 is Lozina, a 4-year-old filly by Hailstone, 0 for 7, 6th and 7th in her last 2.
She's been very consistent. At least she's been running to a fair level. That level is slightly below par, but she could, again, maybe muster enough to finish in the top 6 or 7.
Number 13 is Onyx. She'll be looking to get her chips back in the black. She is 0 for 2 so far.
Finished 5th and 6th on his 2 runs. So, you know, that shows a relative level of form. They came over 1,600 metres in January earlier this year. Comes back off the layoff, drops down in trip.
Number 14 is Top Secret. There's no secret to being 0 for 5, 15th last time.
And just a no-show on the return.
Number 15 will be in shot in just a second. That is Nafa, 0 for 5 as well.
Rated 35.
Looking sweaty and need of a trim.
Yeah, very, very sweaty.
Number 16 is Escobar, not the one we're used to, 0 for 24.
Plenty of chances again. Another 6-year-old in this race just finds winning super tough.
Number 17 is Shibogayati, 0 for 23. Just the 23 tries so far.
And a 7-year-old as well, breaking from the widest stall. Not the nicest look at either. I don't think winning is a possibility for this horse.
Saif Azam is number 18 to round them out. 0 for 12, a 7th and 5th in his last 2.
He could play a bit of a part in this race. He's been there or thereabouts recently, but this is first run since Taif. Again, fitness is a concern. I doubt he's 100% ready to go today.
Yeah, so your work once again cut out for you. First of all, who kind of looks good on paper?
The horse to beat on
who would
paper
you
is Kebab, 100%. Should have won last week. We discussed this on last week's show. James Doyle rode, travelled beautifully throughout the race. Just couldn't put the race to bed.
We'll see if Shamila will be on the same page. Shamila, who you like in there?
Thanks, Michael. Coming off the back of a winner, I hope I can bring you another paddock selection. However, I will be starting with my paddock negatives because I hope we don't get the weather that horse number 15 is expecting. He has a huge coat on and very hot in the parade ring. Honestly, he just going past now, going down to the start and looking like he could pretty much boil over before the start of the race. So a little bit concerning there. Horse that looks good on paper and in the parade ring is horse number 4, Kebab. However, my paddock selection is horse number 13, Onyx. He is a bull amongst greyhounds in this race, a 4-year-old colt by Highlander. Jumps out of stall 13. The gate could be a little bit of a setback. However, it is his first race of the season in Saudi Arabia, so hoping for the best for horse number 13. Though, will he get past Kebab? I really don't know.
Thank you very much, Shamila. Very well done. Yes, looking very well. This Onyx, definitely living up to that name. Nice little black, almost coat to him. So you're leaning. I sense that you're leaning toward the Kebab.
Yeah, leaning towards Kebab. It's not something I usually do. I have to say, Kebab's not my favourite delicacy. But this horse.
You call it a delicacy.
Yeah. Well, in some places it is. This horse showed enough last week to suggest that he's got the ability to win this. And actually, when we watched the footage of him finishing 3rd. What's worth noting is it was just a much better race than he's running in today. The majority of the horses he faces today are rated in the 50s. Kebab this time was facing better opposition.
And this is just 5 days ago, so do you worry about that at all?
I don't. Look how he's travelling in the race, though, at this point. You don't see many horses travelling like that. I know James Doyle's got different riding style to most of the Saudi Arabian jockeys, and they'd like to go for home a little sooner, but Kebab was on the snaff turning in. This is a horse who had plenty left in the tank. He just didn't really put it to bed late. I thought he was lame. Do you remember we talked about this?
That's what I'm looking at now, seeing if we were just, because he was flicking his tail and kind of rejecting the stick at this time as well.
Yeah, maybe he just got a little bit tight late on, or tired, either or. He didn't seem to be moving correctly. Well, right now we can see he's moving perfectly nicely on the track. And what was key as well at the start of that race, he didn't break bang on terms with the others. James had to rush him up a little bit, and when he did, the horse took control, and then he was just super keen for about 400, 600 metres. So hopefully he breaks nicer today under Abdullah Al-Alfi, and if he does, Kebab is definitely the horse to beat on that form.
I'm leaning a little bit toward this Mahayel, just moving in the right direction. 5 starts, has a chance to overcome what has been, a lack of form until recently.
Yeah, I don't hate that by any means. She's a filly only rated 55 and has plenty to do on that rating alone. However, she's more unexposed than most. She ran well last time, 3rd up at Riyadh, another angle I like. And Mohammed Al-Daham rode the 3rd in the first race. He is carrying 2 kg overweight, you told me, off air. So maybe that's a little bit of a negative. That basically eliminates all of her fillies
Yeah,
allowance.
her allowance is gone at that point.
Yeah.
She's going to have to be the best in this.
Precisely. And, you know, she's carrying the same weight as Kebab, but Kebab's rated 11 pounds better, which would suggest that he's going to be way too good for her today. However, Kebab has had chances, and Mehayel's only had 5 of them, so she could easily improve.
Speaking of fillies, what about this jockey assignment on Hanouf Najran, a 4-year-old filly who hasn't shown much recently except for her 5th 2-back, gets a spina in the saddle, post 2.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? 4th time in Riyadh already for this filly, so they're trying to strike early before we get to that part of the season where some of the maybe underrated horses have come into this kind of contest. But yeah, it's an interesting jockey booking. I think she's going to show speed. She ran okay on her penultimate outing, and as I said in the runner by runner, if she can get back to kind of that form that she showed at meeting 61, then she could be a player in this race. It's just that last time up she didn't show enough for me. She finished 12th. She was readily beaten. You know, she has form to reverse with a couple of these in the race as well. So I'm just going to stick with the obvious in Kebab.
Yeah, I don't like joining. We've done well together.
We have.
I did not like how the horse finished last time, and I despise the 5-day comeback, you know, even though this is probably slightly weaker company. It's so tough. It's so tough to pull it apart.
It is.
I mean, I'm leaning toward Mahayel, but I hate the 2 kilo over. I mean, that's 4 pounds, 4+ pounds that she could really use at this point. I'm a little bit intrigued by the 9 Yegnik. Thought the horse looked pretty well, and is not without any kind of form. That's mostly just I thought the horse looked well. So we'll see. And Honest looked well as well that Shamila's on. So I'm not sure. I'm gonna
stick with your guns. Stick with Mahayel. Come on.
I'll stick with Mahayel.
If that horse wins,
you get no credit if it wins.
No, I won't take any. You made good selections early on in your analysis in the first 2 races, and then switched, and both of them ran well. Your paddock picks.
Yeah.
So stick with your play.
I'll stick with my original play. She looked well in the parade ring as well, and I know there she isn't shot there. She's a little warm. She's got the little cheater blinkers on the side there. It's going to keep her a little bit focused, and the shadow roll, so she is well equipped. And I wouldn't be shocked if she runs a big race. The horses are going into the gate. We're going to go up to Gareth, who's going to take us through it.
Thanks, guys. Runners heading into the stalls then for this 3rd race on the card. And I too would be siding with Kebab here after that run back on Saturday. It was a big run, wasn't it? And this looks to be a slightly softer affair today. Nicely berthed as well. Kebab in stall 4 will be next door to the horse that's just gone in there in the spots. That's Ashkar Ashar. On the other side will be Mota Karajar, who's just gone in under Abdullah Al Saidi. So the runners are heading in. Still, the majority of them are out of line, though. They're in shot in the green colours, Abo Al Fadel, Abdulaziz Al Faradi, and in the orange colours there is Onyx, Tariq Al Hassan taking the ride on Onyx, who's had the 2 starts so far. This is the 6, Mahale going in. Likes tentative fancy here with Mohammed Al Daham on board. And we're around about halfway through the loading up process. We'll see a few more of them. This is Hanouf Najran, Camilo Ospina, about to slot forward into stall number 2. Much wider out, Saif Lazam has gone in. Also heading forward, Abo Al Fadel and 12-horse Lozina. That will bring us down to the final few. Kebab is still out of line. Just faltered a little bit in the final 50 metres last weekend. But as Tom was saying, travelled really well into that race. Like most who we see here, hard on the bridle with 200 metres to go, but was just unable to finish it off under James Doyle on that occasion. Abdullah Alaoufi taking the ride here today. Almost set to go, spread across the track, 18 of them. And off they go, they're racing. And pushed forward Millennium up towards the outside. Rider wants a good early position. Kebab has broken out well too in a red-coloured jacket with Mahale also on the speed, and Abo Al Fadel a little wider out in the green. The blue jacket along the inside is Let Us Shower as they head left-handed around their turn, with Outer a little bit wider on the track and not too far off the pace. Yegnik as they continue this run back towards the straight, but it is Kebab along the inside of Abo Alfadel, the leading pair. They're a couple of lengths ahead over Jcsa, who's now moved through into third place, chased towards the outside by Top Secret in the maroon-coloured jacket. As they're now turning left-handed back on in, Max Schoop is also picking up the yellow headgear, but racing on with less than 300 metres to travel, and it's a two-horse race at the moment. Abo Alfadel just going home a little bit stronger than Kebab in second, who's got no response to this leader's acceleration, and with less than 200 to run, it is Abo Alfadel, Abdulaziz Al Faradi, pushed out by the best part of 4 to 5 lengths from the one-paced Kebab in second place. Abo Alfadel off the mark at the second time of asking, won it well, beating into second position Kebab, and then some good late work from Onyx, who stayed on strongly down the outside. Abo Alfadel it is who scores, and scores pretty comfortably as well. Abdulaziz Al Faradi doing the steering, and that's pretty much all it was throughout the final 200 metres of the contest. This horse, who'd had just the one Saudi run prior to today, has managed to get off the mark, and in some style there, in a time of 1 minute 14.51 seconds. Gets a well-deserved pat down the neck. Jockey absolutely delighted, and Abo Alfadel it is who strikes. Kebab has run well again in second place. Just struggles, doesn't he, to finish it off in that final 100 metres, but he was always holding on from Onyx, who stayed on quite nicely for the third spot on what was his third career outing. Abo Alfadel, though, it is who wins stylishly our third race of the day, and he's won it by 4 lengths at the line.
All right, interesting turn of events there, a horse that we did not expect at all for quite some time.
Yeah, I would never have put up this colt. He hasn't run for 2 years, 24 months coming into today. I've just checked, his debut came over 1600 as well. When a horse debuts over 1600, I believe they're using that as a stepping stone because they're likely to race over further in time. Yet they stepped down in trip to 6 furlongs. Coming off the long layoff, showed good blazing speed, travelled the best, kicked clear, 1 horse race.
Yeah, just it looked like what we would call an odds-on horse, and not to use that too much, but this is a horse that you would expect to be everyone fancying turning for home, and he ran the race that we all expected kind of Kebab to run, right?
Yeah, and to be fair, Kebab ran well. It's just they drew 4 or 5 lengths clear, turning for home of the rest of the field. It's just that Kebab was under the pump and this horse was firmly travelling. Look, I would never have predicted this. Well done, fantastic training performance.
And this is what we're talking about. This horse is traveling into the lane far superior than everybody else.
He really is. When we pick up the full race as well, we'll see the big margin as they swept for home that these front two opened up ahead of the rest of the field. Kebab probably ran his race. He's rated 66 and he probably ran to a mid-60s. Again, he finished the race a little bit tight, didn't he? He's not the nicest of movers and he gets tired over the 1200. This winner, despite being on the wrong lead right now, has won very well.
And I don't think he shifted because he was tired. I think he was tapped and got confused.
Yeah,
Did you say he immediately shifted when he got tapped on the left, and which is probably a mistake, to be fair. But because this horse was winning from 3 furlongs out.
Yeah, so turn for home. Well, just before we picked up this little piece of footage here, I was saying Kebab's going to win this because this horse is surely going to go backwards. Hasn't run for such a long time. Wasn't to be the case. You know, he's done very nicely to sustain that bid that he made.
He shifts to the wrong lead as soon as it gets hit on the left.
Yeah.
And he was trying to get him off of the rail at that point, and it went haywire a bit. If there was another horse coming at that point, he would have been in trouble. Time-wise, this is a 114.51, almost a full second faster than the last race.
Yeah, I think both of the... Well, it's interesting, isn't it? The two horses that finished first and second set a good pace in this race. And I don't know about the winner necessarily because I didn't see the closing splits. Didn't look like Kebab really sustained that pace. Maybe the winner did, and that's why the time is a little bit quicker. Either that or the first two races just weren't great. But, you know, this is for older horses, so you'd expect them to run a little bit faster.
All of the above.
Yes. There's a good chance it's all of the above. We already see the front two starting to make a little bit of a gap over the rest of the field, and they continue to duel all the way around this turn until they come off into the home straight, where they're four lengths clear roughly of the remainder, and it really was a showdown between these two.
You see this 6, who's about the third flank back with the little stripe on the back there. She's traveling fairly well. Mahayel just doesn't quite really get involved at any point.
No.
I would have expected a better run, maybe a third place finish.
For sure, exactly that. The actual third place finish at Onyx was nowhere to be seen in the early stages and ran home well. So that horse coming off the layoff probably wants a little bit further. But that was, you could tell that it was a prep for Onyx today, whereas this winner seems to be primed for the effort 24 months off the last run.
As you do, apparently. That was quite well done. Quite the shock off of the bench, but you know, we might see more of that moving on. Looking forward to seeing whether or not this horse can back that up next time.
Just looking over my shoulder in the unsaddling area, it looked like horse number 3, Ashkar Ashar, is just being treated after the race. It looks okay. We might just have an issue with the front right leg at the moment.
The horse doesn't seem to be in any discomfort, so we are happy to see that. So congratulations to the winners in this one. This was a bit of a shock, but you know, this happens on these Thursday cards, these wide open fields, lots of maidens, and this was a third maiden in a row. I think we were due a shock.
Probably, yes.
First two were formful at least.
Yeah, they were. I think Kebab, to be fair, ran a fair race, and he's just been beaten by a better horse. It'll be interesting to see how this winner goes next time, whether he'll bounce. Are you a believer in the bounce factor?
Oh, I do. I subscribe. And I think he'll bounce like a rubber ball.
Yeah, coming off that long layoff, you'd suggest that he may not be as good next time.
Onyx ran on well for third.
Yeah, very well. I think that horse is probably needing 1400. And this was just used as a prep. He's another that was coming in off a relatively long layoff, so wouldn't have been 100% ready today.
Yeah, look forward to seeing that one probably. Of all of them, that's the one I want to see next. Kebab, I've seen enough of.
Yeah, definitely. He's had two very good chances in the last week, and prior to that, we saw him as well. So he's had 3 quick-fire runs.
He keeps stacking them together.
Yeah. He will win a race. He will win a race, but the issue is he doesn't finish off his contest very well. So he needs to just dominate and not get pressured on the front end. And for that to happen, you probably need a smaller field, and you're just not going to get it. So winning's going to be tough for him.
And if he's not finishing like this, I think a little bit more time between races would definitely be.
Yeah.
Maybe this is a not to put any intentions in their mouths, but maybe this is a last step for him before they show him the door out of Red Stables.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I would not be surprised. He's had plenty of recent chances. They're still looking at this 3 horse from the last race. I'm hoping he's okay. There may be a minor delay.
Messing with the hoof. It might be actually a shoe issue. might have come loose or sideways, and they don't want him to walk on it because obviously that will cause pain. Who doesn't want a nail forcing moving the other direction in your foot?
Well, exactly.
But yeah, it's okay. We look forward to seeing what a lot of these horses will do next. In these maiden races, you never know how it's going to go, and we were just, it's very rare that we get shocked, but that's okay. We're going to move on to our 1,200 meter 3-year-old Nut Fillies Open next. So the stakes are getting higher. The horses are arguably getting better. We're going to go to Gareth Topham, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, guys. The fillies take to the track this time in our 4th race, Fillies Open. Number 1 is Pastime, the mount of Thurb Al Timiat. Number 2 is Tiare, the mount of Fala Al Dahazi. Number 3 is Reem Al Riyadh, Alexis Marino. Number 4 is Monsajamar with Ayad Al Tarisi, with horse number 5, Dahaka, the mount of Aisha Al Shamar. Number 6, Risotto. We're just awaiting a jockey confirmation. Number 7 is Galaxy Gazer. Eddie Castro rides. Also awaiting a jockey confirmation for number 8, Unagi. Over the page. Horse number 9 is Ebrak, Mohammed Al Ubail, with number 10, Clodovere, Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 11, Bonita B, Tariq Al Mansour. Number 12, Day Member, we await a rider confirmation for. 13, Hawawaya, Mohammed Al Sharimar. 14, Expeditious, good name for a racehorse that, Camilo Ospina. 15 is Al Rahaj with Mohammed Suleiman. 16, Noor Rose, the mount of treble-seeking Louis Morales. Number 17, Morjanebra, Mohammed Al Daham. And 18, Gloria Flashes, Abdullah Al Fairuz. And we're just getting confirmation through of the jockeys for number 6, Risotto, that's Naif Al Anazi, and 8, Unagi, Fahad Al Faradi. Those are the details for race 4.
Thank you so much for the updates there, Gareth. That is that actually helps my selections because the one that just caught my eye. I'm not guaranteeing it right now, so but the one that caught my eye walking behind us definitely was Risotto. Not
You
just
a fan of a risotto?
I am, especially even though I'm not a huge mushroom fan, I'm a huge fan of a mushroom risotto.
More than a kebab?
I don't much more than a kebab.
Sure.
Because maybe this one will finish first. But yes, it's an interesting race here. Slightly upping the ante when it comes to the ratings here. We have a horse rated 90, and some 70s in here that need to step it up a little bit. Anywhere you're kind of thinking will be the logical players.
Yeah, there are 3 or 4. Reem Al Riyadh has to be the most logical winner of this race. Horse number 3, rated 90, as you said. Last time up was super unlucky not to win and is way the horse to beat in this contest. A couple of others that you should pay note to. Horse number 17, Morjanebra, just an interesting runner, coming straight back off the maiden victory when she produced a late burst. And she's by Gormley, whose progeny are doing very nicely. Expeditious, another horse that maybe hasn't been at her best so far this year, but we've seen that plenty of this trainer's runners can improve dramatically when they're consistently running, and that layoff between the last 2 starts didn't see her at her best last time. And then Hawawaya, who is a type specialist, yet to really repeat that form since moving to Riyadh, but she's rated 81 and clearly quite talented as well. So they're the short list on form terms. I think Reem Al Riyadh has to be the one to beat right now.
Yeah, I mean the rating would suggest so, and just the form, just seconds. Second, first, second in her last 5 starts. So very much.
You don't see that too often, do you either? Like
No.
finishing in the top 2 in 5 consecutive outings.
Especially with the fields here, they're just impressively large, and anything can go wrong, especially at the start. She has made her own luck, very much so, and you got to think, this is her conditions yet again. This should be where she flourishes.
Exactly, and the thing is with her as well, she's not an early speed sort. So sometimes you can see the horses with plenty of early speed go close in a lot of races because other horses just can't live with them over these sprint trips. She's actually a closer, so to finish in the top 2 in 5 consecutive outings is extremely admirable, and I like her draw today.
There's Eddie Castro getting ready to ride Galaxy Gazer, a second-time starter for Red Stables, one that second-time starter locally. or actually first time started locally by Ifraj.
Yeah, it used to be trained by James Tate in the UK. There's a couple of ex-UK horses in here. Obviously, this is for the local and imported horses. So
Lots of food in here. You have risotto, you have unagi.
yes,
Which is, I believe, was that eel in a...
yeah.
Are you a sushi eater? Okay. So not good for the middle of the day when we're all
No.
hungry, but that's okay. We're going to get through it. I believe in us. We'll start here, and hopefully in just a moment as the horses are coming around. You see the one right there. We'll touch on that one in just a moment. Past time. 2 words, apparently, not one. Comes off of a 16th last time, but a victory and a couple of fours. There is some form there by this daughter, postponed.
Yeah, but I put this filly up last week when we were here on Saturday, and she was so bad. And Alex Moreno rode her, and she finished.
Well, you've
16th.
had bad days too.
I know, but this is what I'm saying. I can't go in again on her because I thought she was one of the leading players, and the fact she was so bad suggests
Maybe there was something amiss that's not in the notes. You know what I mean?
Why is she running again so quickly then?
She's back and maybe didn't have much of a run, finishing 16th. I think she's very much a player here. She looks really well. Number 2 there is TRA, is 1 for 3 and was 18th last time.
You're far more forgiving than me. This filly has had a long break since her Taif run where she didn't show up.
Number 3 is Reem Al Riyadh. We mentioned her earlier, the class of the race.
Moreno jumped ship from pastime to ride Reem Al Riyadh. Definitely the horse to beat.
Monza Jama is 2 for 50.
Yeah, not this level either. Really struggled lately and just finds winning tough.
Number 5 will be in shot in just a minute. That is Dahayaka is 1 for 12.
Looks relatively fit for a horse that's coming off a 1-year absence. Finished 11th in an open last time up.
Number 6 really caught my eye in the parade ring is Risotto, not just because of the color. She just looks like big bright eye, looking quite well there.
Formerly trained by Jane Chapelheim in the UK, was 0 from 6 on those shores.
Galaxy Gazer mentioned that one earlier for Red Stables. Castro in the saddle.
Was 1 from 9 in the UK for James Tate. That win came on the all-weather.
Unagi will hope to eel the race, maybe from the front. 0 for 7 so far.
3-year-old maiden in here. Can't advise that she's a likely winner, but a good jockey booking with Farhad Al-Faredi on.
We're about halfway through the horses. We're going to check in with Shamila real fast and see what she thinks and what she sees out there.
Well, I was speaking to trainer Naif Al-Mandil and his son before the jockeys or the horses even got into the parade ring, and I said, how is Reem Al Riyadh doing? And he said, inshallah, she is doing really, really well. And she looks as well, Alex Moreno just going past me there, hacking down to the start. She looks really well. And all the Al-Mandil horses always look really well in the parade ring, so I will have to stick with Reem Al Riyadh as my paddock selection, the 3-year-old filly by Ortad. Horse that also caught my eye was a horse that Michael mentioned already. Horse number 6, Risotto, making her debut today. Also looking really nice. I think this race might be a little bit too competitive for her. Hopefully I don't eat my words later. And another eye catcher is horse number 15, Al Rahaj for Abdullah Al Manif. Now, trainer Abdullah Al Manif has had no luck recently, always finishing in the places 2nd or 3rd in various races. So I'd love to see him and his horses back in the winner's enclosure today. His filly looking really nice in this race. However, I have to stick with Reem Al Riyadh. I don't think there's any beating her in this race.
Thank you so much, Shamila. Yes, we will try to get it through here. Try to get a victory among the 3 of us.
Yes, for sure. We've got about halfway down the field so far in the Runabout Runner, so yeah.
So we'll move on to number 9. Hopefully we'll get him in shot at some point. That is a Brock 2 for 10. Was a winner, 2 back.
Yeah, Athbar Racing Stable don't have too many horses that can run in this kind of race. So
He catches the eye on that regard.
For sure, and this filly's trained by Lucas Gaitan, who's extremely shrewd with his placing. She hasn't run since meeting 28 though. We should just mention Adil is obviously in the comments.
Adil's in. We knew there was an Athbar horse running because Adil is in the house. Yeah. Hello, Adil. He said, let's go. Number 9, he is ready for Brock to get it done, and I don't think he's wrong in saying so. Very much a big chance. Number 10 is Claude Vea. 1 for 20, was 9th last time.
Yeah, that came last Friday, so again, quick turnaround. This filly just seems to be regressing ever since she ran in the UK as a 2-year-old.
Number 11, Benita B, has a 3rd and a 4th, a couple of races back, but comes off a 9th place finish last time.
Was scratched last week. I don't know whether it was a tactical scratch because it was a race that the trainer had plenty of runners in, or whether there was an issue. Anyway, she returns to the track today. Her trainer has Reem Al Riyadh, who we'll see in action right now. Watch this filly fly late in the green silks down the outside. She's a deep closer over sprinting trips, and she really engages overdrive in the straight of her races. Comes down wide on the track, which was a pretty good place to be this day, but at the same time, she ran home nicely. Now, she was no match for the winner, but I just loved how she finished off and sustained her bid all the way from the top of the turn all the way to the finish line. And a repeat of this run in what I consider to be a much weaker race, judging by the handicap ratings, would suggest that she's the one to beat.
Do you think some of these handicap ratings are just are ready for the rises? I would say, like, there's some horses here that you think could come off of them.
A couple of them, we haven't got to them just yet. They're in the second half of the field. But what we have covered, they seem to be the horses that are disappointed lately or runners that are regressing.
Number 12 is Day Member, 0 for 6 thus far, 14th last time.
Poor so far this season and won't play a part today.
Number 13 is Hawawea, 6 for 24 thus far, the most victories in the field.
This filly would be a very interesting runner if she can prove that she handles the track here in Riyadh. Her type form is strong.
Expeditious is 1 for 10, 11th last time.
This is a filly I think could easily take a big jump up in ratings. Her 3 runs this year haven't been great, but she could easily improve.
Ooh, did you see that 9 just going by on screen? Looked extremely well. 9 and the 6 just jump off physically for me right now. Number 14 is Expeditious. Just had to throw that in. 1 for 10, 11th last time.
Yeah, sorry, we just covered this filly, but she's got a great chance.
Number 15 is keeping me on my toes. We're back. Al Rahaj is 0 for 8, 3rd last time.
Yeah, she's a maiden. She ran better last time. I think maybe a drop in grade is needed for her though.
Number 16 is Noor Rose, 0 for 2, a pair of 6, the dollar of the very quick central banker.
Yeah, should have lots of speed. Lou Morales already ridden 2 winners today. The wide still was a bit of an issue, but hopefully she can break out.
More Ginebra Florida last week. She comes back for more. Number 17.
Couldn't believe she managed to win last week after the previous effort, but she got the job done well on the quick turnaround, and she's got another quick turnaround today. She's probably better than a mark of 66 suggests, but she's drawn wide, and I don't think she's the best closer in the race.
I suppose there are worse things she can do in public, but Gloria Flashes is number 18, 1 for 8, 4th last time.
Draw's not ideal. However, the win 2 starts back at Taif was nice. She's a good stalker in a race that could set up for those just off the speed. If she can get back to her best Taif form, she's a player, but this is her first run for a few weeks.
So I'm going to let you choose my selection this time because you're getting better at figuring out, helping. You're the professional tipster. You're able to sort of sort out. I think half that battle is always sorting out what of your main players, who's the selection.
Sure.
I can give you 3 or 4 usually, and one of them's the winner, but I always pick the wrong one. The Risotto jumps off because of just how she looked in the parade ring.
Mm-hmm.
She might need the race physically, but just looks like a nice quality horse. But in coat, just looking exceptionally, is the Athba horse number 9 at Brock to me.
I think you should go for the Athba horse in Brack. She's coming off a little bit of a layoff since meeting 28, where she was disappointing, but I think there might have been an issue that day as to why then we haven't seen her subsequently. Given Lucas Gaitan's strike rate, given Athbar Racing Stable's strike rate, she is a more logical winner to me than Risotto, who, yes, might be a nice looker, but she wasn't overly talented in the UK, doesn't have any form on the dirt.
She did some seconds and thirds in the all-weather.
Yeah.
Not terrible.
Rated
Second
what,
at Chelmsford.
64?
Yeah, she left there rated 64.
She'll need big improvement.
Yeah, this would be her first run, and I think Roaring Lion her sire didn't quite get a chance to show much, and it's Cosine, her dam sire. She's bred by James Wigan, and we know how powerful his band of broodmares is.
Yeah, so. He's had lots of very good horses. He still has some good horses as well. Dank.
I was a huge fan. I worked at Arlington Park when she won the Beverly D and got to spend time with that entire stout team that whole week and pet her nose a whole bunch. She was very high-spirited.
Yeah, she was a very good horse. James Wigan has a few now, but there are a couple that aren't.
Bay Bridge, he owns a piece of it.
Yeah, and he also has a horse called Doom, who has made the headlines for all the wrong reasons when beaten in a 2-runner field when everyone thought she was going to win. So he's got some interesting horses. I think Risotto probably needs to run a touch, but I reckon you should go for a Brock.
Well, it's going to be your fault, and I'll also blame Gaitan as well. I'm going to go with the number 9. You are going with Rimal Riyadh.
Yeah.
We're going to go up to Gareth, who's going to take us through the race.
Thanks, guys, for heading for the 4th race on the card. It's familiar names to perhaps British viewers on this particular contest. It is fair to say that Rimal Riyadh is definitely into this race, and when you watch Gareth BT a few minutes ago, you could just see, although she was well beaten, and she's in charge about to head forward. She's just got a really good, honest way of going about it, and she's done nicely all the way to the line. She will be here. This is number 10, Cordovia heading in. It's the onboard Cordovia. Go forward with the not Jamal, and I'll see a few rides here today, and then tossing in to still 4. Still This is Dahaka, returning from a year off the course. Aisha Al-Shamari taking the ride. And by the way, day members jockey, Mohammed Al-Nefsi. We didn't give you that earlier on, but Mohammed Al-Nefsi on board, horse number 12 here. As we now see Galaxy Gazer heading in, or was about to, but Tiare just got a little bit stewed up in stall 2. And Galaxy Gazer goes in now, in colours already, which have reached the winner's enclosure so far here today. Eddie Castro taking the ride on Galaxy Gazer. Rimal Riyadh has gone in, as has Risotto. Now, out of line, Noor Rose, Louis Morales, who's already ridden 2 winners here today, rode our first 2 race winners. If you are just joining us, Louis Morales, the man in form. He's on Noor Rose here, who's one of the lightly raced runners in the field, but she's just having to have a few last-minute adjustments made before loading up. And at the moment, she's the only one who's out of line. All the others are waiting patiently and well. It's again at the 1200 meter start. So at the moment, all eyes on Noor Rose. And it looks as if those last minute adjustments have now been made. Louis Morales back in the saddle. So now just the small matter of getting Noor Rose into stall 16, and then we'll be ready. Just backing away a little bit. The others still standing well. Full field of 18 here, as Noor Rose heads in the right direction. William slots in. Set to go. Race 4, Riyadh. Jumping away, Noor Rose was a little bit skew-if in getting into stride, is on the outside, but Monsajamar has broken out well, but there's a whole wall of them pushing forward, including Rimal Riyadh, who's in the green colours, and Tiare in the blue, just about coming through to take it up. Pastime runs the rails as they settle themselves down. Galaxy Gazer on the speed as well in red, a little wider out, being followed by Monsajamar over towards the inside. Ebrak is not too far away either, with Al Rahaj a little wider out, and deeper still Gloria flashes, and they're already on to halfway. It is Rimal Riyadh, Alexis Marino in front on the turn to Pastime, who's now gone up into second place and is off in pursuit. Tiare drops to third, make that fourth now, has been passed by Dahaka, with up towards the outside Al Rahaj trying to come forward in the noseband, the light blue coloured jacket, but Rimal Riyadh is in the clear with less than a furlong to go, and look at her quicken. Rimal Riyadh, this filly is in the form of her life, and she strides down towards the winning post, pulling 8, 9, maybe even 10 lengths clear. A most impressive win. Rimal Riyadh goes on to strike in style. It's going to be quite tight for second place, maybe just going the way of Al Rahaj. Pastime was involved as well. But that was a one-horse race from pretty much the entrance to the home straight. And once Alexis Marino asked Rimal Riyadh to go, she went, and she's won by a wide margin. Slightly different tactics as well to what we're rather used to seeing this filly race in. She usually comes from off the pace. Today she was on it pretty much throughout. But there was lots to like about the way that she quickly put the distance between herself and her toiling rivals. 1 minute 12.72, a good time as well there for Rimal Riyadh, has won by 10.5 lengths, with Al Rahaj grabbing the second spot ahead of Pastime back in third. Still many, many races to come at Riyadh today. Whether any of them will be won by double digits remains to be seen. And in all fairness, I have my doubts. Rimal Riyadh, most impressive in landing race 4 on today's card.
Alexis Mourinho, congrats, Alex. This first time with him, how is it today?
Well, Mabruk to Abu Sultan, our team, Salman, Naif. Rima Riyadh is a brilliant filly. Today, you know, the level was so low, so she just break it. Just keep her in the pace until the last 100. She just go away from her. She's a good filly, you know. So, Mabruk to everyone.
Super impressive performance there from number 3, Rimal Riyadh, both the selection of me and Tom in this race, but there was no beating her whatsoever in the parade ring and out on the track there. He said she broke really well, and really interestingly, she's been ridden differently from Alex Marino in this race. Usually she's held off a little bit, but she has been second in her last 2 starts, so perhaps that was just a little bit of change of tactics there from the connections, so we'll definitely ask him about that. She was on the pace the whole way round, rode really, really confidently, and not a shadow of a doubt was she not going to win the race. She was always going to win. And she looked like she barely even broke a sweat, to be honest. I mean, she looked like she could go round again. So Alex had her in a fantastic position the whole way round. Congratulations, Alex. What did you think of that performance?
Wow, she just surprised me today, you know. The level was a little bit low, so I try. They say if you can be 4th, 5th, but after the break, you know, she just fly away. So I just keep her on the pace and do what I like to do.
You rode her a little bit differently today. Sometimes, like, you've held her back before, but today you took it to the front and she just went with it.
Well, you know, before she was running with better filly, so she have to stay a little bit. Today it was nobody, so after the break she was good. So why I have to put her back?
What do you think the plan is with her for the rest of the season? Would you keep her sprinting?
She's doing well today. I hope so. I think she can go mile. Much better for her. But not races, so she have to run 1,200.
Well, that's a great win for you. And of course, in race number 11, you ride Great Scott. What do you think about him?
Well, I think he's well. You know, so I can do is with him too.
Well, it would be great to see you in the winner's enclosure with the Prince Faisal bin Khalid colours. So good luck, Alex, and thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. That was great to see. Obviously, this horse gets Tom back into the winner's enclosure. All it took was picking the obvious horse once again. Good job.
Thank you. Yeah, I mean, she was quite obvious in here. Alex did a great job on board. I thought getting her out in the early stages was key. She could have got stuck in traffic. That would have been her major downfall, but she bolted up.
When you see a quick change in strategy, do you get a little uneasy about it? Like, I mean, obviously she's a big favorite on form. Mm-hmm. She, as you see, she pops out of the gate here from stall 3. She's literally probably 3rd out of the gate out of them all, and she has to maintain position.
Yeah.
So when you see her so forward, this is a big change from last time. Does it give you worry, or does it give you confidence that she's on her game?
With a filly like this, no worries whatsoever. Actually, I was super confident. I think I was going to say at this point, maybe that's a bit early, but in a second when we see the head on in the actual time of the race, I said this filly can't lose, apart from pastime, which would be extremely typical because I selected pastime last time. But yeah, when a filly has this much talent and she's arguably way better.
A little hurting right there, that was nice.
When she's arguably way better than the rest of the field, when you get that track position, especially considering we know how well she stays this trip, she was always going to be super tough.
Yeah. This was, would it have given you a little bit of worry if she didn't have one horse to follow in that first couple of furlongs, but she's stuck on the lead? You think she just wins as easily at that point?
I think she just wins easily.
Yeah.
The sectionals weren't rapid, so
she came home quickly. And obviously,
exactly.
1:12.72.
Very good time.
Almost 2 seconds faster than the previous 1,200 meters, 6 furlong races.
Yeah. What does that equate to in lengths?
About 10.
Exactly. And she's not asked 100% in the closing stages either, because Alex knows that she was miles clear. She flew away.
Yeah, she flew away, yes. Just like your strike rate. Well done. No real too sad stories. I think the one maybe past time got a little shut off in the first probably 300 meters or so.
Yeah.
By the two there. I think it was No, it wasn't the two. It was forget who came over, but it was a slight little squeeze there.
Yep.
Maybe lost a little bit. Might be one to watch for next time.
Potentially. As I said, I selected her last week. I'm still raw about that. That came in a 0 to 85. She'll be seen in better light back down in handicaps, that's for sure. She got a good ride today, I thought. She just wasn't good enough to match her stable companion. The runner-up ran great. Al Rahaj, horse number 15, rated just 59. Took a huge step forward. I mean, her previous run, back in meeting 67, was pretty good when finishing third, but that was in a much weaker race. She seems to be firmly on the up. She'll get a few pounds for this, but if she runs next time in a 0 to 70 or something like that, then she would be a major player.
Yeah, and closing in a race where basically the horses who were near the front kind of stayed there most of the way around.
Yeah.
That obviously gives her a little feather in her cap to move forward with.
For sure. She ran home very takingly indeed. What happened to her Braque? Was up there in a good position.
I think when they're kind of fanned out like that and they have horses around them all traveling about the same pace, it's not always, unless they're absolutely superior and have some run in them, it's not always easy for them to break free.
No.
Kind of becoming pack horses at that point and losing themselves in the running of the race. I'll give it a pass and give it another try. We are going to pass on to the next race. It'll be race 5, which is going to be 1,400 meters Saudi-bred handicap for 0 to 60 fillies and colts. We'll go up to Gareth, who's going to take us through the runners and riders.
Thank you, Mike. Race 5, 1,400 metres, so we just step up in distance here a little bit. Number 1 is Nayazi with Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 2, Shahab Al Anaya with Naif Al Nazi. Number 3 is Gummood, the mount of Emma Al Nefsi, with number 4 Al Zani, the mount of Abdullah Al Rashid. Take out the 5 horse, so number 6 is Yazlam Allah Azuz Al Yesh. Number 7, Twafek Mohammed Al Ubail. Number 8 on the card is Kohilan Najid, who's the mount of F Al Dain, with number 9 Anges Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Over the page, number 10 Motawak with Abdullah Al Saidi. 11 Alata Meya Camilo Ospina. Number 12 Ajalar Ayad Al Tarisi. Number 13 is Hawa Alale with Louis Morales. Number 14 Darnat Chrome Tariq Al Hassan. 15 Unbra Alexis Marino. 17 Vision, the mount of Jose Rodriguez. 18 Bint Always, the mount of Fala Al Dahazi. Number 19 Bab Al Hazm, Jimmy Carrion. And 20 Mabdana, Nawaf Al Mudiani takes the ride. Take out numbers 5 Salute Song and 16 Bayrak Al Lalia. The others go for what is our 5th race of the day.
All right, we're going to go to what is going to be another wide open race, another tough one to pull apart. Looking forward to seeing whether or not Tom can keep this streak going. We have Niazi as number 1 for 14, was a winner last time.
Yes, interesting run of Niazi. Before we get into the run of my runner, horses 21 and 22 both get in as reserved. Amarellis, number 21, 22, Maj Saleh. Back to Niazi, horse number 1, carries 63.5 kilos in this race, won just last week.
Well played, Tom. Shahab El Anaya is 0 for 6, 5th last time, number 2.
Took a big step forward last time when finishing 5th. That came after 4 poor efforts to start the season.
Number 3 is Gomud, 0 for 21 thus far.
Plenty of chances, has the ability to place, but just finds winning super difficult.
Azalni is on the screen right now, 0 for 8, 8th last time.
Quick return to the track on the second start since a long layoff. 0 from 8 so far, needs to break through.
The 5 Salute Song is out. We'll have number 6, Yaslam Allah, 0 for 10, but 4th last time.
Just not good enough in my opinion to win this race, but has drawn nicely in stall 3.
Number 7, drawing the rail, is Twafek, 0 for 5, 13th last time.
Inside stall actually presents an issue for this one, given she'll come from off the speed. She'll need some luck in running.
So looks fitter than last time. As Koelan Najid is number 8, 0 for 6, 16th last time.
That 16th came in a 1,200 metre open race. She was 4th in a maiden, he was 4th, sorry, in a maiden prior to that. So now stepping up in distance, going into a handicap.
Number 9 on the screen is Anges, 0 for 3, but was 4th and 5th in her first 2 starts.
First try in handicap company for this 3-year-old colt. 13th last time was a step in the wrong direction.
Number 10 is Motawak, is 0 for 8 and 8th last time, a son of Gimme the Wink. Gimme a Wink.
That 8th came in a 1,200 metre 0 to 60, so staying in the same grade, stepping up in distance, could see him in slightly better light.
Number 11 is Alat Hamaya, breaks out of 15, 0 for 8.
On form, no chance, but Camilo Ospina's taking a ride, which is interesting.
That's all we can get on that one. Jcsa is 0 for 19, 11th last time.
Long-standing maid in this filly with plenty of opportunities. She did finish second 3 starts back. If she was ever going to break through, it would have been that day.
Number 13 on her toes there is Hawa Alale, 0 for 6, 7th last time.
Big gap between the last 2 runs, penultimate and the most recent. So improvement is expected, and Louis Morales rides.
Donat Chrome, no relation to California Chrome, is 0 for 8, 7th last time.
Just doesn't have much speed and has the widest draw, so he's going to have to find a passage across.
Unbra is 0 for 8, 15th last time.
Interesting runner in this race, coming in off the layoff, but represents Gaith Gaith and Alex Moreno, who we've just seen successful. Good team with a middle draw.
Number 16 is out. Number 17 is Vision, 0 for 11, comes off of a 15th and a 16th last time.
Hasn't shown enough this year to warrant any kind of support.
So you don't foresee a good run from Vision?
I don't know.
All right, we're going to go real quick to Shamila and see how she likes in here. We're going to carry on here. Number 18 is Bint Always, 0 for 3, 14th last time.
Seems to be going the wrong way. Was a decent 4th on the reappearance, but the last 2 outings weren't as good.
Bal Hazm is in the shot right there, 0 for 9, 6th last time.
Inconsistent last time, drawn well as we go back to Shamila in the paddock.
As I was saying, my paddock selection for this 5th race of the evening is horse number 2, Shabab Alanea, coming out of stall 13, the mount of Naif Alanazi. This horse was 5th last time out, so it should be a good lead up to this race today. He looks really well in the parade ring, and I'm just watching Naif now slowly coming onto the track and will be making their way down to the starting gates. A horse that also stood out to me is horse number 9, jumping out of stall 2, Anges. Absolute tank of a horse, so big. I don't know about a leg up. You'd need a step ladder to get onto this horse. He is so big. However, I will be sticking with my guns and sticking with horse number 2, Shabab Alanea. For my paddock negatives, I'll have to say horse number 14, Danik Chrome, was a little bit on his toes, and I'm pretty sure at meeting 71 he was also a paddock negative for me and was a little bit on his toes, so no changes there, but for me it's going to be horse number 2.
All right, thank you so much, Shamila. She goes with Shahab Alanaya, number 2. We have a couple more horses to cover real fast. We have number 20, Mabdana, is 0 for 11, was 16th last time.
White draw, still a maiden, gets Nawaf Almudiani on board, who's got plenty of experience. Seems to be quite inconsistent so far, this colt.
Number 21 and 22 both run. We have Amarales is 21, 0 for 10, 14th last time.
I might cover both of these at the same time, if that's okay. Neither have any chance on what they've shown so far this year. They will need a big jump forward.
22, Majid Salah did look pretty well on her toes a bit. There's the 18 right there. That's Bint Always, 0 for 3 with a 4th last time, but hasn't shown much in the last couple. So I was doing my sort of objective looks at the horses going by, and I thought the 15 stood out, just looked really well. Umbra. Didn't know the name until afterwards. Rated 57. Am I on the right path? Does this horse have any chance, or am I terrible?
Well, your paddock picks have been relatively good so far. First 2 races, they were both prominent in the early stages and ran nicely. Umbra, I think, has a chance as well. You do have to look quite far down the race card to find the horse, and hasn't run since meeting 41. So
will it improve upon a pair of 15th place finishes?
Yes, but you get Alex Moreno, you get Gaith Gaith, you get a middle draw. There are some positives there, and I think you could select worse horses. And if that colt looks nice, especially coming off the minor layoff,
don't challenge me. I can select worse horses.
He's got to be a player. He's got to be a player.
In shot there, that looks to be, 1 second please, Motowak. And there is number 1, Niyazi, and we'll look at a bit of a piece of form from him.
Yeah, interesting run as well. This came at meeting 72, so on Saturday, the last race card before today. We'll see it's a rather bunch finish in the closing stages, but it's key that Niyazi manages to get out on top, because at this stage it looks like he could get swamped from both outside and inside. He's just very gutsy in the closing stages. Now, he has early speed, which allowed him to get into this position, and he quite clearly stays the distance well. They're the big positives. This was a maiden, arguably not as strong as today's race, but it is only 0 to 60 today, and somehow he's able to get in off top weight. Now, he's rated 56. And you see him at the top of the race card and you're thinking, why is he carrying more weight than anything else? Because there are horses rated 60 in here.
63.5 kilos.
Yeah, well,
quite the imposition.
That is because he's carrying a penalty. He's not actually rated 56 now, as we see these great shots of a plane in the sun. A little bit of an eclipse.
It's not flying into the sun, don't worry.
But this horse is actually rated 70 now due to that victory in the maiden. However, it's still eligible to run in this race because there's a 7-day window before the new handicap ratings come into effect. So, albeit Niazi has to carry plenty of weight in 63.5 kilos, what we know is that he's actually probably more talented than every other horse in this race, and he's in good form, and he's coming off the layoff, and they're trying to take advantage of this weaker opposition, and he's drawn well, and he's the most likely winner.
Well, I'm going to take him on with Umbra, because I wore a lot of Umbro shorts growing up playing sports. It's the only angle I have, other than the horse looked extremely well, and I know that Algaith has them ready.
Yeah.
I have noticed that Algaith's horses come out here looking well no matter what, so they can fool you.
They can. Hopefully this one doesn't fool you. I think he's currently 5th in the trainer standings, but we will see those in the next hour or so. They'll come on the screen between races. But he is one of the leading trainers here.
Some adjustments happening there. Number 18 we see in Shot Bint always being adjusted.
13 and 12 as well are the other two.
So just being cautious, making sure that their girths are on correctly or bridles, what have you. There they go, correcting the girth there on Bint always. Horses taking it pretty well. Always good to see when they're not sweating up or not worrying too much. And this is, especially for a horse, only making its 4th start.
Yeah, definitely. You want to see everything go to plan at this point of the race before the actual event has started. But horses can lose races prior to the start. We've seen this numerous times across the globe. It can happen everywhere. So you want them all to remain calm. You want all the tack to be on properly, and then these horses get to run as well as they can in the race.
Let's hope so. And so I'll go with. So I'm just going to stick with number 15.
Yeah.
You are leaning toward
Niazi, horse number 1, obvious selection, carries a lot of weight, so does make it a little tough.
No way, you're going for the obvious horse.
Well, look, it's you know, some people may not realise this is the obvious one. That's the thing here. But he is, based on that effort last time. It was just last week. Quick turnaround with a lot of weight could be a negative, but we know he's the best of these on talent. If he can just justify that weight on his back, the 63.5 kgs, then he should be tough.
All right, we're going to go up to Gareth, who's going to give. He knows our selections. Let's see who he's leaning toward and let him call the race.
I thought that Yaslam Allah might be able to sneak into a place. That was an improved run on his comeback not so long ago. The runners down at the start then and are very shortly going to be heading into the stalls. Big field here, even though we are minus numbers 5 and 16. That gives 21 and 22 the opportunity to come in as the reserves here. So the runners are at the post, and the first couple slotting into the stalls are Motawak and also Gamood. And in shot here, Shahab Alanea with Naif Alanazi taking the ride. Stall 13 for that one. And a reminder, of course, that with this being a handicap, the draw number is not the same as the saddlecloth number. That, of course, is what happens when these races are handicaps. In all other types of races, the two numbers will correspond with one another. This is number 18, Bint always about to head forward. Due to go into stall number 9, and looking nice and calm as she heads in as well. So loading up well underway here. Alzani about to head forward along with Shahab Alanea. There are the details for the race. 5 o'clock local time. And the next couple slotting in as well. But yeah, quite an open look to the race. Niazi, of course, arrives off the back of that win at the last meeting. Quick turnaround, carrying a penalty for that success as well. Okay, we're down to the final few here. Anges and Ejala about to head forward. Almost set to go. The flags are up, and they're off and running over 1,400 metres. And Anges was quite slow in getting going. That one at the back end of the field in the early stages. Ejala is one of the first ones to show. with Gamood not too far away. And also bang there is Kohila Najid, who crosses over from a little wider out in the green colours to show up. And Mabdana on the outside is another racing well to the fore. Vision is also on the speed as well in the yellow headgear. Shahab Alanea just up in behind those. They're being followed as they make the left-handed turn by Amaralis, with out wider on the track Darnat Chrome. And also looking to come a little closer is Umbra, and they're racing on ahead of the rest, which at this stage being led by Hawa Alale. But as they gallop left-handed back towards the straight and just over 300 metres or thereabouts remaining, Vision is now being pushed along towards the inside, and Amaralis has come there strongly. Amaralis, who's got plenty of size about her, has now moved through to challenge Vision, who's battling hard towards the inside, and they're being followed closely by Umbra in the light blue colours, who has the rails to help and is staying on quite strongly. Vision then in the yellow headgear, plucky out in front. Umbra the far side is pressing hard. Also Yazlam Allah beginning to sprout wings down the centre in the green colours, and Yazlam Allah indeed building on that run from last time, shoots away by 2 to 3 lengths to win the prize, with staying on strongly Bab Al Hazm to get second, and they were followed up the inside by Umbra. Vision was pretty game, but just got a little bit tired in the closing stages. Yazlam Allah it is who has prevailed. Horse at number 6, Azuz Al Yesh on board, and this horse staying on very strongly in between horses inside that final furlong, and in the end has come away with the prize pretty comfortably in a time of 1 minute 28.59 seconds. Yazlam Allah is home ahead. Has won by 3.5 lengths. Bab Al Hazm, another late on the premises, grabbed the second spot, just ahead of Umbra in third. And Vision just succumbed a little bit in that final furlong, but has run a game race to finish in fourth position. Nayazi was never really sighted in the run, but Yazlam Allah it is who takes our 5th race on the card. Takes it well too, and building on that promising comeback run from last time.
hats off to Gareth there, who called the winner as they were going in the gate and called it as they crossed the line first.
Yeah, we should get Gareth in my seat. What a pig.
I know. You've done quite well today. I won't go upending you quite yet, but Islam Allah gets it done. First win from 11 local starts, was fourth last time, had been on the improve.
Yeah, it was good effort last time up. Maybe the switch to Riyadh helped this horse last time because we saw a dramatic improvement from the type efforts. And then with fitness more on his side coming into today, he's finished out the race a lot better and got the job done, finally breaking through the 11th attempt.
And this was interesting just because the horse kind of re-broke mid-stretch. You don't see it that often. Kind of raises the eyebrow a little bit. But I really want to see this replay and see kind of how that went about. Maybe it was a changing of leads. Here we go, turning for home. Be number 6, which you can see.
Just on the inside.
Yeah.
Making his run behind your selection, actually.
I felt pretty confident at this point, and then we saw the 3 running on the outside, Gamoud making a rally, but he tips out here. Yeah, this horse just had his full run. A little bit askew in his gait there, but didn't stop him from winning.
No, it didn't. He came through with a nice rush. Ali Al-Yesh, good ride on board this son of Dragon Pulse. He got a nice trip through the race from a nice inside stall as well, so that quite clearly helped. Good toe in. The horses on the front end, they finished off their race okay, and they were all there or thereabouts, those horses that were in the front 3 here. But at the same time, they weren't really powering ahead, so it was open for a closer to pick it up. We did think Gamoud would be the one, but he's north from 21, and he's north from 21, and she's shown numerous times that she just doesn't get the job done. So it wasn't a surprise to me that she shirked the issue, that's for sure.
And once again, my minimal form paddock selection on just sheer physicality runs okay.
Yeah, it ran very well, Umbra.
I am delightfully acceptable.
Yeah.
Not exceptional today, I'm just acceptable.
Well, he could easily win next time, Umbra, because he was coming
Really
off a
bad
bit of a
start for the
layoff.
2-hole there out of the break.
Yes, a couple of the horses drawn inside actually didn't break very well, which, was a valid excuse for why my horse didn't perform, because Niazi was left at the start.
That was Anges, who kind of got left at the gate there after a bit of a squeeze, and was one of the logical players as well.
Yeah, exactly. Game over from that point onwards for that 3-year-old. A lot of these horses, the form horses, were further back than they would have wanted to be. I think that's crucial to note. The eventual winner is...
Let's see.
Don't think I can see the winner right now.
Behind... Actually, where is he? He's difficult to find in here.
Is that him in 4th, or is he further back?
No, he should be further back.
Yeah, he's not in the shot right now.
Not in the shot quite yet. My selection is right.
Just coming through, bottom of the screen,
There
green and
he is.
yellow.
Yeah.
Making a big run from the back of the pack.
He's sliding up. Very nice ride here.
Yeah, managed to find all the gaps. There's a gap about to
Al-Yesh is
appear.
riding with a lot of confidence through all these gaps and gets them all right.
Sticking inside as well, which is brave. Most jockeys would tip out at this point. There's a small gap in between horses. He kind of barges a little way out, but the horse is full of run.
The horse has been trying to lean out all the way around the bend and into the straight. So I think that's one of the reasons he was keeping him as low as he could.
And Ali gave him one reminder with the right hand, and he really picked up. This is a horse who's firmly bolted up in this race. He's much better than his mark suggests. Maybe we'll see him go on to better things the remainder of this year, because that was impressive.
Yeah, there he goes. You can tell he's a bit. It's a bit crooked in his action there, so he's going to be leaning out a bit as he was throughout the race. Really nice finish. Nice to see the horse sort of put it all together. His move from a 10th, 2 starts to go to a 4th, and now a 1st. Whatever's happened to sort of create this nice run of form, they're going to be really happy that they're going to be in Riyadh for a few more months.
Yeah, exactly that. It might be the track. I think, well, that's the obvious angle right now, that it's the track. He could have had an issue after his runs in Taif, which is why there's a layoff. There's another reason why he could have improved, but that's reading between the lines. The track is by far the most obvious reason.
Yeah. Any other? Well, we have sad excuses obviously for your horse, for the 9 Anges. Anybody else that you might want to put an asterisk next to?
I don't think so. Just those two from the outset of the race weren't gifted the best possible start, and therefore on completely the back foot. But we did see one of the closers come out to win, so it's not a huge negative to be last in the early stages, albeit it is an excuse. No, I think during the rest of the race, every horse had every fair chance of winning. So no other excuses other than for Anjas and Niazi.
Vision ran a good race there, was kind of in the mix most of the way around, and made a decent rally into 4th.
Yeah, ran a nice race as well. He stayed on quite well. this 3-year-old. I mean, considering his last 2 runs have been 15th and 16th, it was a surprise to see him there, I think that's for sure. And the runner-up, Bab Al Hazem as well. Not from 9, didn't really show much this year. Has shown a little bit of promise, more than Vision did anyway, coming into today. But again, a bit of a shock to see that horse. And actually in these kind of races, these 0 to 60s, we usually see horses towards the top of the weights dominate the finishes. Yaslam Allah, who's the eventual winner, was only £1 below the boundary of 0 to 60. But the second, third and fourth were all down the bottom of the weights for this race. So I don't necessarily know the strength in depth, but what I do know is that the winner was much the best.
I'm looking forward to seeing my selection come back next time. Unbroad just definitely looked like a horse that has, and his 9th start, just starting to figure it out.
Agreed, and will come on for the run for sure. Hasn't run since meeting 41, so that's quite a way back, around 3 months ago. So we'll definitely improve for that. I imagine Gaith will try keep Alex Marino on next time too.
All right, we're going to move on to race 6 here in just a few minutes. And we're looking forward to what's going to be, another wide open affair. And so far today, what's been the highlight so far as like the breakout performance? What have you seen?
Probably Riyadh, I have to say. She was just dominant. We have seen quite a few impressive winners actually. That winner just there, for example, Riyadh won by a wide margin in a very good time. So she has to be the standout. But again, she's the highest rated winner that we've seen so far, so that's probably obvious.
Yeah. I look to you for obvious points. No, I do think that there's a little bit of excitement in seeing horses sort of take to the track extremely well. We're seeing that happen a lot, and see over the last 3 weeks really happen where they just turn the corner when they get here. Maybe it's because they were fitting up really nicely in that deep track at TAFE. Or they come here and it's just their time of the year. Some horses are seasonal. Yeah,
precisely. We've seen not very many first up angle winners here, but we've seen plenty of horses improve dramatically on their type form after having one run in Riyadh. There's a horse in the next race, which isn't open by the way, who's having the first start of the season. The clear standout on previous form. So it'll be interesting to see if we do get a first time out winner in Riyadh this year coming up in the next race. But generally, the horses with prior experience this season have been coming to the fore.
All right, let's head over to Gareth for runners and riders in this 6th race coming up, 1,400 meters, Saudi bred, 3-year-old open.
Halfway mark of the day, the lights just beginning to come on as number 1 Wafi Al Zawq is to be ridden by Victor Gutierrez, number 2 Nazrat Kir with Kamal Jawadi, with number 3 Masoum Al Naif Fahed Al Faredi. Number 4 is Harbi Abdullah Al Lofi with number 5 Abu Jana Abdullah Al Rashid, number 6 Asar Alexis Marino, number 7 Azam Badawi Abdullah Al Fairuz, number 8 is Mandub Al Riyadh Camilo Ospina. Over the page to number 9, Roland, under Louis Morales. Number 10, Al Appetite, Nawaf Al Mudiani. 11, Samo Al Zahab with Mohammed Al Ubail. Number 12, Folwat Always, Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 13, Rawajeh with Abdulaziz Al Faredi. Number 14, Inze with Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 15 is Al Kashayman with Tariq Al Hassan, and number 16, Saad Al Aiz, the mount of Ayad Al Tarisi. It's a full field then of 16 to contest our 6th race.
Thank you so much there, Gareth. We're going to go into this race. It's another tough one for you to pull apart, but I have faith that you can get it done this time.
Hopefully, yeah. It's a tricky race. It's pretty tough because the clear standouts, horses 4 and 5, Harbi and Abu Jana, they're both coming in off long absences. If you're taking handicap ratings as literal in here, then those two should be fighting out the finish, but we just don't know whether they're going to be capable of running to their marks of 96 and 88 respectively. Therefore, you have to bring into the mix all the horses rated in the high 70s, and there's quite a few of them. So I think it's more wide open than the handicap ratings may suggest today.
That's always sort of a key mark when it sees, especially with horses coming off of the bench, horses that are in form, have had a run recently, and those kind of spots. Where do you wind up leaning? Or does it matter who's training? Do you look at the trainer and be like, this one's going to have it ready?
I do. Ali Al-Qatani, who's the trainer of Harbi, the horse rated 96, he had the first time winner earlier in the 2nd race at Louis Morales Road for Red Stable. Generally, his horses need a run. So the fact that he trains Harbi suggests to me that this horse is going to need to come on for it. We'll see him right now. He's walking through the shot. Horse number 4. Can't really see, but he looks like he's carrying a touch of condition, which would suggest to me that he's not able to run to a mark of 96. Therefore, I'm looking elsewhere. But even some of the other attractive horses on, when you're looking at connections, like horse number 6, Jcsa, he's also coming off a long absence since meeting 40. So there are lots of imponderables in here, Michael. It's very difficult to assess. If you're looking at recent form, then horse number 8, Mandoob Al Riyadh, is the one. You know, he finished third back at meeting 68, second at meeting 62. He's got good recent Riyadh form. Maybe he's the most logical winner. Harby is the class of the race.
Yeah, 96 rating kind of towers over a lot of these. The one that's catching my eye, just in the brief look behind us as they walk by, was the Alpha horse, Asar. 1 for 6, comes off of a 15th place run, but it was second 2 back. Son of Exaggerator, who I got to spend a lot of time around. Very quick curling. Exaggerator was one of the Preakness and loved a wet track. But yes, Isar really is the one that first catches my eye. So we're going to put a little star next to him and see whether or not he's going to earn my affection by the end. That way he can not win and finish a good second and third.
Yeah, FR Racing Stable had a runner earlier who you liked as well. He didn't quite finish off his contest.
Big shout out to Jose Martinez. We'll get to him in a moment on YouTube. Let's start with the horses. We have Wafi Al Zouk, number 1. 1 for 10, comes off a victory.
Won a maiden by 3.5 lengths back at meeting 50. That was at Taif, hasn't been seen since.
Nazrat Khair has 1 win from 8, comes off an 11th place finish.
In a 1600 metre contest, now dropping down in grade and trip.
Coming off a victory is number 3, Marsoum Al Nayef, makes a good impression there, good looking grey.
Another horse that's dropping down from the 1600 metres to the 1400. We've said before that this is an intermediate distance, though that horse looks more like a stayer to me.
The aforementioned Harby for the Red Stables has a little bit cotton in the ears to keep him calm and without hearing everything. 2 wins.
Doesn't look the fittest. See, this is the concern. He's the class of the race. If he was fit,
looks a little long as well.
Yeah, if he was fit coming into today, he would be by far the most likely winner on that 2-year-old form. However, he probably won't run to that mark of 96. He did win his first 2 starts as a 2-year-old. Then he finished 3rd in the Grade 1 King Abdullah Cup.
Number 5 there is Abojana, is 1 for 7.
Good rating of 88, but last time up finished 11th in a 0 to 90, and that came 9 months ago.
One that caught my eye walking past us. Let's see if he keeps my favorite as number 6, Isar, is 1 for 6. Comes off a bad run, but was second 2 back.
Good draw in stall 6. I like the middle draw. It represents a leading team.
Ayazim Badawi is number 7, 2 for 15, 14th last out.
Gone backwards since the Taif win back at meeting 22.
Mandoob Al Riyadh is number 8. He is 1 for 7, very consistent sort.
I think he's going to play a major part in this race. He's not the most obvious winner, and actually I'm going to go outside the box here, because usually I would put up a horse like Harby, but he's been super consistent, gets Camilo Ospina on board, and is definitely a big player.
Number 9 is Prince Saud bin Salman's Roland. His 1 for 7 was 10th last time.
Another horse with a major winning opportunity. Finished 10th in the Latin America Cup. This is a step down in grade. He's got to be a player on the class drop.
Hopefully he'll keep rolling. Number 10 is Ala Petit, 1 for 7, 16th last time.
Just not a factor on his 2 runs so far. He's rated 79 on the 2-year-old form. He might have a chance, but we just haven't seen him progress.
Number 11 in shot in just a second is going to be Samo Al Sahab, 1 for 8, but does come off a 19th place finish.
Didn't beat a single horse that day either. We need to show a lot more.
Number 12 is Full Wet Always, 0 for 2 locally, 11th last time.
Interesting piece of placing, isn't it, for this horse? 0 from 2, finished 11th in a maiden. Just has no hope, in my opinion.
Rawaja is number, that's the 12 right there, Full Wet Always. We'll give that a chance to look. Actually looks pretty well, not bad for a horse that looks like it's going to be very much up against it. Number 13 is Rawaja, is shot right there with a big blaze down the center, and the nose band is looking fairly well, 1 for 12, but 15th last time.
We've already seen this rider have a winner today, not one of the 2 Alfredis that we're most used to seeing in the winners' enclosure. His horse in this race, Rawaja, probably doesn't have enough ability.
Another Chief Lone Eagle is Enza, number 14, is 1 for 16, but a 2nd and 4th in his last 2.
That second came in this grade last time up. Don't write him off.
Number 15 is Alka Shaman, is 0 for 3.
Not today.
Not today. And number 16 on the outside, we have Saad Al Ayaz. 1 for 15, was 3rd 3 back.
Tough draw for this horse. He has plenty to find. He's not out of the question.
A little warm right now.
Yeah, he's not looking amazing in the prelims, and will need to take a step forward.
Yeah, and this is when it should be cooling off a little bit. A lot of these horses should be nice and calm and feeling well within themselves, and that little heat right there is probably going to go on Shamila's negative list. and we'll go to her in just a second. But I think that I will point out that the 6 looks exceptional. I thought that the 3 looked pretty well as well, coming off the victory, that Marsoum Anayev. Anybody look good for you when it comes to the physicalities?
I quite like the look of Roland. I have to say, horse number 9. I think he's got a good chance in here for Prince Saud bin Salman. He's not going to be my selection, as we see Lucas Gaitan and Alex Moreno enjoying being in the paddock prior to the start of this race. Roland would be a big threat, I think, in this contest, given how well he looks, given the form of Louis Morellas, who's seeking a hat-trick today.
Alabatit is the 10 right there, looking fairly well as well. And we're going to go to Shamila, who's got a nice view down there in the parade ring.
6th race of the evening. This is a local bred horses open contest for 3-year-olds, and my pick has to go with horse number 3, Marsoum Anayev. Stunning looking 3-year-old grey colt by Trajectory, ridden by Fahad Al Faredi this time, and won on him last time out as well in meeting 52. So a lot going for that horse. I am a sucker for a grey, you know this already, but he is the best looking horse. I would give him best turned out in this race. A horse that I also really like the look of, for starters, was horse number 6, Jcsa, with Alex Moreno on board. He is chasing that treble. 15th last time out, 2nd the time before that. However, I'm just going to scrap that run at the 40th meeting anyway, so he's coming back off a layoff, so he could be nice and fresh and ready to go, but I will be sticking with my initial horse number 3. Now, as for paddock negatives, I'm going to say horse number 10, Alpatit, is definitely a negative for me. Really on his toes the minute he came into the parade ring and hasn't settled down whatsoever, getting a little bit hot behind the saddle, as well as horse number 2, who almost ran me and my cameraman over, so that deserves a negative as well.
Thank you so much, Shamila, there. Well, at least she landed on a little bit with Jcsa there. I feel a little more confident that this someone else whose job it is to look at these horses and see whether or not they look good in the flesh, and with an up-close and personal view, thinks that mine looks well. Where are you leaning? Give me your top 3 right now.
On my short list would be horse number 4, Harby, horse number 8, Mandoub Al Riyadh, and horse number 9, Roland. I'm going to side with number 8, Mandoub Al Riyadh. He might not be the obvious in this race, but he's been consistent lately. He gets the leading rider in Camilo Ospina. Hopefully he can go very close today. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if Harby won. He is the most logical winner in this race, but sometimes you have to take those on, especially when there are big negatives, or question marks at least in his case, regarding fitness and whether he's actually able to replicate his 2-year-old form.
If you're looking at these based on ratings, we haven't talked much on Abojana. Comes in here with 88, which I believe is 2nd best in the field. Any claims?
Interesting runner, because I didn't see form that warranted an 88 mark, I have to admit. Had run in a couple of cup races as a 2-year-old, but wasn't really in the firing line on any of them. Last time up was in a 0 to 90 and was absolutely stuffed, finishing 11th, and that came 9 months ago. I mean, if you repeat that effort in this race, he probably wouldn't be top 3. So I don't think he's got a sound claim in this race. I could be proven wrong. You know, his ratings suggest he's got a lot of talent, but not for me today.
The 4 is Harby, the sort of sentimental favorite here, is looking better and better as we get closer to the race. Looks like they took out the cotton out of his ears as they let him go.
We'll see him last year. This was in the Grade 1 King Abdullah Cup. It's a good run. He showed good, nice speed. Yes, he succumbs to a white stable horse in the closing stages, but you know, on this evidence, he's got a lot of talent.
Yeah, this is a very nice run, obviously against much tougher.
Yeah, you're not facing any of these kind of horses this year, but you know, 2-year-old form's interesting. You can run at the top level. You can be considered pretty smart as a 2-year-old. It doesn't always guarantee you're going to be a good 3-year-old or older horse.
Number 14 there is Inza. We'll take a look at a piece of form here. This is from November 17th. This horse finished as a good 2nd.
And it comes in this grade as well. So we know that Inza is capable of producing a run that is good enough to run into the top 3 or 4 in this kind of company. See, just held up off the speed this day, the son of Chief Lone Eagle. He doesn't really look the most resolute in the straight, hanging a little bit to his left and right. But he gets the job done to pass the 3rd home and just cannot reel in this leader. It wasn't the best of open races. I think that's worth noting. But at the same time, he was a clear-cut 2nd and was eroding the deficit late on. Maybe he can run in the top 4.
Similar form lines to Mandoub Al Riyadh.
Yes.
We'll also see in a moment where they're both consistent sorts that haven't won very often. and come in with serious claims with about only 2 pounds difference between the two.
Yeah, the only thing I think it's going, well, there's two things going Mandoob Al Riyadh's favour over Inza. Number one, he's had far less chances, only had 7 starts. And number two, he should get a nice stalking trip, maybe even get on the speed under Camilo. I didn't love how he finished this race, but it was over further, dropping down from the 1600.
This is in full speed. They're not slow-mowing right now.
No, I know. He does look like he's going up and down on the spot, and he's on the wrong lead, close to the rail. But he has the ability to play a part in this contest. And as I say, I'm just trying to go against Harby. Sometimes
He's going to win by 15 lengths.
Probably. And sometimes the consistent horse is the one you land on.
No, that's a valid point. I feel like, you know, in the end, it's good to be a tiny bit of a contrarian and go just try to pick one. That's why I've been going sort of instead of doing that today, I've been going just on the physicalities, things that just look good to me. And for me, it is number 6, Asar. There is the sentimental choice, Harby, on leads on rating. And very much is dropping in class here to take on technically lesser horses.
Yes.
We'll see whether or not, style-wise, where do you see him landing early in the race? He was obviously handy in that piece of form that we saw.
Yeah, he was prominent in all 4 of his starts as a 2-year-old. So I imagine he's going to go forward. It depends on how well he breaks. I presume he'll break pretty nicely, and if he does, he'll be right in the firing line. Maybe Abdullah Al Alfi will try to take a lead. And Mandoob Al Riyadh could be that horse that goes and tries to match him early on. You know, both of Harby's losses have come in Grade 1 company. He's unbeaten at lower levels.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that's only 2 races, but still. He's proven so far that he is capable of going as far as a Grade 1. Can he win a race like this on his reappearance?
That 6 continues to look extremely well to me. I am going to stick with Asar, and hopefully 7th time will be a second win for this one. And you put a line through that 15th place finish last time. Comes off a bit of a break though.
Yeah, that's a little bit of concern for me. Alex Moreno does ride, which is, you know, a positive.
And your thoughts on Lucas Gaetan getting this horse fit off of a break? Is he a trainer that would need the run?
Not necessarily. I think Mr. Al-Qahtani definitely needs a run with his horses. But that's what we've seen so far. So it'd be more of a negative for Harby coming off the break than for Asa. We've seen several Lucas Gaetan horses win first up. So I certainly wouldn't be put off by that.
This is going to be interesting. To me, it's going to be down to a few of these. I am leaning. Yeah, I'm going to stick with number 6, Asar. You're going to go with number 8, Mandoob Al Riyadh. Shamila went with number 3, the nice gray there, Marsoum Al Nayef. Head over to Gareth and see how he's doing as we get ready for this race. Gareth, who are you leaning toward?
Yeah, I was a Mandoob Al Riyadh fan as well, just on account of his consistency of late. It's not necessarily a strong point with the others. Tom has also given Mandoob Al Riyadh a positive shout, so that would further boost confidence here. Camilo Ospina taking the ride as well. So yeah, I'm keeping everything crossed that Mandoob Al Riyadh can acquit himself nicely here. Stalls are on the track then, and the runners are about to load up. Nasrat Kir just being assisted, and now rejoining the other runners for this 1400 metre local bred horses open contest, and the loading up about to start. Marsoum Al Nayef has got the blindfold on for stalls entry, due to head into stall number 3, the grey horse there in shot. And behind him, horse number 5, Abojana, with Abdullah Al Rashid taking the ride. Just a second start for this son of astrology today. There's the 4-horse Harby, who, possibly is just carrying a little bit of condition. And Harby and Abdullah Al Ofi in those famous red and white silks, as we see the 10-horse Al Appetite heading in. Now Al Mudiani taking the ride. And the loading up underway. 16 of them then, a full field. And once again, the saddlecloth and draw numbers are the same, with this not being a handicap. Harby about to go in along with Azam Badawi. He's got plenty of white about his face. And the final few, with Fawad always heading in along with Asar. Alexis Marino taking the ride on Asar. And there aren't too many more now. Roland about to head in, out of line as well. Rawajeh is just backing away a little bit there, Fawad always. Marsoum Al Nayef just lingering out the back. Mandub Al Riyadh is another to go forward. But we're getting there for this sixth race on the card, the halfway marker. And we are almost set to go. Oh, just backing away there, Masoum Al Nayef, as I say, has got that blindfold on for stalls entry. And you can see why, just being turned in several directions here. And brought forward once again. Oh, that was a little less than ideal, but locked away now, Masoum Al Nayef, and we're set to go. 1,400 metres. And they're away. And he's broken out quite well, Masoum Al Nayef. Grey horse with the white face along the inside. Wafi Al Zawq is not too far away. Harvey also on the speed early, with Abo Jana a little wider out with Jcsa and Mandub Al Riyadh in blue headgear, and wider still to Al Appetit in the dark green and black colours. They're being chased by Somo Al Sohab, who's on the outside, along with Al Kashe Man, with well back in the field. Saad Al Ayers in the early stages, Rawajeh as well, with a few more in front than behind. Azam Badawi, another one towards the rear. Nasrat Kir is last of all. They're on the home turn, and it is the consistent Mandub Al Riyadh who shows narrowly in front. To in second position, Harvey, who travels well, the red jacket. Looks like he's going to get a gap to run through along the inside as well, Harvey. They're followed in third by Al Appetit as they turn the corner. Then up along the inside, Masoum Al Nayef, who now moves into third place as Harvey does battle with Mandub Al Riyadh off the final part of the corner. And now with 350 metres left to go. Back in third, endeavouring to get on terms, Masoum Al Nayef, and is gradually getting to them as well as they race down towards the concluding stages. Saad Al Ayers is staying on from a long way back, but it's Masoum Al Nayef who was last into the stalls, is going to be first home and is powering clear for a decisive victory under Fahed Al Faredi. Masoum Al Nayef is a clear-cut winner. Winning that battle between Harvey and Mandub Al Riyadh was the latter. Mandub Al Riyadh it is for second, Harvey back in third. But Masoum Al Nayef drew right away from them in the closing stages and scores well. Scores for the second time in his career. And he's put plenty of daylight, hasn't he, between himself and his rivals. A good battle for the runners-up spot, ultimately, it was in the end, between Harvey and Mandub Al Riyadh. Mandub Al Riyadh hanging on gamely there from Harvey, who just undertook him briefly. But Mandub Al Riyadh in the end back in second, but fully 7 1/4 lengths behind the winner. And home in fourth was Saad Al Ayers, who was drawn wide out in 16, had plenty of ground to make up on the home turn, but has run home encouragingly under Ayad Al Tarisi. But the winner, Masoum Al Nayef, in a time of 1 minute 26.72 seconds, and in the end has routed them.
فهد الفريدي، الف مبروك فهد، ما شاء الله تبارك الرحمن.
Yes, quite the exceptional performance there, and hats off to Shamila who got it done once again. I think it was her second win of the day on padded colt selections.
Yes, nice pick as well. He's a good looker, isn't he? I can see why Shamila put this colt up as their paddock pick. He's improved a great deal from that maiden victory. I've got written down here, had perfect trip that day, stayer. So when he was within 2 lengths turning for home, it was obvious he was going to breeze by. 1600 metres is probably his ideal trip, but he can easily get it done over the 1400 like we've seen today. He's a horse on the up.
Yeah, as soon as the sprinters, the 6 furlong horses came back to him, he was possibly actually 3 winners. Actually, we might have got that wrong. For
She's claiming other winners. I'm not happy about it.
I mean, she gave me one earlier, so I'll give. If she wants to give me one of the winners, then I'll give her one as well. But hats off to her. She's batting 50%. If so, what's your percentage so far?
33 and 2 seconds. Well, we just had another second there. Mandub Al Riyadh ran fine. He ran his consistent kind of race, didn't he? I was saying, please fend off Harvey, because I thought it was between the 2 turning in. Then I look back and you say, look at the 3, he's got horse. And I was like, oh no, game over.
And Harvey definitely looked like a winner around the bend, but then I guess fitness.
Yeah, this is my main issue with him. See, it was good to take the most likely winner on in this context.
But you didn't get the right one.
Hey, I managed to pick a horse that beat Harvey. That's all that matters to me.
It's okay. One of us did at least. And then hats off once again. Bonnets off to Shamila for getting that done. Marsoum Al-Nayef goes 2 in a row and now is 2 for 8, batting 25% throughout his career. You can see him tipping out now. Ryder's looking very confident. Gives him a couple of reminders to get him going. He is a miler, isn't he? He's going to need more ground. This horse is just trying to catch up to the sprinters at this point. It's at least good to see your horse on the right lead this time.
Yeah, and he stayed actually pretty well, much better than last time up, fending off Harvey in the closing stages. Two things to mention. One, the second Al-Faradi brother to ride a winner today, Adele, who's currently second in the standings, isn't riding. He's still suspended. 2, do you know what the rules are when jockeys weigh in? Because Farhad just then, on the scales, was weighing 58 point something, and the horse is carrying 58, and he was without his helmet. I mean, in the UK, that would be at least a fine, borderline disqualification.
I do not know. I don't know if there's a automatic weight on that as well. Sometimes it'll say -2 on it to get started, but we shall see. I think you should go down to him and to the clerk of scales and complain.
It would be very tough.
We'll have a camera follow you. We'll see how it goes.
I don't think English is a commonly spoken language down there, but yeah, it was an interesting point. I don't think it'll make any difference, but
it's like a poor start down at the bottom of your screen.
That's right, Care, I believe. Horse number 2 made completely blew the start. Horse needs further anyway. Today wasn't going to be the day for that one. The winner at this stage, midfield, you can see the grey tail, 2 off the rail, in around 7th right now.
It's a good spot if the C's part, but a bad spot if you get closed in here.
Tracking through Harvey though, I think that might have been the whole aim for Farhad Al-Faradi. And actually, the 2 horses around the eventual winner, Marsoum Al-Nayef, just fade back going into the turn, so there's lots of space.
Ballsy move by Alafi here to sort of make his own room.
I don't know if it was the right move in hindsight. I mean, at the time, he's probably thinking, I've got a lot of horse, I've got to go.
You think he switched on too early?
I think so. Because he got very tired, didn't he, in the closing stages. First off the layoff, you've kind of burnt him very early in the race to get to the front.
He's running his final 400 between the 3 and the 1.
Yeah, precisely that, precisely. That's why Mandub Al Riyadh outstayed him in the closing stages, because that energy, the tank, was completely empty.
What's impressive here is how quickly he consumes these horses and puts them away. That's the 3rd strike he gets there. He got 2 quick reminders to get him into stride and gets one there to just sort of close the deal. This horse is much the best.
Yeah, he was. He put it on a show for us. I mean, he's rated 74 coming into today. Obviously going to be a lot higher than that now. Mandub Al Riyadh probably ran his race at a mark of 78, and he was beaten, 5 or 6 lengths? So I'd anticipate Marsoum Al-Nayef will be rated in the low 80s next.
Yeah. Very much so, might even more so, because he was only giving a kilo to Harvey, and he stuffed him like a turkey there. So that'll be interesting to see moving forward. I think this horse has a future.
Yeah, he does. It might have actually been more like 7 or 8 lengths there. That winning margin was quite big.
It was 7 3/4, I think was the final mark.
7 3/4. So yeah, Harvey didn't really perform to the mark of 96, I don't think. I don't know whether he's got the ability to actually do that this year, or whether it was just a fact of fitness and he will get back to that. Either or, it doesn't matter. What is to note is that this winner is a very nice performer who will definitely go on to bigger and better things, can run over this trip and 1600. Obviously now an Open winner early in the career, 2 in a row. Do they go for an Open next or even a Cup race?
Yeah, this very, very nice ride there. We're going to take a look here in just a moment. We're going to look at, speaking of good rides, we'll take a look here in just a moment at the standings, the championship standings. The jockeys are looking competitive at this point. I think that it will not always be Ospina on top, I don't think.
Well, he's got a nice advantage at this stage, but there's a battle in behind, isn't there? And Luis Morales is really staking his mark to be at least third best.
If there's any chance anybody can catch up to him at this point.
Ospina, unless he gets a long ban, I doubt it. You know, he's
just too consistent.
Yeah, he's too consistent. He rides for the best stable. He's got a 31-point buffer right now. Morales could ride enough into second.
So we're adding 2 onto this, so it'd be 31 wins for him. We have Alex Moreno down there with 34, and Naif Alinazi with 34 as well.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that leaderboard really take shape now. In Taif, it was all over the place, but now we've come into Riyadh, the points are really tallying up for the foreign riders, and Adel Al-Faredi and Naif Al-Nazi are standing firm in their positions at the moment.
And those who are kind of tuning in and wondering the disparity between the points and the actual victories, not every race is created equally. You get double points for races that obviously have more weight.
Yeah, prize races, for example, you can see there in the tally. Interesting that we haven't had any group wins for any of these jockeys yet. There've been a limited number. Yeah. There've been a couple of group 3s, but it would just be a matter of time.
Mahmoud leads the trainers at this point with 52 points. Mutlaq is definitely going to make it interesting if his Arabians start firing left and right. He's there with 38 in second. Abeda is in third with 32. Al-Mosa with 26. And Al-Mandil with 24.
Yeah, Bedan Al-Sabai and Gaith Al-Gaith have dropped off the bottom here with Al-Mandil training.
You think it's temporary?
Well, they always seem to fluctuate, don't they? The bottom 3 there from Al-Badr downwards and Gaith Al-Gaith and Bedan Al-Sabai, they all mix places. I think what's certain at this stage is Ahmed Mohamed has got a stranglehold on this trainer championship. Mutlaq bin Mishrif not been firing with his Arabian horses since they've come to Riyadh. Maybe he could come under pressure for second.
Yeah, it could be interesting to see whether or not Abeda can catch up those 6 points between them. We have the white stables, which are very powerful in front. They are
1 win. 1 win away from
one
the 100.
Win away, yes, from the century mark. And with 73 individual victories, Red Stables, Prince Faisal bin Khalid is then in second with 30, a distant second.
Yeah, Prince Faisal bin Khalid is starting to make a nice move into second, though. He's starting to make a bigger gap between Al Khalidiyya stables and himself. And actually, coming into Riyadh, Al Khalidiyya stables were second. So Prince Faisal's red silks are on show. Obviously, King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons are the white, green, and red silks. Prince Sultan bin Mishal, I believe, are the black silks.
Yeah, black silks.
With the white down the sleeve. And Sheikh Abdullah Al Malek Al Sabah, green sleeves, white jersey, green cap. Colours that we've
classy
seen
horses in Europe
in
and
the UK, exactly.
And obviously Prince Sultan bin Mashal has some nice horses in the UAE and the USA as well.
Yes.
All right, so when we look at that and you're looking for who's going to be moving forward with the, who's going to be challenging, especially what's the most competitive race when it comes to those standings? Obviously the owner's not.
No.
But do you think the trainers race is going to tighten up at all?
I don't think so. I think, well, I mean, it might tighten up in behind the current leader, but right now the 3 leaders, the leader in each category, just looks so strong. Camilo Ospina, Ahmed Mohamed, White Stable. They all have a link together. Most of their horses, all 3 of those are represented by. So when one of them gets a winner, generally all 3 do. And as we've seen so far, it's proved to be potent connection. You know, Prince Faisal bin Khalid's had a lot of horses run here in Riyadh since we've been here, especially in the last 3 weeks. He's going to continue to move up and really shore up that second place position in the owner championship right now. And you know, it's an interesting race. It's a bit one-sided, all 3 of them.
Well, I think it'll tighten up eventually. We'll get a bit interesting somehow. Speaking of moving up, we're going to go to our eye in the sky. Gareth, who's going to take us through the runners for our 7th race.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's the purebred Arabians this time. It's a maiden contest for them. Number 2 is the first one we get to because number 1, Fayroz, is a non-runner. So 2, Jacques Desané, the mount of Nawaf Al Fayrouz. Number 3, Mansoura Al Gaya, Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 4 is Amir Al Shaydam with Abdullah Al Lofi. Number 5, Sula Al Loda, Abdullah Al Saidi. Number 6, Fawaz Al Said with Abdullah Al Kridis. Number 7 is Jara Athbar with Alexis Marino. Number 8, Razakat Al Khaladia, Thurb Al Timyat on board. Number 9, Amar Al Ghanim, Sultan Al Mamoni. Over the page to number 10, Jalma de Violette, the mount of Osama Al Sharani. 11, Baru Al Khaladia, Mu Al Nassar taking the ride. Number 12 is Kulalan with Tariq Al Mansour. Number 13 is Abi Al Khaladia with Turki Al Lofi. With number 14, Horan Al Zaim, Naif Al Anazi. 15, Naham, Ayad Al Tarisi rides. 16 is Haydar Al Wathbar with Victor Gutierrez. Number 17 is Montaza Al Amal with Abdul Ella Al Hussein. 18, Karara Khaladia Mohammed Al Nefsi. And 19, Jumana, the mount of Fahed Al Faradi. So take out the one horse, all of the others go for this Arabian Horses Maiden.
This definitely has to be your favorite kind of race, doesn't it? It's Arabian Maiden over the unique distance of 1,400 meters or 7 furlongs, the middle distance there. And I'm sure you're going to get it just perfect.
It's so tough. I mean, there is a stand-up, but at the same time, it was a horse that I couldn't find many details about. So stand out on figures and connections, but on form alone, very hard to recommend. Other than that, wide open. The majority of these have either shown nothing or a very limited amount. They're rated in the 50s and 60s, and this could be a race where we just see Lucas Gaitan's Jabra Athbar romp home, rated 101. I couldn't find why this horse was rated 101. There were no previous results from whether it be Qatar, France, UK, wherever. But the rating suggests this horse has a lot of ability, and if that is true, she should win this by a comfortable margin.
I will say one that is catching my eye a little bit, actually coming through the screen right now, is the 15, Naham. Just looks very calm, kind of a horse, very fit. That's the only thing that kind of strikes me. Not the best looker in the world, but looks like a very fit horse, and sometimes that's all that matters in this kind of a spot, especially going 7 furlongs when the sprinters die and the milers, and then the more stamina-laden runners can't quite get there.
Yeah, we've just seen in the last race that the 1,600 metre horse came out on top in that 1,400 metre race where the 2 sprinters went out and the stamina came through. So I would always err on the side of the horse with staying pedigree or staying form. In this contest, as I say, there are a lot of unknowns, so I'll do my very best, but I can't provide that much insight, unfortunately.
When you have a simple sort of a numeric rating there and it just towers above, are you going to trust that as much, even if you cannot see that, as the horse we're talking about passes by there, number 7, Jara Athbar?
I am going to trust it, and it's not just on the rating alone. Look, you have to trust the handicap rating; it's there for a reason. In some occasions, it's not 100% indicative of how good a horse is. Harby in the last race being a prime example, but this horse is representing arguably the best Arabian racing connections in Lucas Gaitan and Athbar. So, you would suggest by reading between the lines that she probably has a lot of ability.
Shamila is in the parade ring right now. She's got a nice view of the horses down there. How do they look?
A filly that's caught my eye in this 7th race of the day is horse number 3, Mansoura Al Gaya. Now, there aren't any Mutlaq Said horses in this race. However, this horse does have a Al Khaladia bloodline by the sire Alam Al Khaladia. She's a 4-year-old filly. One of not many, a few fillies in this race, and I just really like the look of her straight off the bat. Really nice, strong looking Arabian filly. Horse that also initially caught my eye probably around race number 2 while they were walking her towards the saddling area is Jara Athbar, rated 101. As Tom said, we couldn't find anything to back that up. However, ratings suggest that she is a serious looking filly. However, I will be sticking with horse number 3 just because I really like the look of her. As for paddock negatives, I'll also go with horse number 7 as paddock negative because she is totally on her toes and acting up the entire time. Everyone else is doing really well, but you know what? The serious racing has now begun because this is our first Arabian race of the evening.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Shamila. We're going to try to pull these apart as best we can. We obviously got her input there, which was really interesting to see who likes and who looks the best. In shot right there is number 11. That is Baru Al Khalidia, first time starter, looking quite well. There is the horse that we mentioned earlier. That is Jara Athba, in making its first start in the nation, but comes in with a towering 101 rating, as we mentioned, and we're going to try to lean on that a little bit on your side.
Yeah, very much so. I'm just going to trust the rating and the team because I couldn't find any form for this filly. She must have run to a fair level somewhere. Usually on the Fruzier website, they will tell you exactly where the previous efforts came from, and then you can find out the results. But I couldn't, so I'm going to lean on the handicap rating, lean on Lucas Gaitan, Alex Moreno, Athbar Racing Stable. I'm going to be with the 7, Jara Athbar. It looked like there was a jockey change with horse number 11, Baru Al Khalidia. I believe that was Camilo Ospina on board. Doesn't say that in the race card, it says Mohamed Al Nasser, so that's a big jockey change if so.
Be a key figure for those who lean on the jockey selections, especially, and it is confirmed to be Ospina in the saddle. So, go down the line here. Actually, we see number 9 in shot right now. That is Amr Al Ghanim, is 0 for 4 with 7 starts.
We'll probably struggle today based on what we've seen.
7th last time, pardon me.
Yes, 7th last time, meeting 46. First run in Riyadh for that horse. There are a lot of horses in here that just haven't shown much.
Number 8 is Raskat Khalidia. We're going to go descending order. 0 for 4 with 6 last time.
Very few runs to her name for a 7-year-old filly. 6th was okay last time. That came on a very quick turnaround. She's had a small break of a couple of weeks since.
We already talked a bunch about Jara Athba, that would be considered the favorite at a 101 rating. Number 6 is Fawaz Al Said, is a first-time starter.
Rated just 50, Saudi Arabian debut at the age of 9. A lot not to like.
Yes, rated 50 is going to have to improve greatly. And what's that, about 26.5 lengths from the favorite there. Salu Al-Auda is number 5, is 0 for 2.
Hasn't run for over 2 years. Fitness will be a concern for this one.
Shamila likes Mansour Al-Ghaya, is 0 for 11, was 13th last out.
I actually watched this filly go down to start when Shamila was talking, and I liked her too. So she's a good looker, but her form isn't great.
Jag des Arnets is a first-time starter locally, 4-year-old filly, number 2.
She used to race in France. I couldn't find too much data about her though.
So she's going to be surprising us either way.
Yes.
There's my, we'll go up to, since he is in shot. This is my selection, just based on, I think he looks fit as a fiddle and ready to go, is number 15, Naham. Was 4th in his last 2 starts and 0 for 5 so far. He's
a place candidate for sure on form as well. So if you like how he looks, I definitely couldn't put you off on what we've seen so far on the track.
See who we've not spoken about. Number 10, Jalma de Violettes, is 0 for 7, comes off an 8th.
Just beatable based on what we've seen so far. Be mid-division in all 3 runs this year.
We saw Baruha Khalidia picking up Ospina. Do you give her any extra chance there?
Yeah, well, it's a positive. He's the leading rider at the track. This filly's a first-time starter by Hatim Al Khalidia, so he's bred pretty well as well. I'd suggest that Baru Al Khalidia, horse 11, is the dark horse in the race, the one that we just don't know too much about. She could be good, she could be bad, but with Camilo on board, that would be a big tick in the box.
Number 12 is Kul Alain, is 0 for 8, 9th last time.
Was poor on the return. Gets Tariq Al Mansour though.
Abia Khalidia is 0 for 3, number 13.
Hasn't run for a long time, 12 months.
Really striking horse though, like color-wise.
Yes, we'll probably just need the effort today.
Haran Al-Zaim is number 14, is 0 for 2, was 8th last time.
Didn't show much on the 4-year-old return. Naif Al-Anazi is a positive.
See the horses circling there. Number 16, Haider Al-Wathba. Always good to see the Al-Wathba in the name. That usually means good breeding.
Has speed, this colt, sorry. He should go to the front, but he just doesn't have the requisite talent to hold on.
Montasser Al-Imam is 0 for 4 locally, but is only a 4-year-old gelding, could improve.
First run for 9 months, as you say, unexposed, doesn't draw on well in stall 17.
Number 18 is Korara Khalidia, 0 for 18, a pair of 15ths, don't speak well to it.
Lacks ability.
All right, and the one that actually looked fairly well, I thought, loading up there was the 0 for 1 and 4th last time, number 19, Jumana.
Could run a place. The wide draw is obviously not ideal. Farhad Al-Faradi's just ridden a winner, so there'll be confidence in the saddle at the very least. There aren't many, as you'll gather, that have strong chances on form. I don't mind your selection, Naham, horse 15, probably the solid play in the race. I'm going to be with Jara Athba. I just can't look away from Lucas Gaitan in the race like this. Adil's obviously been back in touch with the Athba Racing, saying, yes, horse number 7. Joey Martinez has been in as well, saying good morning from America.
Yeah, Joey, good morning to, I think he's in New York, are they?
Yeah.
Joey Martinez and Jose Martinez are both in there. We thank you for tuning in and letting us know father and son are, passing it on, passing that passion for racing, especially Saudi Arabian racing. And we hope to see you over here as soon as you can make it. So I wonder who they're leaning on in this race. They're probably just enjoying the ride in these Arabian races. We don't have many of them back in the States.
Exactly. I imagine they're just watching and enjoying the racing. Sometimes you don't have to have selections. Obviously, this is a bit rich coming from me, given that's all I do. But sometimes you can just watch horse racing.
Sometimes you can finish second.
Well, I do that way too often. And you do.
Yes, we are both bridesmaiding a little bit too much at this point, but that's okay. One of us is paid to select horses. No, it's. I think that you're going to be a-okay selecting Jara Athbayir. I'm going to try to beat it with Naham, just a horse that catches my eye in the parade ring and looks very fit to go. Tiny little thing, but that's not a shock with these Arabians. Shamila's choice looks really well, I thought as well. Mansour Al Ghaya, and obviously I thought the one that caught my eye as well is Jumana, the last one we mentioned, the 19, which could definitely improve here. It wouldn't be a shock at all. That would probably be my second selection on looks. 12 looking fairly well there. It's Kul Alain. He was a little bit, didn't look that great in the parade ring, but has really warmed up nicely.
Yeah, it looks like all the final checks are being done right now.
It's the first time we haven't seen 2 or 3 horses being resaddled. Always a good sign.
Yeah, it looks like everyone's tack is in good condition, and it won't be long before they start to load, hopefully. We were 2 minutes behind for the previous race. What's the timing?
So we got about 3 minutes left. Yeah, they're warming up right now, and they're just going to keep circling for a couple minutes.
They've done well to catch up time, that's for sure. That's one thing they always do well here. Races generally always go off on time. They're super quick at loading them, very efficient at sorting out tack adjustments as well. All the safety precautions and timing precautions are taken.
Well, they are ready to go, and they're going to go into the gate for this race. We're going to go up to Gareth, who's going to take us through it. Gareth, who do you like in here?
I thought Jumana as well did look well beforehand, and obviously has quite a nice profile with that one Saudi run so far. That was back at meeting 67 when finishing 4th. Jockey already among the winners here today as well, as the field are heading forward 1,400 metres the journey ahead of them, and in agreement with Tom, it's very efficient, isn't it, the way that they do things over here in Saudi. And some other jurisdictions could take note as they head forward. Next to head in will be Naham, stall 15, quite a wide runner here. And also slotting in is Mansour Al Ghaya, as the final few are about to take up their places. Baru Al Khaladir is out of line. Jacques Desarnais is out of line as well, along with Jara Afbar, who looks to be a big player on debut, and Fawaz Al Said as well, who's got obviously either side of his number cloth. Well, the 6 is the right way round on one side, and on the other side it was completely the opposite. So we'll keep an eye on that one. The only one out the back really now is Jacques Desarnais, about to head forward and heads in there to stall 2, the inside stall now, given that the one-horse Fire Oz is... there we are, there's the 6, Fawaz Al Said. Do you see what I mean? 6 is okay this side, but the other side not so. And 7, Jara Afbar, is a likely big player here. Alexis Mourinho on board, about to head on in. So here we go, purebred Arabians in action at the 1,400 metre start. And out they come. They're racing. Not the cleanest of starts for Horan Al Zaim, but one of the first ones to show, Mansour Al Ghaya, who's right down along the inside, but now just being overtaken by several others. And this Jara Afbar certainly knows her job and is one of the front runners, with Baru Al Khaladir up towards the outside. These two then pairing off a few lengths away from Fawaz Al Said, the white cap, over along the inside of Kul Alain, and out a bit wider is Naham, and deeper still Jumana, As a well-strung out field, turn left-handed back towards the straight at just over 56 kilometers an hour. Less than half a mile to go, and it is Jara Afbar giving a lead to Baru Al Khaladir. These two are a long way ahead of Kulalan running in third spot. Naham looking to close up a little bit in behind them for pressure, without wider on the track Jumana, as they're racing on into the home straight, and Jara Afbar at the moment is looking different class. Jara Afbar and Alexis Marino straighten up with a growing advantage here, less than 300 to run. Second place Baru Al Khaladir has firmly been put in his place by the leader, and then sneaking through along the inside is Kula Lan, with out wider on the track and coming home quite well Jumana, likely to run into a place, but this is all over, and it was from a very long way out. Jara Afbar will make a winning debut for a top team among the purebred Arabian horses. Jara Afbar will provide Alexis Marino with a double on the card, won it by miles. Second place across the line will probably maybe just go the way of Horan Al Zain, with Jumana out wider. It's quite close for the Miners in behind the winner. And they were a long way behind the winner as well. Jara Afbar has absolutely torn them apart here and has run out a clear-cut winner. A very pleasing start to her racing career for the Afbar Racing Stables, winning in a time of 1 minute 37.42 seconds. Jara Afbar has won, just waiting for the placed horses to come through. They were a very long way behind this winner, as we can see on the slow motion replay. Just the one horse in the picture on crossing the line, and she's out of it by the time the others enter it. Horan Al Zain grabbing second at 9 1/4 lengths behind the winner, and Jumana ran quite well back in third, and through for fourth eventually was Karar Al Khaladir. But Jara Afbar came here with pretty strong looking credentials. Even though she hadn't run, she represented the right people. She was well bred, and she has absolutely blown them away in our 7th race of the day.
Alexis Marino, well done, Alex. Good race.
Thank you very much. I want to congratulations to the Royal Highness Abdulaziz bin Ahmed, bin Abdulaziz, Abdul Munam, Lucas, our team. Mabruk to everyone. She's a nice filly. She's doing well today, and I hope she can be better in the future. Thank you, buddy.
Super impressive performance there from Jara Afbar, and a double for Alex Marino, so I'm sure he's absolutely delighted with that. Afbar Racing have done it again. Lucas Gaitan has done it again. Now, as we said at the beginning of this race, we don't know much about this filly, and a few of us were questioning why she was rated 101, but a man who stuck by her was Mr. Tom Collins, so well done to Tom for his selection in this race. Hopefully Alex and or Lucas can give us a little bit more insight as to just the background of this filly and why she is so impressive. So definitely a cup horse. This race is well below her standards, clearly. She had absolutely no bother in her running against the colts, running at this distance. I think she is a definite Arabian cup horse for this season. While Alex is just collecting his things after that race, after weighing in. Congratulations, Alex, a double for you. Wow, she was so impressive.
Well, actually, she was good. She's a good filly. She was running outside, I think, third, second, twice. And today, normal horses. She was in good shape, so she did it so easy.
She is rated 101. Do you think this race was a little bit easy for her? She could be a cup horse?
Yes, I hope so. She can be. And also, I think she can improve a little bit more. And I hope I can see her in the big day of Saudi Cup, you know.
And have you been riding her in the mornings? What's she been like at home?
Well, she was good. I rode her twice, I think, last week. She was perfect. So, she's doing so easy.
And it was another easy race for you. You like riding these fillies in a certain style, would you say?
Well, she just break well, so I just have to go.
Well done, Alex.
Thank you, Shamila.
Yes, very much so a nice performance there. The horse was a long way out. I mean, we're just watching it like from probably 2 furlongs into the race thinking, well, this is fun.
Yeah, it was game over. It really was game over.
Let's go back to Shamila, who has Lucas Gaitan with her.
I am with our winning trainer, Lucas Gaitan. Lucas, wow, she was so impressive in that race.
Thank you. Yeah, she's a very good filly. She came from France. She was second in Group 2, second in Group 3, so she showed her class today.
Yeah, that's because I was going to ask you about her rating, 101. I mean, this race was super easy for her, so it makes sense that she's a group horse.
Yeah, of course. I think you will never see in these maidens 101 rating is very uncommon. But yeah, well, she was a maiden. She was second in Group 2. I said, let's try to win the maiden, give her some confidence for the rest of the season, and well, she did great.
Do you think she could be a cup horse for this season?
Yes, well, in France she ran against very good horses. Of course, she needed a race. She was always running 2,000, 9 furlongs, so she can step up from now. Yes.
And so that's your plans with her for the rest of the season then?
Yeah, then we will see with all the team what we plan, but I think yeah, she can be a cup horse and more distance could be good.
And how's she been at home? Has she settled in at home? She's showing good work at home?
Yeah, she has a lot of speed. She's a little bit nervous, but today she showed the class, so I expect a lot more from her to come.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Lucas. Well done.
Thank you so much.
All right, great to hear from Lucas Gaitan there, who's telling us that this filly was a proper Group 2, Group 3 horse back in France, and if I would have known that, I would have never gone against her. I would have eaten that chalk really quickly.
Got to use your intuition sometimes, Michael, and go with the obvious. As I keep saying, you hound me for going with the obvious sometimes.
I didn't know this filly was in Group 2.
She's rated 101. You would take
still,
it.
You know, grain of salt. But this is, from the get-go, he just takes the race to lesser horses.
For sure. She didn't break the best, but she showed great early speed. Actually, Camilo's ride, Boru Al Khaladir, showed nice speed as well, and she's definitely got a race in her. Mm-hmm. But she paid for going with this leader because they went way too quick for her talent level, and the rest of these, obviously, who couldn't even muster the early speed to go with her. Top of the straight, she was 5 or 6 lengths clear, and she just moved away. Lucas said there that she's been running.
Away.
She did fly away. Alex didn't say it there, surprising.
And this one actually basically did fly away.
Correct. Yeah, she's been running over further, Lucas said. So 9 furlongs, we're talking 1,800 meters. So it was interesting that she showed so much early speed. Mm-hmm. She wasn't the strongest in the closing stages. No, she got the job done.
Probably looking around a bit, and she has a bit of equipment on there. She's got the earmuffs on to keep her a little bit less nervous. But that was the worry for me in the beginning, is like maybe this filly is her own worst enemy. Mm-hmm. And this is why they've dropped her in class. But it came down to the fact that they were putting her in a condition she qualifies for and to basically raise her confidence.
Yeah, get a first win in the book for her, give her some confidence, as you say, shake off some rust. Look, she's not the quickest away. You can't really see her. She's right in the middle because she doesn't break the best.
She's in the mix there. I mean, she's among the top 5, 6 coming out of the gate.
But given her experience against horses that haven't run that often, you'd expect her to maybe bounce straight away. But
she is coming from France. They don't exactly, value gate speed.
No,
very well
for
there.
sure.
And, but yeah, you can see it here. She's just crushing them.
Yeah, much the best. 9 3/4 lengths, I think it was, maybe 9 1/4, either or. She won very decisively, and the time was reasonably good as well. 1:37.42, just over 4 seconds slower than the track record.
And it's going to be tricky with the rating on her now, because obviously she's a 101. She switches leads nicely there. Mm-hmm. A little bit abrupt, but that's all you really need. And so 101, she crushes horses that are far her inferior here. being a cup horse and the trainer's aim at this point, you think that they would want it to raise a little bit to get into the bigger races, but not too much to where she's in over her head.
Yeah, she'll be able to run in the cup races with a mark in the 100s, that's for sure. I imagine she's probably a turf filly as well. She's been running in France, so most of her races must have come on turf over there. So this is definitely just a...
And she's looking absolutely everywhere right now.
Yeah, it's just basically a workout for money. You get, what, 9,500 Saudi Riyal. I don't think Aspar Racing Stable will really care about that, but they'll care about just getting the rust off her. They must have a target in maybe 3 weeks' time for her.
Yeah, if I could get paid to go run at 6 o'clock at night and for fun, then I would do it in a heartbeat. But yes, this is a pretty thrilling horse to look forward to because, you know, 4-year-old filly completely unexposed, and you have to look forward to what's going to be a bright future. And a lot of these horses from the Athba team, they're just solid Arabians. The thoroughbreds are very good, but these Arabians are just top class. And we've seen it a few times over the past few weeks. And hats off to them, and hats off to Adil, who's tuning in on YouTube and letting us know all he loves about this operation. But you know, Lucas did a great job. They're doing a great job with these horses. I'm looking forward to seeing more of it, especially their higher end horses.
I think what's keen to note there is also that she was wearing a hood. We saw it taken off straight after the race, but she was very on her toes in the prelims. She was bumping the railings going out on the track, and she doesn't look the easiest of operators. So I think the key to her going forward, especially in better races, is to keep that hood on, keeping her settled in the early stages, and then she can really use all of her energy on the track, which is where she needs to use it.
I think it was interesting to see her out in front at that point, maybe giving her a different perspective, a different kind of style, because in France you could bet that this filly was probably being covered up at all times and forced to settle. And I think she'll probably be better suited to that once she possibly gets on the grass or on longer distance races. So.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen Athbar Racing Stable have two of the best, if not the best, current Arabian horse trainers in Phil Collington and here in Lucas Gaitan. Lucas's strike rate is phenomenal. Yeah. As you said a minute ago, his Arabian horse strike rate is probably better than the thoroughbred strike rate. But then again, the thoroughbred scene is, you know, a lot tougher to get winners than the Arabian scene. So he's a trainer going places, still very young and quite clearly capable of winning numerous graded or group races for the rest of the season.
Well, maybe just a Thursday, but we had a top class horse that we saw just a second ago. It's going to be 100 plus and then some moving forward. We're going to move forward to a 1,600 meters Saudi bred 3-year-old maiden. We're going to go to Gareth, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for race 8.
Thank you, guys. Yeah, our 8th race on the card. Locally bred horses maiden. Number 1, Jalmoud Wabel, the mount of Abdul Ella Al Hussein. Number 2 is Shibal Al Saad with Mohammed Al Daham. 3, Ahiba, Mohammed Suleiman with number 4, Zayed Al Keel with Jimmy Carrion. Number 5, Yodahi, the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. 6 is Al Shamaseo with Mohammed Al Abib. Number 7, Tatalat under Wigberto Ramos. Number 8 is Assad Abdullah Al Fayrouz. Over the page to 9, Alanwa with Louis Morales. 10 is Al Hassab with Abdulaziz Al Faradi. Number 11 is Walad Always with F. Al Dahazi. Number 12 is Damak Ayad Al Tarisi. 13 is Bar Al Akir, the mount of Mohammed Al Ubail. Number 14 is Ayaz Mafatam with Osama Al Sharani. 15 is at Watam with Camilo Ospina. 16 Rimsh Khalud, the mount of O Al Mudihani. And over the page to the other 4, number 17 Hadid Hamza Saad. 18 Al Hay Darbi, the mount of M Alisa, with 19 Abu Sarouk Tariq Al Mansour. 20 Garnouk Always with Mohammed Al Nefsi taking the ride. Those are the runners then for what is our 8th race on the card.
So back to the thoroughbreds we go, and another tough one for you to pull apart. I'm looking forward to seeing, you know, whether or not we have a horse sort of step up in this race. Like Assad, number 8, catches the eye on paper, as obviously with the white stables. This horse was 4th last time. I could see this horse moving forward. And as far as the physicalities, number 4 is catching the eye. Was coming out of 1 start and a 19th place finish. Number 4, Zaid Al Kale, definitely looks well.
Yeah, there are some relatively nice lookers in this race, but I think you've hit the nail on the head. Horse number 8, Assad, by far the horse to beat in here. Really nice looker as well. He's calm. Yeah. 2 handlers. All these white stable horses have 2 handlers. I don't know whether that's
Maybe they just love symmetry.
Yeah, well, it seems to be something that's by design rather than the horse's temperament, because Assad right now couldn't be calmer.
Yeah, they're just making sure everybody earns their stripes in the yard and has to go to race night. Yeah, this horse should very much be the one to beat. 10th, 4th, and should move forward in a big way. Tajaweed, nice little long-winded grass horse for Shadwell in the States. So yeah, we're going to try to beat it though. I'm going to try. You're going to stick with it. Of course you are.
I am. To me, he's the clear standout in this race. It's not like there is maybe one or two fuzzies.
Have you ever heard the term chalk eater?
I have. But
do they say that in the UK?
They don't.
Okay.
But there's no chalk around here. So yeah, look, Assad had a long gap between the first two runs. Showed speed last time. Could easily get to the front. The only negative is Camilo's not on board. But you know, I have no doubt that Al Farouz will get the job done. He rode 2 winners last week.
Shamud Wabel will lead the ranks here in just a moment. They'll be on screen. This is a lot of these, or a few of these in this spot. The horse obviously has no starts and no form. It's going to have to prove something to us. Do you look at, well, we mentioned this before, with the thoroughbreds especially, are you looking for certain trainers that are going to have these horses a little bit more ready?
Yeah, I try to look for them. There aren't many in here that I would suggest are first time out trainers or second time out trainers. So yeah, that made my job a little harder.
There is Jamud Wabble, first time started by Klimt. Klimt had a nice winner the other day on, I believe it was a Saturday.
Yes. This colt will need to break well from the inside. First time starter from post 1 is not ideal.
Looks nice and relaxed. Number 2 is going to be Shibble Al-Sad, 0 for 4, but obviously must improve to get it done.
Just didn't show much last year. He's returning off a relatively long gap since his last start. He's drawn nicely. If he can break well, he should be able to get in front of the first time starter. But Mohammed Al-Daham's going to have his work cut out, only rated 59.
Indeed, the filly is Al-Hibha, is 0 for 2. She's a great filly by Cueto.
Finished 16th on debut, then 17th on the second outing. Found it hard to beat one horse, let alone the rest of the field. 9 months off the track.
And like most fillies, she's got satellite dishes for ears there, as you can see. Number 4 is Zaid Al-Khail. 0 for 1 was 19th last time, but to me looks very well in the flesh.
Beat just one horse on the debut, so we'll need to come on for it.
A little hot at this
Getting
point.
a little warm down the neck, as you can see.
All right, so I might take that back and eat those words, but watch the horse win as soon as I say that. Number 5 is Yodhahi. He's 0 for 7 and has not shown much in his last 4.
Seems to be going the wrong way. He's only had the one outing, Yodhahi, since coming to Riyadh. His previous efforts were all in Taif. He's yet to really break through in the top 10 this season, albeit back in meeting 16 he finished a creditable 8th.
Mm-hmm. He is a son of Worley out of Trey Jolie. I don't know if how Trey Jolie he's going to be if he finishes the same way he has recently. Number 6 is going to be Al Shamasaya, is 0 for 9. Was 15th last out, but Tubac had finished 2nd.
Yeah, that was early in the Taif season against weaker opposition. Came off a minor layoff to run in the last week of Taif when finishing 15th and hasn't been seen since. Just not for me in this race.
Number 7 is Tatala, and he's 0 for 1. This filly, is 17th last time.
We'll need marked improvement on the debut effort. They've gone for the blinkers today as well, which is different headgear. Maybe that will elicit the improvement needed.
Yeah, the blinkers. The horse is still a little bit keen there. Number 8 is Assad with the white stables, and obviously the nicely clad there. We mentioned are their helpers. Tajaweed, 3-year-old colt, 0 for 2.
Definitely the one to beat. Showed speed last time, faded late over 1800. Now drops down in trip. Very nice looking type. Should improve for the recent run, given prior to that he came off a long gap between meeting 8 and meeting 65.
Does have the cross and noseband there for more control over the horse. Maybe they're going to try to get the horse to settle a little bit more. Number 9 is Alan War, 0 for 11, and was 13th last time.
Not a bad looker. He had plenty of chances in Taif, finishing 13th, 8th time before. Represents good connections, Gaith Al-Gaith, Louis Morales. So it's not beyond the realms of possibility he plays a part.
Al-Shasab is 0 for 2, was 12th last time.
I don't like this one at all. On the 2 previous efforts.
Tell us how you really feel.
Yeah, I mean, he looks a bit chunky as well right now, coming off the gap. He hasn't run since meeting 23.
Number 11 is Walad Always, is 0 for 7 and 7th last time. 7 not that lucky for him.
Was poor actually on the 3-year-old return. There was some hints of ability as a 2-year-old, not enough to suggest he can win this.
Number 12 is Damak, 0 for 3, but has shown very little.
Yeah, to finish closer than 13th and rated just 40.
Number 13 is going to be right behind him and shot in just a moment. That is Bar Alaker, is 0 for 3, and is a 3-year-old by Hailstone.
Those 3 runs, he finished 7th, 11th, and 14th last year. Went the wrong way.
Blaze.
You'd need to see this horse bounce back.
Number 14 is shot in just a moment is Ayaz Mafatin, first-time starter by Roaring Fever, who's a source of speed.
We see lots of Roaring Fevers here. I want to have a good look at him because other than that, I cannot provide anything. Here he is.
There he is. Compact looking, not a bad-looking horse.
Is that the biggest saddlecloth you've ever seen, or is that?
He's not much of a
small horse.
size of a horse. It's not a huge stable hand walker there too. So this horse is a bit on the small side. Number 15 is Azat Waitan, is 0 for 8 and 7th and 8th in his last 2 runs.
Handicap to the way forward for horse number 15. She's going to struggle in here. She does get Camilo though.
We'll see that one. See her in just a second, hopefully. They're taking their time. They're in love with this 14. Maybe they're just shocked at how small the horse is.
Yeah, they must be talking about the saddlecloth.
They love that saddlecloth. Number 15, we just mentioned Azat Waitan, 0 for 8. Looking fairly well, a bit on the toes. I don't love that. With this 3-year-old, especially making its 9th start by this point, probably should be a little bit more calm and into it. Number 16 is Rimsh Khaloud, 0 for 3, finished 19th last time.
Looks like she still hasn't fully grown into her stature. Only rated 35. It's very hard to make a case for.
She looks like she has trouble keeping weight on. It's probably the issue at this point. Number 17 is Hadid. I wish that was my problem. 17 is Hadid, is 0 for 1.
Finished 16th on the debut. That came over course and distance 9 months ago. Long layoff since.
There he is right there. Hopefully. Yes, there we go. With the yellow bridle on. Interesting. Not a bad looking animal. Second time start. Give it any chance at all?
No. Not for me. Just doesn't look fit enough. Hasn't shown enough on the track. There are better horses in here.
Number 18 there is Al Haydabi, looking actually pretty well. 0 for 8. Was 6-2 back, 10th last time.
Lots of runs in Taif for this colt. It's by Hainesfield. We've seen some good Hainesfield progeny run here. This one probably isn't one of them.
We have 2 more, but first we're going to go to Shamila and see who she likes down there.
The floodlights are firmly on, and there's a bit of fog rolling in as well for this 8th race of the evening. My paddock selection for this race is horse number 8, Assad, for the White Stables, ridden by Abdullah Al Fairuz, 4th last time out, and he's just an absolute standout amongst these other horses. It was really difficult, though, for me to make my selection in this race. I hadn't made my selection right up until the jockeys were called to mount their horses. A horse that I also really like the look of is horse number 4. However, he was 19th last time out, so a bit of a red flag, but he did look well in the parade ring, to be fair. A paddock negative through no fault of his own is horse number 14. He's just absolutely tiny. He is only 3 years old. He might grow into himself. I don't know. I'm not super confident on that. However, he's so small, the saddlecloth almost wraps around his entire body. So I will be indeed sticking with horse number 8 for the 8th race of the day.
All right. Thank you very much, Shamila, for that. Obviously, letting us know that size does matter with 14. That he's going to be very tough to overcome, especially in a big field. Might get boxed around a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. Middle kind of gate as well. First time up. There are a lot of negatives with the 14.
Yeah, and shot there just a second ago was the favorite on the, basically on paper would be Assad, looking very well.
Ooh, I'm just watching number 13 go down. That is Bar Alakir, was very fresh on the way down to the start, first time up this year.
All right, we'll definitely make a note of that to see if he calms down. That'll be the big difference. The 4 is in shot again there, looking extremely well. I'm tempted to go first gut reaction to it. The 3 looks fairly well. She's now a lot better now that she's on the track. She's a little cantankerous, but other than that, I think she's just being playful with Suleiman in the saddle. There is the number 8. That is Assad, who is the favorite in this spot on paper, with at least the one with the most impressive connections.
Way the horse to beat. Way the horse to beat. And this is why. He showed up a long way in this contest, was right up with the speed. This came over 1800 against much better opposition. Yes, he fades within the final 200 metres and loses a place to the Red Stable horse. But he cuts back in trip today, gets the cross noseband on for the first time, which is interesting. And a bit of a jockey switch. This day he broke from 19, much better draw in 8 this afternoon, and actually just faces way weaker horses. So I'd be very surprised if Assad didn't win this race, providing he breaks well. If he breaks well, and there are no excuses, then he should take all the beating.
One that I'm interested in is Izzat Watan, the 15, has not, it's not done much, but getting Espina in the saddle kind of catches my eye. I mean, if I'm just pulling straws and hopefully against the horse that obviously is the one to beat in Assad, he'd be on my short list. The 4 on looks definitely is probably going to be my selection, second time starter. I'm just going to go with it, but I wouldn't be shocked at all to see Espina push this horse to the front from the outside here, from post 15, Izzat Watan, and make some fun of it. I mean, I feel like it's going to be these young horses going a mile, going 1600. It's going to be a pace makes the race situation. If they go too fast, it's going to burn everybody up.
Yeah.
And if they walk the dog on the front end, as we say, then it's their race to lose.
We know that Camilo's super aggressive. He always tends to be in the first 3 or 4, no matter who he rides, in what kind of race he rides, he's always there. So, yeah, I don't hate that angle. This filly has at least shown a semblance of form this year. Look, it's not the strongest of form by any means, but she's shown something, which is more than the majority of these. We should briefly touch on the 2 that we didn't mention, as they're just checking the horses at the start.
We have Abu Safouk, number 19, who's the first-time starter.
First timer gets Tariq Al Mansour. The wide gate's not ideal. However, in a race like this, a first timer shouldn't be overlooked.
And the 20 is Garnouk, always 0 for 2.
Finished 6th when last seen, which is a better finishing position than the majority of these have finished in recently. However, that was 11 months ago, and it also came over 1200. So stepping up in trip from the widest gate after the layoff.
David Ballin is back in the chat. We're always glad to see him. He's so enthusiastic. He's going to go with White Stable in here.
I like it.
Not a shock there. Yeah, a lot of people are. I feel like that's going to be very much a status quo for this race. Both Tom and Shamila are going to go with Assad as well. I'm going to stick with the horse that caught my eye in the very beginning, and this has gone well for me and very poorly over the day. That's Zaid Al-Khail, who's going to have to improve. I think anything's an improvement. 19th last time.
If this wins, then I will bow down to you.
This is just the horse looked better than every other horse I thought in the parade.
That's fair.
Got a little warm, but then cooled off once he got to the gate, and that's what I love.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you have
and I'm also a genius, so I'm going to get this right every time.
You have to find something in a race like this to create an angle, so I don't hate it.
Any angle to try to beat the horse that obviously looks like the one. We're gonna take a shot with it. So yeah, any other ones you think that could, if you're looking at bottom horses, that give you your top 3, either your second and third behind Assad?
It's very tricky. I have to say, Assad to me is on a different level to any of these in the race. If I am looking to those who may finish second or third, probably shouldn't overlook Al Shamaseya, horse number 6, given that horse has shown the ability to place before. Yes, the most recent run was pretty dismal and is coming off a break, which is why I don't like her to win, but she has place potential. Who else are we looking at? Further down the field, maybe Abu Safouk, the first timer, number 19, or even Aiz Mafatan, although we hated how that filly looked, so that colt looked. So yeah, it's just Assad for me. I expect him to go to the front and dominate.
Well, I'm going to try to upend Assad with just a simple paddock pick that just looked the best going to the gate, and that's where that's number 4, Zaid Al-Khail. We're going to go up to Gareth. Who do you like, Gareth? And let you call the race.
Well, I like Tom's thoughts. Let Assad go to the front, stay there, romp home. Will make my job an awful lot easier here with the 20 of them heading into the starting stalls. We'll see Assad slot in a few moments. The 11 horse going in there, Walad always. And there is the 6 horse, Al Shamaseya, Mohammed Al Habib heading forward. Al Sahab going in. I wouldn't rule that one out for potentially a late run, but yeah, as the guys in the studio were alluding to, this is very much the horse to beat. Assad heading forward, looked well beforehand, comes here with a strong recent run under his belt, and if reproducing that or bettering it, which I think can be expected, should take quite a bit of stopping here. Shibal Al-Saad is about to head forward now. Slotting forward into stall 2, has got a newcomer along his inside, so That could be beneficial. They're all in. And the starter about to push the button and let them go. Off and racing. A little bit of a ragged start. Ahiba didn't appear to get the best of breaks. One of the first ones to show is Assad. White jacket, green cap, coming through to leader. Bar Ale Kia, the white-faced runner towards the outside with Izzat Watan not too far away. Rimsh Khalud is wider out. And deeper still to Al Hidabi, who's also well to the fore. And Shibal Al Saad down along the inside is also one of the front runners, followed by Zaid Al Kale, the green sleeves and cap. That one upsides Yadadi, who's in the light blue colours, as they progress towards the end of the back straight. And Tatalat is now also working up into this leading line. But Assad has it. Assad in front as they race left-handed around the home turn. Two up around the outside. Al Hidabi racing a fairly close second. Not too far behind them, Rimsh Khalud. That one's a little bit wider out of Tatalat, who's now coming under pressure as they're racing left-handed back towards the straight. Izzat Watan is following those towards the wide outside. So 400 metres or thereabouts left to travel. And it is Assad bringing them back on into the home straight, about a length or so to the good. Over in second position, Al Hidabi, who's running a good race, looks a threat to the leader in all truth. And from a very long way back, running home strongly is Alanwar down the outside in the orange and white colours. Assad has the lead, but it's going to be hard work throughout this final 100 metres or so, because here come the challengers. Alanwar down the outside, and battling away over towards the far side is Al Hidabi, but it's Alanwar who's gone to the front. It's going to be a Louis Morales treble. Second place across the line, Al Hidabi has run well, and Damak, I think it was, staying on strongly from miles back. Yeah, the white headgear to grab the third spot. It's a bit of a turn-up here. Alanwar it is who scores. Louis Morales having a terrific day here in Riyadh today, and even though Alanwar was just edging further out towards the centre of the track late on, that was a very powerful late run to come through and land the spoils. 1 minute 43.1 seconds Alanwar has prevailed in, and there's one going away, beating Al Hidabi, who's run well in second place. And back in third, Damak, who stayed on very strongly towards the outside. 2 1/4 lengths and 3/4 of a length the distances there, and in the end Assad has only finished in fourth place. Looked pretty strong to the 2 furlong marker, but was being collared close home. Alanwar then it is who springs a little bit of a surprise. It's taken a long time for this horse to win one, but he's won this evening and has done it nicely.
خيال لويس ولدان لويس هاتريك ما شاء الله.
Alhamdulillah, since I miss you. How are you? Guys?
Tell me about the race, Luis.
Well, I followed the instructions. He told me to go back and come step by step and see if we can do something at the end, you know. And he did marvelous. Alhamdulillah, very good. Thank you.
Not one, not two, but 3 wins on today's card for jockey Louis Morales. In the 8th race of the day, horse number 9, Alanwar for Gaith Al Gaith, takes it perfectly. Now, this horse has had a bit of an inconsistent season. 13th last time out, 8th the time before that, never in the placings. And Louis will correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure this is the first time Louis has ridden this horse. So it could be the Louis Morales magic touch that has brought the victory to this horse today. He is a 3-year-old chestnut colt by Chief Havoc out of a mare called Easily. And easily indeed did this horse win. So it'll be really great to hear a little bit more about what Louis Morales thought of the race. I thought Asad had it in the bag, totally in the bag with Abdullah Al Fayrouz coming down the straight, and then they just got absolutely swamped. Louis Morales came up the outside. He's covered in a little bit of kickback, but I'm sure he'll tell us all about it right now. Congratulations, Louis, on your hat trick.
Oh yeah, alhamdulillah. I have a lot of fortune in this one.
Were you expecting that today?
This one I didn't expect to win, to be honestly, because he never hit the board before, and I saw the race a little bit strong for him. But he jumped well, clear in the lead. I hold him back, and I said, okay, I make one run, and if he can do something. And even the last 200, I said, I couldn't believe it. I said, hey, we almost. But thanks God.
Even I couldn't believe it. In the last 400 meters, there was 2 or 3 horses that were really strong. You just came out of nowhere.
Yeah. But I was, waiting a little bit to give him only 400. I mean, I want all his power in 2 furlongs only, because he was traveling all the way very good. And also I lose a lot of ground in the turn. So I said I will wait 400, I make one run, and let's see.
Were you worried? It looks like he got caught in the kickback a little bit.
Yeah. But, he is very intelligent. He didn't scare from dirt or anything. I could go inside, but I prefer to go in the clear,
Was it your first time riding this horse?
Yeah.
It's the magic Louis touch then.
I think so. I hope so. Hopefully, inshallah. Alhamdulillah.
Well done, Louis.
Blessing from God. Thank you.
Yes, that was well done. Louis, he got it done, his 3rd win of the day. And this is, like he said in the interview there, he was just waiting to pull the trigger, and he knew this horse had about 2 furlongs in him.
Yeah, it was 7 or 8 wide around the bend right there. We just saw he was losing a lot of ground, yet they still managed to come out on top. I mean, this horse's 5 previous efforts had been pretty poor. I mean, 5 runs this year, not done better than 8. All came in tight, so maybe the switch to Riyadh helped, but he was only rated 46 coming in, so you'd hope that he's improved, because if he hasn't, this is a very bad contest.
Yeah, let's use the start here. A little bit of a tight squeeze there for the 5 Yodahi.
Alanwar the eventual winner, broke very nicely, but so did Assad, drawn at 8 and 9. Assad goes forward, whereas Louis Morales takes back the eventual winner, Alanwar, in the orange silks. You can see him in mid-division. Meanwhile, Assad, green cap, goes straight to the front. And actually, if you stop this race here and you told me, you asked me who would win, I'd say Assad by the length of the straight. Just didn't pan out.
Yeah, I think it's very difficult for him to carry the weight of his jockey, you, Shamila, and Gareth all the way down the stretch, and he was unable to do so. But yeah, I think that he showed what we saw last time, which was that he can keep himself in contention with decent horses, but this has no finish.
Being beaten by a horse rated 46, he won't be with the white stable for long if this was his true running. I mean, even at this stage, he's going by far the best of any horse in this race. You can just see Louis Morales on the horse in orange back in the pack in around 9th. That's the eventual winner. Assad is maybe 5 lengths ahead of him and travelling firmly on the bridle. But warning signals start to come out soon, and that's when you're really looking to see if there was a closer.
Usually when you see a horse sort of pack it in like this while looking so well early on in the race, usually something's gone amiss, whether they have a breathing issue or they bled, something that's just causing them to back up quite quickly. And when he turns for home, he's just got nothing left.
There was nothing. He switched leads and actually got worse from doing so that's always a bad sign as well. You just see the winner powering down the centre of the track. He hasn't got the best of strides, but he's still, he's got fast ground action, hasn't he? Barely any knee bend up front, but that doesn't stop him from running in a straight line. And Louis Morales racking up the hat trick. It's his day today.
And the way he hit the wire right there, you thought he'd be on the favourite.
Yeah, for sure. You can just see Assad here, turn for home, looking brilliant, and
he's just got he's just not picking himself up at all.
They were cutting back in trip today as well, from the 1800 to 1600. They didn't go hard up front early. There were no excuses as to why he lost. And next time he will draw attention because he's white stable, providing they still have him for his next start. He's a horse to avoid. What's worth noting, the winner's rated 46. The time was 1:43.1. very slow.
Yeah, it's a glacial performance or the time there. It was, to me, it's just slow horses taking turns beating each other.
For sure. Now, here's a question for you. How much slower are they going to be in the Arabian race? The Arabian 3-year-old maiden next up over the same trip. I mean, almost a track record for the Arabian horses over the 1600 is around just 2 seconds slower than what we saw there from the thoroughbreds.
I don't think we're going to get anywhere near that.
No, but still, like, the fact it's even coming into question whether an Arabian horse could be faster than a thoroughbred horse over the same trip is just showing how bad, well, how slow that race was.
Yeah, it was just they just came home in basically in about camel's pace, unfortunately. But you know, Louis rode a great race. He was confident throughout. He kept the horse out of trouble. And you know, he's is he riding Commissioner King tomorrow?
He is.
Yeah. So he was. I think he outrode Frankie that day in the on having a meltdown in the Saudi Derby earlier this year. It was a crowning feat for him in his career. But look forward to that tomorrow. So his big weekend could continue on, and he's not done yet. He's got a couple more rides throughout the day. He could get a 4-timer. We call it Grand Slam back home.
Yeah. He's got plenty of chances. He's a rider who, when he has one winner, seems to rack up plenty, but when he doesn't, he seems to have a bad day. So he's kind of hit or miss, but right now he's hit, 3 of them.
Now, did the jockeys here have agents? Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay, so it'd be interesting.
You trying to scout him? Or?
No. It'd be interesting to see just if that's the case, because sometimes it comes down to getting lucky with, you know, the roll of the dice if you don't have an agent. But if you do have one, they kind of key in on certain horses and get the right ones on the right days. Obviously, you want it to be more on Saturdays and Sundays with the higher prize money, or Fridays and Saturdays. But you know, I think he's going to take 3 wins in one day when he can't take it.
Well, he's only 10 behind Adel Al-Faradi now in the jockey's title as he's moving up into a solid third and got his eyes set on second by the looks of things. He's too far back to catch Camilo, I think. He's 40 points behind, so just
never say never. Not impossible.
Very, very unlikely. But second,
they have a lot of racing here. You're talking about 12 races. You know, often 12 races per day.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, just catching Camilo barely goes a day without a winner, so you'd need Camilo to have an untimely set of time on the sidelines, basically. But he could easily ride into second. He's riding very well at the moment.
No, it was a very confident ride, and that's the thing I've noticed in Luis's ride so far is they're just not lacking in confidence at all. He keeps his horses clear. He keeps them out of trouble. So there's been a couple moments where he's had some questionable moves, but not nearly as many good rides as we've seen. Big confident rider, and I'm glad to see him rolling up the standings at this point. We keep rolling along. I know it's going to be a big race, another race coming up for the purebred Arabians. But talking about this past weekend, the Saudi Cup's only 11 weeks away from tomorrow.
Yes.
From Saturday. We had the Champions Cup in Japan this past weekend. Did you get a chance to watch it?
Did, on the way in, actually. It was an interesting race, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was excellent. It is a winner in for the Saudi Cup. It's a $3 million race in going the same distance, but around 2 turns on dirt there. 9 furlongs, 1,800 meters. And it was really fun because a Godolphin horse, who's very talented, named Lemon Pop, stretched out to live up to his pedigree, being a son of Lemon Drop Kid, and won nicely. So we'd love to see him come this way. He's already been in the Middle East before. He went to run in the Shaheen last year over 6 furlongs on Dubai World Cup Day, but he is tailor-made for this track. So I really hope they come. So Godolphin, send Lemon Pop. That'll be a lot of fun.
Yeah, he broke from the widest still, showed good early speed and dominated, didn't he? It was a nice performance.
And another one that just happened was the Cigar Mile. Used to be a winner in for the Saudi Cup, but the trainer of the winner in that, Dallas Stewart, was saying that he definitely wants to send his charge here, and it's going to be fun to see whether or not these horses come over, because the closer we get to the Saudi Cup, the more we're going to be vibrating with excitement. So
yeah, all the contenders are starting to come to the fore. Hopefully we see more of the Saudi-based contenders start to run soon. We had electability.
Yeah, and who knows? Great Scott is running later on today in a couple of races in the 11th, and he did run in the Saudi Cup very well a few years ago, and I just hope to see him kind of come back to form and sort of reestablish himself, because he is all class when he's right there. So
precisely, just two or so months away, a little bit longer than that, and we've got the big day.
It's your first one too, right?
Yeah, it is.
All right. It's going to be pretty exciting for him. I've been at every one so far, and every time they get bigger and better, and the JCSA does a great job. JCSA does Jockey Club does a great job of putting everything together and improving the fan and the horseman experience every time. So Keep it up, and we're going to keep it up. We're going to move on soon to race 9, which is going to be a 1,600-meter purebred Arabian 3-year-old maiden. Another one for you. You very excited?
Excited is probably not the word for this one. This is super tough. There are no clear standouts in this race. There is a horse rated 83 in Al Hazba. Maybe he's the standout, but look, this isn't a case that the one we had earlier with Lucas Gaitan, where there was a 101
I mean, you had an
horse.
Arabian winner. I'm already impressed.
Yeah, I feel like that was very obvious. It was kind of staring me in the face, whereas this one, not so much. So let's get into it in the next couple of minutes, and hopefully we can find a horse that goes close.
Yeah, we're going to go over to Gareth, who's going to take us through the runners and riders because the horses are entering the parade ring behind us.
Yeah, it's a purebred Arabian horse maiden. Number 1 is Barzan Al-Raili, the mount of Kamal Jawadi. Number 2, Abar Al-Saham with M. Al-Nevzi on board, Mohammed Al-Nevzi. With number 3, Rahifat Al-Kaladir, Mohammed Al-Nassar. Number 4, Badur Al-Shabibia, the mount of Alexis Marino. Number 5 on the card, Garib Al-Ghalib, Rakan Al-Obaid. With number 6, Rayum K. Al-Lazmi on board. 8 is Warad Al-Najid with Abdullah Al-Fayrouz. Number 9, Mufri Aldam with Abdullah Alofi. Over the page, number 10, Hadid, the mount of Mohammed Al-Abib. 11, Said with Ayad Al-Tarisi. Number 12, Hudud, Abdulaziz Al-Musa. 13, Luluat Muscat with Tariq Al-Hassan. Number 14 is Al-Sakab, the mount of Thurb Al-Timyat. 15 is Miskal Barak, Hamza Saad. 16 is Al-Hezabra, the mount of Muhammad Al-Shamari. 17, Al-Gaif with E. Al-Shamari on board. Over the page to 19, Dor, the mount of Abdul Ella Al-Hussein. 20 is Hammam with Nawef Al-Mudiani taking the ride. 7 and 18 are the absentees here. Those are the details for our 9th race.
Thank you so much, Gareth. That was just to let everyone know the 21 and the 22 do run. Azam Al-Khalidia is number 21, who looked quite well walking behind me just now. Number 22 is Tara, is 0 for 4, and is coming at 22. So we're going to go through the field right now, and I'm sure you're going to have lots and lots of great analyses here on these Arabians in this Arabian maiden. We have Barzan Al-Raila is 0 for 8, 7th last time.
Yeah, that was the sole try at this trip. Just doesn't seem to be getting any closer to winning.
Abhar Al-Saham is 0 for 5, 8th last time.
First run at this venue since opening day back in meeting 55, when finishing 8th.
Rahifat Al-Khalidia is a first-time starter.
Debutant filly running against the boys. That's not necessarily a bad thing, but doesn't have the benefit of experience. Looks nice.
Yeah, nice tall filly with a tall handler there, so definitely looking well. Number 4 is Badur Al-Shabibia, is 0 for 1, 6th last time.
That effort came over 1,400, stepping up in trip today. That's probably a positive. Looks a small type. Alex Marino rides though.
It's not in the pony race tomorrow. Okay, number 5 is Garib Al-Ghalib, is also a first-time starter.
Yeah, I don't know too much about this one, I have to say. Looks very coltish right now.
Room is number 6, spelled R-E-U-M, and that is 0 for 1, and it's 16th in its first start.
That came at Taif, meeting 25. Been off since. Don't know whether it's an issue or what, but this horse seems to be lacking a little bit of fitness.
Number 7 is out. Number 8 is Warad Al-Najid, 0 for 2, and has shown a little bit so far.
Fair runs at Taif, both of the efforts finishing 5th and 4th at meetings 7 and 13 respectively. Long break since, again, don't know whether it was an issue or they've just put this horse on the sidelines ready for Riyadh.
Number 9 is Mufri Al-Dawhim, is 0 for 1, 15th first out.
Didn't get close on that debut, that came over 1,400. Gets a good jockey on board today though.
Carries those Athma colours, it looks like. Hadid is number 10, looking well in that nice silvery coat. First time starter by Shaddad.
Yeah, another debutant in here. You definitely won't miss this grey colt on the track. Again, though, he looks like he needs to tighten up a bit.
Some flowing locks there, trying to win the beauty contest. Number 11 is Sayed, a first-time starter.
4 connections that are used to striking with first-timers, but again, this one doesn't look overly fit. You can see he's just a little bit rotund.
Hudhud is 0 for 5, comes off a 5th place finish.
I like this filly in the race. Look, she's maybe not the most obvious, but she is consistent. That last time effort when she was 5th, she stayed on powerfully.
Luluat Muscat is 0 for 1, was 15th first time out.
Didn't do much on that debut either.
Al-Sakab Kush is 0 for 1, 13th first time out.
Yeah, it was out of 14 runners, so just beat one home and was actually beaten 49 lengths in the contest.
She's already jocked up there. You won't miss her with those silks, black and yellow. We have Misk Al Barak is number 15. Another one, second-time starter, who didn't show much first time out.
Was not even close on that debut, finishing 12th.
El Hazaber is 0 for 3. It was 5th first time out and 3rd before that.
This is the horse to beat in the race, horse number 16, as we're just about to flick over. There we go. Horse to beat, rated 83, finished 5th in an open last time up, 3rd time before. Was beaten a long way on each occasion. Again, doesn't look the most fit. I know these are Arabians, but still.
Al-Gaith, unfortunately not trained by Al-Gaith. It's 0 for 1, was 9th first time out.
There were signs of promise that day. Small individual, not for me.
Daw is number 19. 0 for 4, 13th last out.
Going the wrong way since that debut this season when finishing 8th. This is the second start in Riyadh.
And number 20 there is Hammam, 0 for 3, and 9th last out.
Could be a potential player for a place, but it's drawn badly and still 20.
We'll be looking for the spot experience. Number 21 is Azima Khaladia, 0 for 3, and is the one that really strikes me on the physical right now. 11th last time out.
A wild card coming into this race on the back of a poor run on the Riyadh debut, but prior to that finished a good 4th in Taif. Connections, Al Khaladia Stables need a winner. They've been a few weeks without one.
Yeah, we have a stone grey there. That is number 22. Tara rounding out the field here. 0 for 4. It was 14th last out.
Is that Naif Al-Anazi on board? It looks that way. You judge by that beard. It's got to be.
Yes, it
which
is.
would be different to the race card.
So yes, Naif Al-Anazi, who came off of
23.
Yeah, so he jumps on that and he stays busy in this round. Let's go to Shamila in the parade ring.
Oh, a little bit of traffic jam there in the parade ring, just as the horses are leaving the parade ring, and it's officially cold. That's why I have my jacket on. The horse that I am going to side with in this race is a 3-year-old filly, horse number 12, ES Hood Hood, 5th last time out under the mount of Abdulaziz Al Musa. She's looking really well in the parade ring. She's by a colt called Azam Al Zubair. And he was a grey as well, and she just looks really well, cantering down really nicely compared to some of the other horses in the race who were acting very coltish. Horse number 5, so he's going on my naughty list, and horse number 11 somehow looks smaller than the horse I mentioned in the last race, so I will be siding with horse number 12, ES Hood Hood. A horse that I also really like the look of is horse number 8, Warad Alit Jad. So yeah, that's all I have to say for this last Arabian contest of the day. Horse number 12 is my selection.
Thank you so much, Shamila, for that riveting insight. I look forward to seeing whether or not she can get another win under her belt.
Yeah, Shamila's welcome to come inside the studio as well. It seems like it's a little bit cold out there. It does look quite foggy as well.
But I'm made for the cold weather, even though I've lived in the Middle East now for
I was going to say, are you?
But I get down to the cold weather anytime I can. The one who's I'm not even gonna beat around the bush today. The 21 to me just looks the best physically by far for me in this race. But and to be honest, I'm doing so poorly that I'm just going to point and click at this point.
Well, it's an interesting runner.
Tired of finishing second.
Yeah, he comes in as a reserve. We know not to overlook the reserves in any race because they can just come in and win their contests. He represents the Al Khaladia Stables, represents Mutlaq bin Mishrif. All the signs are there for this horse. He's yet to really show that he's capable of upholding the name of his stables in 3 starts so far. There was promise on the penultimate 4th, but last time up he was disappointing. He will need improvement, but the fact he comes in reserve is interesting to note. I believe he'll break from stall 7.
Yeah, that was my next question. So he does go into the 7 here.
I think so, yeah. We'll find out when they get to the stalls. For me, I'm wary of him. I think he's a big player for sure. This is Azam Al Khaladia, horse number 21, if you've just tuned in. I'm also wary of horse number 16, Al Hazaba, just purely because that horse is rated the best with a mark of 83. However, I'm going to side with Hood Hood, horse number 12, the same as Shamila, which surprised me. I didn't think we would be teaming up here, but we are. This filly stayed on nicely when last seen, and I like the fact that she has that extra stamina. She will be plugging on in the closing stages. She doesn't have as much early speed as some of these, so she'll need a good trip. But if she gets one, then she could be a player.
And there's number 10, Hadid, passing there, striking one. Great first time starter, looking quite well for a horse that's never done this before.
Yeah, quite a few are looking quite well. I mean, most of these horses that come in playoffs seem to need it. They're a bit rotund and not fully fit, but yeah, you could. I mean, it's another race, isn't it?
These are all 3-year-olds as well, which is the equivalent of a 2-year-old for thoroughbreds. So
exactly,
they're all still figuring out what they're doing, and that's another reason that I'm a big fan of the 21. I feel like with the connections, he did show a little bit of interest 2 races back. So
yeah,
let's try to get lucky.
There are big signs there for the 21. I think if you're narrowing down to 3 horses number 12, 16, and 21 would be the 3 for me.
So you two are going to stick with number 12, Hood, who is 0 for 5, is 5th, 8th, 7th, and 8th, and 5th in his career so far. So it's yet to really crack the board, but you're going to stick with it.
Yeah, I didn't think it was obvious, but she was obvious by any means. So I'm surprised that we're both, Sharina and I, deciding with the same horse, albeit Sharina's is done by paddock views. Maybe she can run into the top 3. I'm kind of after that here rather than the winner, or I would love her to win, but I think the most likely winner is probably El Hazaba. It's just I don't have as much confidence in her getting the job done, despite the fact she ran an open race last time. She was beating Miles the time before, Miles finishing 3rd, but like it was 15 lengths back to El Hazaba. So I just don't know that this horse actually has the ability to warrant the mark of 83, and with that being the case, I'm going to look elsewhere. But here is El Hazaba. You can see him go down to post. Looks quite nice.
Yeah.
And we'll see him last time up. And look how far back he is. He's just so far back.
Makes a grinding close here to pass tired horses.
Exactly. Tired horses, exactly that. Because look at the ones in front of him. They're going up and down on the spot. Not the front 3. You can put a line through those and draw a line behind. But the ones in behind, the horses that El Hazaba is actually passing are just not finishing out their races. I think the winner was Shibble Gouda. That's by memory, I could be wrong. Jade the Carry might have been 3rd. But look, El Hazaba just plugs on and yeah, I don't know.
So there are 3 horses coming into this race with 1 race under their belt. And it was kind of a subpar race. Number 4, Bodor Al-Shabibia. Number 6, Room. And number 9, Mufriya Al-Dahan. And out of all those, do any of them have a real chance here?
Maybe the 4, Bodor Al-Shabibia. Alex Moreno rides, he's in search of another winner today, already had 2 on the card. And this filly actually showed something last time when she finished 6th. Came in for the 1400, came against Just Fillies. So, you know, she's facing the boys now and she's going up in distance. But she only had the 1 outing, so she could improve.
Actually, I take that back. There are 3 more who fall into that category, the 13, 14, and 15. So this seems to be a trend that we're looking for, like who's going to actually bounce back from a subpar debut. Like you said, though, the 4 seems to be the only one that cracked the top 10.
Yeah, I'm glad you didn't mention the 13, 14, and 15 first time around, because they were the 3 I thought you were going to give me, and the answer would have been firmly no.
No chance.
No, it's also, horse number 17 has the exact same profile in here, Algaith. But again, that runner just didn't show enough and doesn't have the signs of being a winner today.
Hammam is interesting to me, because if you take out the 9th last time, 3 starts, 2 5ths, has shown a similar form level as Hood.
Yeah, I actually got written down could run into a place, but then when I did the runner by runner, I amended that a little and basically said the draw wasn't great and etc., which it isn't. This horse has at least shown some ability, so I can see it. Owner trainer, Mohammed Al-Khatani as well, so he'll be desperate to get a win.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. Yeah, I'm going to stick with the 21. Azam Khalidia to sort of jump back and run a big race here. You and Shamila are going to go both go for
horse 12.
Must be Jennifer Hudson fan, so it's Hood. And we're going to take it over to Gareth. Gareth, who do you like in here?
I quite like the horse in shot, Mike, there in the purple colours, Al Hazaba. I thought looked well in the preliminaries and has some of the strongest form credentials as well. Now, has one just gone through the stalls there? Azam Al-Khalidia, I think, has come out of the front of the stalls, so they'll probably just take him back around or load him back in through the front. We shall see. This is Warad Alit Najid. Abdullah Al Fayrouz about to go in along with the 13 Lulu at Muscat. And still a few more out of line. Yeah, 21 back around the rear end of the starting stalls there, Azam Al-Khalidia. Rider Fahed Al Faradi looking for a double on the card, and Azam Al Khalidi, one of the stronger runners here, I feel. Next to head in is Rayum. Rayum slotting forward, and Budur Al Shabibia, Alexis Marino looking for a treble on the card, and in goes Hudud as well into stall 12, far from discounted. Down to the final three now: Warad Alit Najid, Mufri Aldam, and Azam Al Khalidi, who will be reloaded. And then we will be ready to go for the last of our Arabian horse races here today. Abar Asilam quite lively in stall 2. Racing over the mile here. And they're all in. And off. Very slow Barzan Al Raili to get going. That one tailed off from the drop of the flag, and not running in a straight line either. Breaking out fairly well and showing up prominently is Mufri Aldam, crossing over towards the inside with Bang there as well in the early stages. Sayed, and out a bit wider on the track, Al Sakab is not too far off the pace, and Hammam is also well to the fore as well as they cover early ground. Al Hazabra up around the outside in the violet colours is keeping company with Dor as they make their progress on towards the end of the back straight. Rahi Fat Al Khaladia right down along the inside, being tracked through by Badur Al Shababia as they now are about to make this left-handed turn, and it is in front Hammam from Misk Albarak, the grey horse, who now improves along the inside of Al Azabra, who's going with them as well. As they continue this turn, Dor is parked a little bit wider out on the track as they're now making the run back on into the home straight. Hudud is not too far off the pace either, so swinging on in, and from here around about 450 metres of their journey left to go. And it is Hammam trying to kick here. Al Azabra on the attack, goes into second place ahead of Misk Albarak, who is racing in third. Several deep closers here, including Hudud, who's trying to thread a way through. And here's Azam Al Khalidi, the grey horse, right down the outside, picking up really well. So Azam Al Khalidi now moving on into a narrow lead as they race into the closing stages. There's a challenger over towards the far side. It's Azam Al Khalidi battling this out as they head up towards the finish. Over on the far side, as they head towards the line, Azam Al Khalidi. It is Azam Al Khalidi who comes home in front. Azam Al Khalidi is the winner. Might well have been Hadid, the one who went with Azam Al Khalidi. The two of them in the end were pulling well clear of their rivals. We'll leave it to the judge for third. Azam Al Khalidi, it's going to be a double on the card for Fahed Al Faradi. And this horse staying on strongly over towards the inside. And yeah, it was Hadid who was going with the winner, much wider out on the track under Mohammed Al Habib. And the two of them came nicely away. And when they raced into the home straight, just gave you the impression it was going to be a bit of a bunch up because the leaders were not doing a great deal. It gave the opportunity for something to come from off the pace, and these two both have. And Azam Al Khalidi, it is prevailing in a time of 1 minute 52.58 seconds and getting the better of Hadid in second place. And they were nicely away from Hudud, who has crossed the line in third position. Abar Al Sihlam was following those in. Double on the card for Fahed Al Faradi. He's enjoying a really productive day's racing, and it's Azam Al Khalidi who prevails in our final Arabian horse race of the day.
Well, I, for one, am overjoyed that I finally got a winner. But this was an interesting performance in general. Though we couldn't see it in the screen, but the horse broke through the gate beforehand, so and was a handful for Al-Farouz. Congrats on him; he's got 2 on the day.
Al-Faradi, yeah.
Sorry, Al-Faradi. To get it done here, and you know, I was just overjoyed that the cream rose.
Yeah, good selection. Well done. You always have to pay note to these reserves.
I feel like that's not really genuine.
No, it was genuine. It was genuine. It's just, I'm annoyed that I didn't select the horse. Obviously, I always do my study before the reserves really come in because scratches aren't.
But he was first reserve. Shouldn't you be studying that first reserve just in case?
Well, it'd be a waste of time when I'm covering 200 plus horses. Don't get to sit at home, I'll tell you that. He ran a good race. He ran a winning race.
He makes up ground on the horse in front of him at this point, finishes extremely well.
Yeah.
What I was impressed with him, we're going to see this when they break, is that he didn't have the greatest break. He's in the middle of the field and kind of taking dirt and being a bit of a pain. And there he is coming out of...
We should say there was a very slow start for horse number 1, Barzan Al Rayla. Not even in the shot right now. Just ridiculously slow and had no chance from there.
So he's in mid-pack. You see him with the white silks and the black V, and he is basically going to get caught behind a wall of dirt coming in his face. He's going to get some sort of wax on the shoulder here to just keep him interested because he doesn't want to run into it at all.
That grey horse that's right next to him is Hadid, who eventually runs second. Mm-hmm. So the winner and the second have both come from the same part of the race, whereas the third place finisher, which was my selection, Hood, is directly in front of them, the grey horse in the blue.
From a kickback standpoint, neither of them could be in a worse position.
No, I mean all 3 first finishers are all in mid-pack. They're all following each other in direct line. Hood in the blue, yours directly behind the eventual winner, that is Azam Al Khalidiyah, and directly behind Azam Al Khalidiyah is the first-time starter Hadid. They all make big runs in the straight. Pace collapses, those 3 come out on top. Obviously, the first 2 home are better than Hadid. He had every chance, but she just couldn't finish her efforts. You can just see that Fahad Al-Faradi's aggressive early.
Yeah, he is trying everything he can because he knows this horse coming into the bit. I feel like this horse is a handful. Yeah. It's just needs to keep him.
At this stage, when he just veers out and actually hampers the runner-up, the runner-up goes by the eventual winner. What, a neck there, half a length?
And this horse figures out he's a racehorse at this point. Yeah. It's like, okay, it's time to work now.
Oh, I've got to race that horse on the outside, do I? That's what he was thinking.
It's like, oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. And yes, he is supposed to do that. And he got it done. Ooh, he is. I don't know what the strike limit is here.
No, I don't either.
But he's definitely riding.
He would have been close.
He's riding the fringe of that pretty well. And he got it done. Got it done in the end.
Runner-up ran a good race as well. First-time starter, coming from the back of the pack, made 1 big run and just got overhauled late on. That's Hadid. He's a horse definitely to take forward.
And what we're going to talk about earlier, if you watch the winner, he's going to be about 5 horses from the right with a little star on and the white silks. He definitely was not the easiest horse to ride, but they got it done the hard way with him.
Yeah, and an overdue winner actually for Mutlab bin Mishrif and Al Khalidiyah stables. They haven't had the best of time in Riyadh. In Taif, it seemed like they were winning every single Arabian race, which is why they're currently 3rd in the owner and 2nd in the owner and trainer championship, respectively. But in Riyadh, they've struggled. So it's a good win for them, albeit it's coming just an Arabian horse maiden worth 19,000.
Interesting to me, and I think we mentioned this last week, but only briefly. It seems that the Al Khalidiyah operation has it's kind of dichotomous. There's a hole in the center as far as the mid-level horses like this.
Yeah.
In the 70s, 80s, 90s, they have a lot, or they have a good amount, probably more than anyone, of higher level, top 100 plus Arabians, and then they have their first-time starting maidens that are coming out and have no rating at all. This one in the middle, who has a little bit of exposure, would be in the rarity. Yeah,
exactly that. They tend to move them on 9 times out of 10 anyway, but they've kept this colt. Maybe they just thought that he was messing around in his previous outings. And we've kind of seen today that he doesn't put it all in, but he's capable.
And for a horse that obviously is a handful to handle in general, he doesn't have a lot of equipment, so they've let this horse kind of figure it out on his own.
Yeah.
I can't see a difference in the bit right now or in the bridle. It seems that they've just let him develop into himself, and in 4th start in, just figured it out.
He doesn't look very Arabian either. There's quite a few of these that much more Arabian. So he's got a nice size and shape about him. He'll probably go on to better things.
Just with an incredible looker. And that was exciting to see because, I don't always choose the obvious ones. I try to find one that either looks good on the physical or is a nice little change of pace and to go against the favorite. So yeah, I shot, I scored, and 1 time out of 9 isn't bad.
And talking about favourites, El Hazaba ran no kind of race whatsoever.
None
Rated
whatsoever.
83, just no show.
And that's how it happens. Sometimes Tom is just not on the right horse. We're going to move on.
Yeah, our next race coming up is a locally bred horses maiden, and once again a big field here. Number 1 is Alrila, the mount of Eddie Castro. Number 2 is Sam Al-Kabal with Fahed Al-Faradi. Number 3 is Latifa Rahid Al-Feroz. Number 4 is Niran Wale with Jose Rodriguez taking the ride. Number 5 is Noon Najid with Abdulaziz Al Musa. We await the jockey for number 6, Miguera. Number 7 is Strong Message, Mohammed Al-Daham. Mike horse number 8 will be partnered by Thurbal Timyat. Over the page to horse at number 9, Aim Rawi, the mount of Ayad Al-Tarisi. With number 10, Classico with Mohammed Al-Ubail. Number 11 is Daria with Alexis Marino. Number 12, Zinat Al-Afras with Tariq Al-Mansour. Number 13 is Gala Shara, the mount of Kaya Lazmi. 14 is Nasir Alanea with Abdullah Al-Rashid. 15 is Afar. We're just awaiting a jockey confirmation for this one. Hamza Saad will ride number 16, Nuta Al-Hijaz. And then over the page to number 17, Samaya Al-Dareya, Ali Al-Mutib, and 18, Moth 1 with Abdulaziz Al-Faradi. It's a full field then to contest race 10.
All right, here we got 1,200 meters. We got Saudi breds. We got 3-year-old maidens here, and a mixture of colts and fillies. A lot of horses that are not very exposed. Some with plenty of miles to show that they have minimal ability,
yes,
or some promise. Where are you leaning? Well, before we get to that, the horses are on the front here. We're going to start with Alrila, number 1. Comes off a pair of seconds, and 0 for 9 though.
She has lots of speed. Her form's not amazing, but at least she's been there or thereabouts.
Number 2 is Sam Al-Kabal, is 0 for 7, comes off an 8th place finish, son of Bandini.
Plenty of chances, rated just 54, I prefer others.
Ayaz Latifa is 0 for 3, comes off an 18th place finish.
Beat just 1 horse that time, last time up on the Riyadh debut.
Number 4 is Niran Wale. It's a first-time starter by Misu Bond.
Just going to see what this horse looks like. Seems to have relative size. Maybe will come on for the run a fair bit. Not the strongest in the back end either. First-time starter. Again, you can't fully write them off, but I wouldn't say that she's wowing me.
Looks very much like a horse that will need the run and need a little distance as well. Number 5 there is Noon Najid, 0 for 7.
Smaller type, a bit close coupled as well. Those runs last year were not strong.
Number 6 here is Mikwaraz, 0 for 2. Comes off a last place finish.
Failed to beat a single rival, as you say, just not promising.
Number 7 is Strong Message in shot there. Nice little dark grey coat on this one, 0 for 9 filly.
Hasn't run since meeting 26, long mid-season break. He finished 2nd on the first day of the season back in Taif, gone backwards since.
Looks like she might need the run as well. Number 8, Mike, obviously named after my father. Somewhere he is watching a horse race and probably watching this as well. 0 for 5, 16th last time.
He can't win a maiden on what we've seen so far, but he's still unexposed.
I Am Rawi is 0 for 11, was 6th last time, number 9.
This horse needs to run in handicaps, rated just to 50 at this stage, but hasn't shown much this year.
Number 10 is Classico, is 0 for 4, a gelding by Commend.
Finished on 11th in a 0 to 65 handicap when last seen. That came 12 months ago, long layoff since.
There he is. We'll get him in shot here in just a second. Hopefully we can. Instead of the hind end of number 9, as inviting as that is. Everything going well over here. Now we got 5 looking well behind us. We're going to move on to just number 11 as Daria is 0 for 1 and was 2nd first out. Has to be a player for Red Stables.
Yes, definitely a major player in this race. Has good speed, finished 2nd to Gloria Flashes back in meeting 55. Small filly, Daria, when we see her.
Yeah, she'll be in shot in just a moment.
She's not the biggest of types, but she showed good speed that day, and Connections will be hoping that she can break through.
And the 10 looking fairly well, very well within itself. 0 for 4 thus far, must improve. And as you can see, it is a little chilly out there. The leader, the groomsman is helping out there. Number 11 is Daria, as you mentioned, obviously a major player. Ooh, looking a little bit frisky.
Yeah, getting fractious right now. Still a little bit fractious. She's the horse to beat.
She has some opinions about that as well. Number 12 is a filly by Kentucky Derby winning Orb. This is Zinat Al-Afrahas, an 0 for 7, 10th last time, number 12.
Not good enough at this stage of her career to win a race, judging from what we've seen.
Gahala Shaha will be number 13, coming in shot in just a second. It's 0 for 2 and 17th and 19th in her only 2 starts.
Contender to finish last based on what we've seen so far. Barely beating a runner.
I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not that comes true. Nasir Al-Anaya is number 14. Hopefully we can get beyond the 12 here in just a moment. Hopefully that goes. There is a 13 we just saw. That is Gala Shaha, who is expected to finish near the back of the field.
Nice white blaze though.
Yeah, yeah.
Aesthetically, she's quite nice to look at.
Yeah, she is not bad at all. She's got the 4 wraps there, which is sometimes could be a bit of a worry and not just an aesthetic choice. We're going to move on to number 15 there. Sorry, number 14 there is Nasir Al-Anaya. 0 for 9, 9th last time.
The tide runs are actually fair for this colt. He has a chance if he's ready to run. He hasn't run since meeting 32 though, which is 41 meetings ago, so that would present a question mark for me.
Number 15, you see behind him is Afa'a. He's 0 for 4, 18th last time, with the chevrons on his silks.
Hasn't again shown any sign of winning. Last time up was pretty disappointing on the first day of the season here.
Number 16 will be in shot hopefully in a moment, is actually just past there. That is Nuta Al-Hajjaz, 0 for 13, a pair of 6th.
She's been consistent. She'll probably finish between 4th and 8th again. You know, she's been very close.
All right, we got a couple more, but first we'll go to Shamila and see what she thought of the horses in the parade ring.
Thanks very much, guys. It's our 10th race of the evening, and I will be siding with horse number 1, a 3-year-old filly by Flashy Bull Al Rila. Second last time out, and the time before that, ridden by Eddie Castro. So definitely have my hopes set on this filly in this contest. But it's a difficult contest. I also really like the look of horse number 2, Sam Al Okbal, who is ridden by Fahad Al Faredi. And Fahad is chasing that treble, much like Alex Marino. And to be honest, horse number 11, Daria, is a little bit of my paddock negatives, because even though she was second last time out, she's looking a little bit, carrying a little bit too much condition in this contest. She was acting up in the parade ring, so I really wanted to like this horse. However, I will be sticking with my initial choice, horse number 1.
All right, thank you very much, Shamila. She's leaning on Al Rila here, who did look quite well in the parade ring and has done little wrong in her, except for just finished second in her last couple of runs.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, she's one of the 2 most likely players in this race. Al Rila has had 9 starts. She's been better this year. She's quite clearly improved from 2 to 3. You like the inside stall as well for a horse with the experience that she has, and she should go close. But she has to beat Daria, who we're seeing in shot right now. Alex Moreno searching for that hat trick. The red stable of Prince Faisal bin Khalid searching for a second winner today. We picked this up. She's on the wrong lead. This was her debut, and it was at the first meeting here in Riyadh. She switches leads and she manages to hold on to second, but she doesn't get close to this all-the-way winner. She's a small filly. You can see that from this footage here. She's kind of dwarfed by several of these rivals, but she runs on nicely from start to finish in this race. And you know, when you have tactical speed like she does, it's going to be a major advantage from stall 11.
And as mentioned earlier, Shamila's selection is Al Rila, who does come out of a second place finish just recently on November 23rd.
Another horse with plenty of early speed. She's in the yellow silks right here. She switches leads much more professionally than Daria did, but she gets run down in the closing stages. She is talented. She's third up this year, so I expect her to put in her best possible effort. The way she finishes this race doesn't wow me. Now, the horse down the outside is More Ginebra, who ran earlier on and didn't show anything. So that has to be a concern. It wasn't the best of maidens.
Yeah, that would be a concern that she, like we mentioned before, just kind of bounced like a rubber ball there. And maybe when you look back at this race, Al Rila was the best horse in that race. Well, this is going to be a fun pacing area if the speed's all the way down on the inside. Is anybody going to keep her company up close, do you think?
Yeah, I think both Alrida and Daria will go forward. I mean, there will be some out wide that will try to go forward as well, but I don't think they've got the pace of both of those two. And it could just become a duel from the top of the turn all the way to the line between Alrida and Daria. I'm going to side with Daria. I think she's got more upside than Alrida does. I don't love her physically. I think she's probably just going to be at her best this year. I don't think she's going to be a horse for next year, given how small she is. But I liked that she's got tactical speed and that she finished her race out pretty well. Alex Marino's riding great as well.
I'm not a huge fan of going with a horse first out with an obscure pedigree. It takes away my tools, which is knowing pedigrees extremely well. But Niran Wale, to me, looks hands down the best looking horse in the race. I'm not sure the horse is going to be fit enough to fire first up here, but she looks absolutely outstanding. And she breaks from post 4, which is a nice place to break for a first-time starter. She's got a few horses to her inside. She's definitely got speed, going to break to her inside. And if she has any boot at all, she could be sitting right behind Aurila and make it an easy run. And Jose Rodriguez takes to the mount, and just going to take a shot with a horse that looked exceptional in the parade ring.
Yeah, that's fair. I don't think many of the horses with form can play a part in here, so why not take a shot with the first timer? I'm not completely against that for sure. Maybe we should talk about the two at the bottom that we haven't discussed so far.
There we go.
Horse number 17 and 18.
Sorry, so number 17, something out of Alderea, sorry, pardon. 0 for 2, filly by Astrology.
Finished 11th on both of her outings last year. She's had 9 months off as well.
Moff 1, no relation to Moff Gideon. 0 for 3, 16th last time.
12th or worse in all 3 runs this year, so draws the outside and isn't overly benefited by that, as we see a couple of horses just undergo some tack adjustments. That's number 13.
Gala Shahar.
Yeah.
And she will need to be adjusted appropriately to overcome finishing 19th and 17th.
Looks like the vet has just been trotting up the 3, Ayers Latifa. I saw this horse as we got the drone footage just being looked at, and they still seem to be looking at her. So hopefully she's given the all clear.
Hopefully so. They are going into the barriers right now.
She's been scratched. She's been scratched.
Number 3, Ayaz Latifa, has been scratched as they go in. We're going to go up to Gareth, see what he thinks, and hear the race call.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, obviously, welfare is top priority here, and Ayaz Latifa seemingly not fit enough or well enough to race today on arrival down at the start. Something's been discovered, and there'll be another day for her, but she doesn't run today. So the runners are heading into the starting stalls. We're around about halfway or so through loading. The 11 horse Daria is about to head in. Alexis Marino enjoying a good day, looking for a treble on the card already, and New Najid goes in under Abdulaziz Al Musa. This is 15, Afar. Abdullah Al Ofi on board, drawn pretty wide. 16, Nuta Al Hijaz is out of line, so is Zinat Al Afras, and also Moff 1, the 18 horse. So it won't be too much longer before we are set to go here. Just about ready. All in. And out they come, racing over the 1,200 metres. New Najid has broken out well with Strong Message, also well to the 4 horse in a sheepskin noseband. Closer to the inside is Al Rila, and then positioned a little wider out, Nasir Alanea, who's in yellow and black colours, racing in company with Zinat Alafras and Daria as well as they make this left-handed turn. Afar is on the very wide outside, the horse with the wide face, but railing well. Al Rila heading back towards home, shows very narrowly in front, with now coming up New Najid again in between horses, and then a little wider out of these Daria as they're heading back on into the home straight, being ridden along back in behind them Nasir Alanea. Then towards the outside is Afar, the rest are headed off by Strong Message and Zinat Alafras. They're homeward bound, racing on down towards the final furlong, and it is Al Rila, who's always raced prominently, shows in front by a couple of lengths. New Najid's effort is now petering out, moving through into second place. The red colours of Daria giving chase to this leader, and right down the outside coming home well is Afar, but going close to the finish, Al Rila it is. Al Rila winning stylishly by a clear-cut margin. Tight in the end for second position. Maybe Afar getting that over Nasir Alanea. They've run well the placed efforts, but it's Al Rila home and hosed, and a clear-cut winner. Eddie Castro on board Al Rila from stall 1, kept to the inside, and really has pulled away in the closing stages to strike in a time of 1 minute 14.47 seconds. And Al Rila, who was having a little bit of a battle at one point with Noon Najid, soon managed to shrug that one off and has won by 7 lengths, with Afar getting the verdict for second place down the outside under Abdullah Alofi, with back in third Nasir Alanea, who's also run well, and Daria, who was never too far off the pace, that one back in 4th place. They bunched up for the places, but no doubt about the winner. It is Al Rila coming home, another wide margin winner today of our 10th race, in the hands of Eddie Castro.
So she's a couple race, very nice to her too.
You know him very well.
Yeah, I know she very well, so I will save a little more today and wait for the last 300. Thank God she's a nice power. She's tried a little bit outside. She's fine. Thank God. Fine. Thank you to the trainer and the owner. Congrats.
Another winner for the paddock selections, and this horse has finally broken her maiden. 10th time lucky, 3rd time lucky this season after finishing 2nd the last time and the time before that with Eddie Castro on board. So she obviously gets on with Eddie really, really well. And they've changed tactics slightly for her this season. She has been run over a mile previously, which didn't agree with her too much, finishing 5th and 12th over a mile last season, I should say. But this new campaign seems to be working for her really well. Stunning 3-year-old Bay Filly by Flashy Bull. And a great winner for Eddie Castro as well, who had no winners last weekend. So I bet he's delighted to be back in the winner's enclosure for this. Congratulations, Eddie. That was a good race.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, she's tried hard last 2 races, finished 2nd. Today save a little more to her and wait for the stretch because she's trying to get out a little bit. But then today change and go straight, and nice winner for her.
And do you think she suits this distance a lot better than a mile like she was last season?
I think yes, it's nice. She's natural speed and easy to ride right there. So I think it's great for her.
Were you worried about coming out of stall number 1?
Yes, stall number 1, yeah. She's break well. I put her right in there. Everybody right there, almost in the lead all the time. And it's come to stretch way. And when I had to change the lead, she's nice kick.
And tell me what you were thinking the last 400 meters of the race.
When the last 400, She's respond great because last time she's hang a little bit and the last 100, but today she's nice power. In the
You're back in the winner's enclosure. It's great to see. Do you have any other horses this weekend that you're looking forward to?
I hope to have thank God I have a couple horses. I hope to winner and very happy come to see the winner's circle.
Thank you so much, Eddie. Well done.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Shamila. That was a nice performance by Aurila. Not a shock once again. And hats off to Shamila for, I think it's her third or fourth selection that won today?
Fourth, yes.
Yeah, so she's 4 for 9 so far, and she's definitely catching who is looking their best in the flesh. The winner here coming home really well under Breeders' Cup winning jockey Eddie Castro. So looking forward to seeing whether or not this one can pan out in the future, now that it's found its niche.
It was mainly hands and heels all the way up the straight as well. No use of the whip after around the 200 metre pole. Broke nicely from the inside, you can see. Oh, a horse in the middle took a big bump. I'm struggling to work out which horse that was. Maybe Classico, horse number 10. Took a bump out the stalls and then was on the back foot as the eventual winner already hits the front at this stage.
Yeah, and at this point, they're stacking up, which is usually a sign that they're not going too quickly out in the front. She doesn't really get any challenges into the bend. So he's able to take even a slight breath here and kind of which basically sets her up to put him away.
Exactly that. We just see Noon Najid breaking through in the middle in the dark blue silks, just barging aside Daria, who's only a small filly and wouldn't have liked that. That forced her 3 wide on the bend. Noon Najid showed a little bit today, enough to suggest that she has a race in her. That mid-race move probably wasn't the most efficient, but at least she had the energy.
That does more for us than for the horse. It gives us an idea, I guess, that this horse has a little bit of ability, but it definitely took the wind out of its chances.
Exactly.
So next time a more better timed
yes, for sure.
Performance, that would be you'd hope that would move the horse forward. The winner just runs away with this, and hats off to Eddie. He just puts this away really, really nicely, and it just didn't look like he ever had any doubts that he was going to get her. She did look like she was getting out, and she was a bit of a handful to get around the bend, but I just think she's just a decent little filly that's found her way in. 62 rated coming in.
He gets a 1 crack here, just there, and then one more, and then that's it. He puts it down, I think. There's one more. Then he puts it down. It's really hands and heels all the way to the line thereafter, and yeah, I think Eddie knew he was on the best filly in the race. He rode her as such, and she's got the job done. When it comes to Daria, again, she's another type that I just don't want going forward. She's small, she's not overly progressive. She has speed and it can draw you in, especially for the red stable, connections that have a lot of good horses, but she hasn't shown enough today, and she didn't change leads.
With horses that size and style-wise, I usually want them to be one of the two extremes. I want them to be a bald front runner that goes out there, is hell-bent on the lead, or coming from the very back and has to pass everyone and go wide. Yeah. Something that doesn't get a lot of, trouble or bumping thrown in their way.
Yeah, I think she's more of the former, but even then she doesn't have enough early speed to always clear. So she's not for me going forward. I think she's a horse to take on. She'll be in this kind of race next time, and I imagine she'll find 1 or 2 too good.
1:14.47 definitely screams that this horse didn't have to try too hard early. Had a nice look at his body language right there. You can tell that he was coasting along for about 2.5 furlongs before he was even challenged.
Yeah.
And at that point, he gets challenged for about a furlong around the bend, and then kicks on.
What about your selection? Just see at the back of the shot in the yellow?
I actually think this is one to keep your eye on. This is her first run. She ran fairly well, in my opinion. She picked up horses in the lane. She was absolutely confused throughout the running of the race. Took a lot of dirt down on the inside. Was asked to split horses turning for home, and she did run on. There she is in the back with a little pom-pom on top of the yellow silks.
Niran Wale is the horse's name, yellow and blue. You can see she's full of running after the line because Jose Rodriguez has to really abruptly stop her.
Yeah, and she's, I just thought there's a bit of ability there, and we saw it in her physicality, so hopefully we get to see her next time, and it'll probably be in the next week or so.
Yep, got to keep an eye out for that horse because the form figure won't suggest that she has ability. So got to keep that horse's name in your notebooks, Niran Wale.
All right. We're going to move on to our next race, which to me is going to be pretty exciting because we have a big named horse in Great Scott in this one. This is 1,800 meters, 4-year-old and up, open. Gareth, let's take us through the round of the riders.
Yeah, good race this one, and we'll be seeing the horses in the paddock shortly. Number 1 is Magalet. now partnered by Abdusalam Al-Credis. Number 2, Emblem Time, Fahed Al-Faradi. 3, Sheringham, Nawaf Al-Mudiani. Number 4 is Al-Adire with Nawaf Al-Firuz. Number 5 is Sugan with Mohamed Aldaham. 6 is Rapid Best under Victor Gutierrez. 7, Tattered Flag, Mohamed Al-Ubail. Number 8 is Julani, Abdullah Al-Saidi. Over the page, number 9 is Gabra, the mount of Abdul El Al-Hussein. 10, Alman, Louis Morales. Number 11, Antelope Canyon, Thurb Al-Timiat. 12 is Great Scott, Alexis Marino. 13, Soros, Camilo Ospina. 14 is Omfawan with Abdulaziz Al Musa, and 15 is Run Teddy Run, the mount of Tariq Al Mansour. It's a full field of 15 for our 11th and penultimate race.
All right, all eyes are on Great Scott in this race. He is a local Group 1 winner. He is a horse that, at his best, a couple years ago, was running against the best horses in the world. He drops in class here. He comes back in his first run, I believe, since, was it Saudi Cup weekend?
Yes. Yeah, he ran in the 2-8 Cup, I believe.
Yeah, but Electability rocked up in that race and won that fairly easily. And we saw him come back the other day and run very well in defeat, and should be very tough to beat next time. But this boy, he's been always a little volatile, a little bit tough to handle. Before the Dubai World Cup, as I mentioned before, he dropped his jockey and had to be scratched at the gate, and poor Frankie Dettori. But we're going to be cheering for him to get back to himself, even if he doesn't win today. He definitely looks like he should come forward. Number 1 in the screen right now is Magalet, is 3 for 35, a 7-year-old by Sleeping Indian.
He needs to run. He's rated 75, first run for 2 years, hasn't won for 3 years, not fit.
Highly intriguing sort is number 2, Emblem Time, in the black silks of Prince Sultan bin Mashal, 2 for 12.
We'll see him here. He's a nice looking type, but again, he hasn't run for a long time. Very nice looking horse. Finished 3rd on his last outing. That came 18 months ago. So again, long layout to overcome. With the majority of these, they are returning after relatively long absences, and fitness is a question mark.
Yeah, and he draws 2, which might not be bad for him. Number 3 is Sheringham, who used to be in Dubai with Ali Al Rahi, son of Lope de Vega.
Not the quality required to win this race. He's only rated 51, and 2 runs in Saudi Arabia have been pretty poor.
Number 4 is Al-Adire, who's 1 for 14, 7th last time.
Yes, prior to that, finished 10th in a 0-80 handicap, which kind of tells you the form of this gelding. He's facing horses rated 100 plus today.
There he is on shot, looking fairly well. Only one handler, this horse, and no lip chain. This horse could not care less at this point. He is absolutely the calmest horse in the field so far. Number 5 there with the blinkers is Sugan. Sugan is 2 wins, no local runs.
Yeah, this horse formerly trained by Simon and Ed Crisford in the UK, rated 84. That's why he's got the rating of 84 over here as well. He has ability. I believe he wants further. 2,400 metres will be right up his street.
Number 6, nice little head on this one, is the Rapid Best. 0 for 11 locally, 9th last time by Exaggerator.
I don't want a maiden in this race. He's yet to break through. He's not good enough on form figures. Second run in Riyadh. Connections will be hoping for better than 9th, but it seems to be a tough ask.
On pedigree, this one towers above them all. This is Tattered Flag by Union Rags out of Group Grade 1 winner Careless Jewel. 4-year-old colt is 1 for 15.
Has struggled at this level recently, though has got some decent runs to his name so far this season, finishing 4th at meeting 44 and 5th at meeting 59.
Apparently taking the snake's view to number 8. This is Julani, 0 for 2, 7th last time.
Yet to even get a mark, this son of Dubai Destination. Based on what we've seen, he's probably going to finish last.
Former Shadwell runner and Doug Watts runner Gabber here makes a quick return, 3 for 24 lifetime.
Disappointed last week when finishing just 16th. He'll need to step up.
Alman is an intriguing sort. Used to be with Shadwell as well by Speightstown out of Grade 1 winner Rosalind. 4 for 10 lifetime.
Yeah, they've got all the sheepskin on today, cheap pieces and the shadow roll noseband. This horse making his first run for 5 months, finished 8th in an open. Prior to that, won a 0-90 handicap, so this is tougher.
Number 11 in shot. 10 looks really well, by the way. I keep on looking at him. He looks excellent. I remember working and seeing him as a 2-year-old train with John Hyde at Dubai Stables. Number 11 in shot in just a second, hopefully, will be Antelope Canyon, who was 1 for 7 and was 11th last time. There he is.
Mid-division last week when he ran. Quick turnaround for this horse. He's rated just 65, overmatched.
And number 12, as we've been mentioning before, Great Scott has 11 wins to his credit, is a Group 1 winner.
Really good horse. He looks
rough.
Yeah, I think
you can see the handlers on him. This horse is a lot to handle right now. He is not looking his absolute best, but that does not mean he won't stomp a hole in these horses at his best.
Yeah, exactly. He's an 11-time winner, super prolific, second in the last 2 runnings of the Grade 1 King Faisal Cup. He's a proper horse, and if he's anywhere near his best, he'll win, but that has to be a question.
Prince Saud bin Salman Soros wasn't much back in the States, but has found his niche here in Saudi Arabia. He has 4 wins lifetime.
Won a 0-85 handicap back in November, so this is a step up, but he's got ability and could be a player.
Number 14 is Anfouan, who is 1 for 14 and comes out of an 11th place finish.
Not good enough on what we've seen so far.
And lastly, number 15 will hopefully be in shot in just a moment, is Run, Teddy Run, who is 2 for 8 and has some form to him.
Ex-Brit Run, Teddy Run. Generally, handicaps are the better option for him, rated just 66. He'll probably come up short today.
We'll see him in shot in just a moment. We're going to go over to Shamila in just a second and see what she thinks. She's got a great view of some of these top-class horses.
Michael, I'm here. Can you guys?
All right, we'll go to Shamila in just a second. Shamila is in the parade ring right now. We're seeing number 15 on the screen. Shamila, who do you like in the parade ring? Who's been catching your eye?
Thanks very much, Michael. For me in this race, it was a huge toss-up between horse number 10 and horse number 13. I've decided to side with Camilo Espina's mount, horse number 13 at Sorrows. First last time out, and just looks really well in the parade ring. Looks like the ideal thoroughbred. Now, I do have to mention horse number 10 as well. 8th last time out, first the time before that. And Louis Morales is on a little bit of on a roll this evening, like Tom mentioned earlier in the day. Once he has 1 winner, and he just keeps on rolling in the winners. So I would really like to see him
Probably
have a 4-timer today. But I will be sticking with Soros. I really did want to like horse number 12, Great Scott, rated 104 for Alex Moreno. However, I didn't like how he was looking in his coat. He was looking a little bit like he needed a clipper or something. I don't know. He just did not look happy. So I'm going to stick with my guns and stick with horse number 13 and hopefully bring you in a 5th winner of the day.
I think that she might be a little more, confident than she's giving off that she's going to get a 5th winner. She's very much well within herself today with her selections in the parade ring, going against solidly like we were on the sort of a class favorite, we'd say, Great Scott. She's leaning on Soros then.
That's the horse that I was going to come down on as well.
You two. Peas in a pod.
The only question to me, there are 2 questions. Number 1, is Great Scott anywhere near 100%? Now, physically, I'd say no, but that doesn't mean he's not 90%. And if he's 90%, he'll win this race. He's by far the most talented horse. The sole question about this race is whether he is capable of running towards his best today. If he is, he'll win. If he's not, he won't. That's it. When you're looking at horses' alternatives, Soros is a clear standout because he's got recent form next to his name and is rated relatively highly. We get to see him here. Wide on the track. White and blue silks, makes a nice move around the turn and really puts this race to bed late in the day. I like this effort. I thought it was pretty strong, and a repeat of this wouldn't beat a prime Great Scott, but it would beat the majority of runners in this field, and maybe a horse in Great Scott who's going to come on for the run.
Yeah, he's veering out a little bit here. To me, he's not super impressive. I just know him back in the States.
He was fair, but not amazing.
He's an allowance horse back in the States.
Yeah.
So to me, he's a lower level allowance horse. So he would have to improve considerably to really stack up. Look at old Great Scott. He knows the deal. He's touting himself a little bit as he's on the walk there. And here he is finishing 2nd on January 14th, which is not his last run.
No, he ran fine this day. You can see the stage he's just been passed by a couple, and he just rallies in the closing stages. He has several horses to pass and has to weave in and out of those going backwards, and he comes up miles, second best, quite clearly second best. Just gets thumped in the end, but he's a very good horse. He's a proper Grade 1 horse at his best, and if he repeats this, he'd win. If he doesn't, as I keep saying, then he won't. So that's the major question. If you're looking at horses to beat Great Scott, Soros is the obvious one in shot right now. The other one is probably Alman, but he hasn't run for 5 months and only won a 0-90, so you know, there are questions about him as well. Soros is the horse where I think you can really land on and be like, this is what we're going to get from Soros today. The other two, especially Great Scott, it's hard to really decipher. I'd like Great Scott to win as a neutral, that's for sure.
Emblem Time is the one that jumps off to me. This is a horse that's not had the easiest sort of run up to things. He's had consistent breaks in his form or in his racing in general, but he's just a stunner.
He's a very good looker.
He's a stunner in the parade ring. And if you go all the way back about 2.5, 3 years ago, he was only 2 lengths shy of Emblem Road when he was at his best. So if he goes anywhere near that, I think he's possibly more likely to return to form than Great Scott is.
How do you feel about the 18 months off? It's not even 12, it's 18. Like, that's a long time.
It is a long time.
Shala Aladiani's no Todd Pletcher getting horses back.
But yeah, I realize that. I just think that they probably wouldn't have kept him in these silks if he didn't have the talent still.
Yeah.
Then Not This Time is flying as a stallion and has been given a really great book of mares over the last 6-7 years to flourish as a stallion. So I just feel like this is a horse to really watch. If he flies off and runs a good 3rd or 4th, I think that would be a great start for him coming back. But when you have horses like this, and I've talked to a lot of trainers that are genuinely fragile, and you can only get a couple runs in them, and then you have to lay off of them. A lot of times they will crank them up for that first run back, and maybe even that second one if they come out fresh, because they know that's ticking time bomb when something else is going to pop up with them.
For sure.
So whatever the issue is with this horse, maybe he's fitter than we realize.
Yeah, potentially.
Maybe he finishes last and I look stupid.
It could be either. That's the crazy thing about this race, though.
I feel like those are also my 2 MOs, as it were. But yes, he jumps off the page a bit, and I think he'll run fairly well here. Alman is probably the form horse, I'd say.
Yeah, maybe, but again, he hasn't run for 5 months. This is a race we don't often see this kind of format over here in Saudi Arabia. The majority need to prove themselves.
Well, I'm going to take a chance with an 18-month layoff, as you do with Emblem Time. You are going to...
I'll tell you what, I'm going to side with Great Scott. Just because Shamila's on Soros, I'll cover all bases.
Shamila is on Soros. Well, we're going to head up for what is easily the most exciting race of the day for me. Go up to Gareth for the 11th race today.
Thank you, Mike. And Sheringham just being remounted by Noaf Al-Mudiani, who jumped off momentarily. I think there were a few late adjustments being made there. This is Tattered Flag. Grey horse about to slot forward into stall 7. And another of the greys, Sheringham, with Noaf Al-Mudiani back on board, heading forward as well. Sugan goes into stall 5. And we've got 5 others out of line. Emblem Time is out, so is Soros, so is Alman, Rapid Best, and Great Scott, who there's been plenty of chat about. Real high-class performer, Great Scott. Can he give Alexis Marino a treble on today's card? Final 2 then heading in for the highlight of the day. Great Scott completes the set, and we're ready to go at the 1800 metres. Flags are up, and they're off. Jumping away with Tattered Flag beginning fairly well. So did Emblem Time along the inside in that black-coloured jacket. Magalet is not too far away either, away to the right-hand side. And from deeper out, Great Scott, and wider still Soros, and it is the latter who powers on into an early lead. Soros has it from Great Scott, the red jacket, white cap, with them parked out a little wider, Run Teddy Run. And over towards the inside is Magalet, who races in company with Emblem Time, and they're closely followed by Sugan and Sheringham, with wider out on the course in the green with the purple decorations Antelope Canyon. And that one being tracked out wide at this stage by On For One as they run towards the end of the back straight. Alman is also charting a fairly wide course. And shortly they'll be beginning the sweep left-handed on towards home. And as they do so, towards the inside, Soros, who picked up the lead at an early stage, but Great Scott is travelling strongly up towards his outside. They are now 2 lengths away. from Emblem Time, who's running along the inside of Run Teddy Run, and the others now with a little bit of work to do, headed off by Tattered Flag as they're galloping back towards the straight, and Great Scott goes strongly, powers on by 2 lengths to Soros in at second place. Run Teddy Run now noses through into third, and then along the inside is Emblem Time, and wider out to Alman, but it's Great Scott in the clear. Racing on down towards the final furlong, he's doing it easily, Great Scott. Great Scott just hands and heels riding here from Alexis Marino, and with every stride he's coming further and further away. He's different class to this lot. Great Scott it is, going to win this pretty much hard held and by a long way. Great Scott, most impressive, beating Soros into second. Back in third was Run Teddy Run, and Gabra might just come through for the fourth ahead of Tattered Flag. Great Scott it is, a treble on the day for Alexis Marino, and Great Scott, who was touted up beforehand as being a really high quality horse, which he is, and he has shown it there. And he's run to a really high mark, because that looked to be a pretty good field that was in against him. We knew that on his best form he'd take the world of beating, and he has trounced them. Across the line in second is Soros, who gave it his best, and back in third was Run Teddy Run. The winner returning in a time of 1 minute 52.94 seconds, and will get the distance between himself and the runner-up through very shortly. 9 3/4 lengths, so again, not the most wide margin winner that we've had here today, but with that one in particular, I get the impression it easily could have been had Alexis Marino asked him to go at full stretch. He's won that race geared down, and that was a highly impressive win from a real high-quality horse. Great Scott, one of the highlights of the day, has blitzed them in our 11th and penultimate race.
You, Alex. Long time, yeah?
Wow, man. مبروك to Great Scott. مبروك to Prince Faisal bin Khalid. Asad bin Mishrit, Abdullah, all the team. I just happy. The old guy, he's back, man. MashaAllah, tabarakallah. Yeah, 3 years ago, and he's back again with me. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, buddy.
Another super hat-trick on the cards, this time for Alex Marino. So that's absolutely great for him. And considering Great Scott had a lot against him in this race, he usually runs better over 1,600 meters. He really didn't impress me in the parade ring, and I will stand by that he didn't look good in his coat whatsoever, but he proved different otherwise on the track. Absolutely annihilated them, and he is rated 104. He, like Michael said, he was meant to run in the Dubai World Cup 1 year, so he is a class above these other horses, to be honest. And Alex Marino is on a roll as well, so it's great to see. And for the Prince Faisal bin Khalid stables as well, Red stables are dominating at the moment. We've seen this trainer, we've seen Jimmy Jerkins in the winner's enclosure plenty, and it's not very often we actually see Alex Marino in these silks. And this horse was carrying 62 kilos as well, 7-year-old. He had so much going against him, and he still found what he needed to, and absolutely demolished the rest of them. Congratulations, Alex. A hat trick. Were you expecting that today?
Yeah, sure. He's a great horse, great cascade. So he's in perfect shape. I think he's still not 100%, but he showed up today so easily, you know.
And he prefers running over 1,600 meters usually, but he had no problem today over 1,800.
Well, when he finished there in the first Saudi Cup was 1,800. I think he can go over 2,000. He's just a nice horse, you know.
Yeah, we don't usually see you in these silks smiling like this, so he must have really impressed you today.
Yeah, he impressed me today. He was huge today. So well done to everyone.
And were you expecting this from him? I mean, it's his first run of the season, 7 years old, against a lot of younger horses in this race as well.
Well, but he's a quality horse. So he showed up today.
Thank you so much, Alex. Well done.
Thank you.
All right, that was quite the impressive run from a horse that we knew was the class of the race, and he just had to come to that form, and he did.
He did, yeah. I was questioning it beforehand, but then gut instinct, I think, just before the off led to me selecting him. I mean, he didn't need to be anywhere near 100% to win. Fortunately, in hindsight, he very much was quite fit. Judging by the performance, he's fairly bolted up and done it in nice fashion. But even if he was, 10%, 15% worse than today, he would have still done what he showed today. He would have still won this race. Not many of those in behind actually showed up. Soros ran fine. He went straight to the front, as you can see in the blue and the white silks. Third from the left right now in the noseband, about to move across. He ran okay and stayed on for second. Emblem Time ran okay. Yeah, okay.
He was in a perfect spot and had nothing when it mattered.
Yeah, long layoff. I mean, it wasn't terrible because he wasn't tailed off, but it wasn't good either. And Alman, who's rated 105 after the layoff, well, he showed nothing. So Great Scott didn't have much to beat. Only Soros, who's rated 15 pounds inferior, and he kind of proved that.
Yeah, it was impressive to me is the way he was ridden. There was just a lot of confidence in the way he was placed early. He broke well, and that kind of gave Moreno the opportunity to push him into obviously an opportune spot behind what looked like his only rival at this point. I just think at this point, when the horse grabs the bit naturally around the bend, it's over.
Yeah, he switches leads to the correct lead at the top of the bend, as all these brilliant horses do. And once he did that, he filled him up. Alex at this point knows he's going to win by a mile. Soros, who's the eventual runner-up, is already backpedaling against the inside. Emblem Time just moving into third and can never feature. So he knew there was nothing coming. And really, when he presses the button here, Great Scott just elongates his stride.
Yeah, and you could tell he's doing his very best not to get in the horse's way all the way around the bend, to just sit as calm as possible, give him a little tap on the shoulder to keep his mind on business. He's already switched to the correct lead. He's doing well coming down the lane. I just don't see anything wrong with his performance. I did not see this coming at all. I expected the horse to run an okay sort of possible win, maybe an ambling along second. This horse very much is at 7, soon to be 8 in a few weeks. This horse is back to, not say it was best, but he's on his way.
He is. I'll tell you what, I think Alex Moreno is definitely the right jockey for him. I love how Moreno rides. He's very confident, super confident, and this horse seemed to thrive off it. I also like that he didn't punish him at all in the straight. He barely came off the bridle, in fact. You just asked him a few questions just to, shake off a bit of rust. Sometimes if you come back and it's such an easy race, you don't actually learn anything from it. The horse doesn't progress. So Alex did just enough on board, and I think Great Scott likes this kind of ride, the quietish ride. I don't think he'd want to be too forceful on top, and hopefully Alex keeps the partnership. You know what? He's had 3 winners today. I think every single one of them is won by 9 lengths or further.
He's just crushing when it matters. And this horse you see coming around the bend right now, it's just, I love what they did with this horse. This is a perfect prep for what is obviously going to be a considerable step up in class next time.
Yeah, exactly that. Come into an open race rather than a cup race. Small step down in grade basically for him. Not a group race either. A race that he should basically win. They come into this hoping that he's the same horse off the layoff, and he is. The horse has blown the cobwebs away, and that's what they would have wanted.
And to me, I mean, it just says that maybe this horse just doesn't turn out well before in the parade ring. Maybe it's just not the best looking horse in the world. And we were kind of fooled by that when he was getting ready. He's also a lot to handle. So it's not a shock to see him kind of It's not a shock to see him kind of be a little bit tougher around there. The closer they got to the race, the better he looked, and he looked at his best when they crossed the wire. So.
Absolutely. He's the best horse we'll see today. I know there are a couple of good horses in this last race that we're about to talk about, but he's the most talented horse on the card, that's for sure.
It's going to be interesting to see where they go with him next. They have a couple of cup options, a couple of distances, a mile and an eighth to a mile, or 1800 or back to a mile. So looking forward to seeing him clash with the likes of maybe even Scotland Yard again, who beat him the last time they raced. We saw that in the insert there, and also possibly even electability.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm looking forward to it. But yeah, excellent performance by Scotland Yard to get it done and prove that he's still got it when it matters. So hopefully we still do in this last race. We're going to go to Gareth, who's going to take us through the runners and riders for the nightcap.
Thank you, Mike. Our final race on the card. Number 1 is Mistrix, partnered by Tariq Al Mansour. Number 2, Precisely, Nawaf Al Mudiani. Number 3 is Lagertha Rhyme with Alexis Marino, looking for a 4-timer. Number 4, Amirat Al Sfafwa, the mount of Eddie Castro. Ferreira takes the ride on Dreams Unwind, horse number 5. Jazio, number 6, is partnered by Ahmed Al Azari with number 7, Sabah Mohammed Saeed. 8 is Notation, Camilo Ospina, with Thurbal Timiat riding number 9, Just a Tad. Libby Ami, horse number 10, the mount of Abdullah Al Saidi. And number 11, Tata Jamal with Abdul Ella Al Hussein on board. A full field of 11 then to contest our finale, due off in just a few minutes' time.
Gareth, we're going to go and try to pull these apart. Not too many of them for you this time. We're going 1,800 meters, 4-year-olds and up, fillies and mares open spot. To me, it's going to be, actually, it doesn't, fewer horses doesn't make it that much easier, does it?
No, it's a very similar race to the last in regards, there are 2 horses in here with good form but are coming off layoffs.
All right, number 2 there is Precisely. 6 wins to her record.
Yeah, first time out in Saudi Arabia. This horse was placed in the UK for John Butler. Has a lot of talent. First up for Jimmy Jenkins. I think she'll probably improve for the run. We did just miss horse number 1, Mistrix. Was scratched 2 weeks back, then ran last week, didn't beat a horse.
Well done. Number 3 coming into shot in just a moment. There she is. This is Lagertha Rhyme. 7 victories, rated 105.
The horse to beat in this race. Won 6 in a row last year. This is the first run for 9 months. We saw with Great Scott it didn't matter. Will it matter with her? Alex Moreno rides again. He could be set for a huge 4-timer.
Amirat Al Safwa is number 4, 1 for 19. That victory came last time.
Maiden winner last up. Huge step up in class today. She only rated 64 and shouldn't be good enough.
Number 5 is Dreams Unwind, who has 4 victories, 8 local runs.
Yet to repeat the UK form over here in Saudi Arabia. The 3 efforts so far have been middling. Arguably put in this race as a pace setter. It's interesting the trainer Alman Deal, who has Lagertha Rhyme, has 2 horses that are rated 60 and 46 in the contest as well.
Yeah, she looks very much like she's ready to go. Number 6 is Jazzy O, 3 victories from 48 runs.
Struggled lately, finished 14th last Saturday in a weaker contest. Faces much better again today.
Number 7 is Sabha, a 4-year-old daughter of Overanalyzed.
Winless so far in 10 outings, hard to make a case.
Notation also has 7 victories to her record, 6-year-old filly mare by Poet's Voice.
Big player in this race, Notation. 5-length winner of a 2,000-metre Fillies Open when last seen at meeting 63. Prior to that, she finished 9th. She was badly hampered at the start on that occasion. I think she got good claims today.
All right, number 9 coming in. There's Notation right now, actually looking extremely well. We get an up-close look at her. Number 9 there is Just a Tad. 2 victories from 10 runs, comes off a 6th place finish.
Formerly trained by William Haggis, has gone downhill ever since moved over to Saudi Arabia. The form has just regressed rapidly.
Libby Ami is number 10, 4 victories to her record, 8 local starts.
Another horse that used to be trained in the UK, formerly trained by Philip McBride, just not overly talented on those shores, and again, over here rated just 65.
And in those white blinkers is number 11, Tata Jamal. Tata Jamal is a daughter of astrology, who has 1 win from 24 starts.
Far from prolific so far and won't be suited by the outside gate. This is a race that is super interesting because there's a selection of 3 or 4 very good horses, or potential to be very good, and then the rest are way outclassed.
Yeah, just it might be a bit of a spread between the two when they're coming for home.
Exactly.
See the top horses coming home. See it a lot more with the Arabians when the top-rated horses kind of distance themselves from the slower Arabians. So you're saying, obviously, on the ratings, you have a couple here in the 90s. You have Notation and Precisely. How close can they get to an informed Lagertha run?
I think in Notation's case, quite close. Lagertha Rhyme, again, may not be at her best today. Let's say she runs to 95. I think Notation's a 95 filly. So very close. Look, if Lagertha Rhyme runs to 105, then she'll probably win this race. But I would be surprised if she's 100% ready, as we see her rider, Alex Moreno, right there, waiting to get on board. I think it's between Lagertha Rhyme, Notation, Precisely. Notation has the recent form, has stamina to stay further, gets Camilo Ospina, has a good draw. Lagertha Rhyme and Precisely both coming off layoffs. Lagertha Rhyme we know is well capable of doing it on these shores. Precisely hasn't yet run in Saudi Arabia. So there are more question marks about Precisely, especially first time up. But she is trained by Jimmy Jerkins, so you never know how much improvement he's going to get out of a horse. She was talented, as I say, placed in listed company in the UK and ran to a fairly strong level for John Butler. So she's not without a chance. It's just, is she ready to go first up? And then she has to improve 13 pounds to match a prime Lagertha Rhyme.
She was quite consistent back in the UK, really ran, coming out of a pair of seconds in her last two runs, went on a tirade of 3 straight wins and a second before that in 2022. So if she can overcome the break there and the change of scenery, who's to say that she might sort of be reacquainted with her love of winning?
Well, exactly. And anyway, she should finish in the top 3 no matter what, because she has a lot of class and there's a lot in here that don't. Saying that, I'm reading between the lines and I'm kind of thinking this is the prep before the turf racing comes around.
All right, we're going to head to Shamila, who's in the parade ring. Tell us who she likes in this final race.
For our final contest of the night, Michael, please don't take my head off, because I have chosen horse number 3, Lagertha Rhyme, rated 105, so the highest rated filly in this contest. However, I really, really love the look of her. I couldn't choose any other horse. It would go against everything I stand for here in my paddock selections, and Alex Moreno is hoping to chase that 4th Grand Slam, as you said. And horses I also really like is horse number 2, Precisely, first time out this season for Jimmy Jerkins. She also looks really well in the parade ring, and horse number 9, Just a Tad. Now, Naif Al-Mandil has a lot of runners in this race, as they usually do for these big contests, and they usually come out on top as well. I would love to see Tariq Al Mansour back in the winner's enclosure on Mistrix after coming 20th in her last start. Not very promising, so I will be sticking with horse number 3, Lagertha Rhyme.
I'm just looking down at the stage. All right, thank you, Shamila. She is very much on the, not a surprise there, on the Lagertha Rhyme boat. I did like her talking up of Precisely, who's going to be my selection to upset the apple cart here. I don't think it's impossible. Ooh, Lagertha has decided to get a little acquainted with the outside rail there. She is definitely a handful, and that's probably why she's so good. A lot of the best fillies and mares out there are tough to handle.
Yeah, exactly that. The connections will be hoping that she runs very well today. As I say, she racked up 6 consecutive victories last year. To do that, you have to be talented. There's no doubt about it. She's coming off the layoff. She has to prove that she still has the ability, which I imagine she does. Fitness is my only concern. And, you know, if there is, unlike in the last race with Great Scott, he only had to be 80%, I think, to win. Soros was coming into the race with a mark of 89 and, you know, had a relatively strong level of form, but it wasn't a great level of form. In this race, if Lagertha Rhyme is 85%, I think Notation beats her. Notation has good form to her name. That race last time, over the 2000, was impressive. She won by 5 lengths. She was very good in the contest and gets Camilo back on board today. She's got stamina on her side, and any kind of hitch that Lagertha Rhyme has in the closing stages will be found out by Notation. So I'm going to side with Notation. Look, I know she's not the most obvious, but she's the one I know most about right now in terms of the season, whereas the other two, and Precisely and Lagertha Rhyme, there are questions for me. I'm going to stick to a similar kind of angle that I took in the last race, and that obviously went so well. But I will try to stay with Precisely, and let's see them in action. This is Lagertha Rhyme. Yeah, we pick it up right now. Lagertha Rhyme in the green, right on the outside. Going to make some kind of run in the straight. This came after the 6 victories. This was just a much better contest. And she runs okay. It's not a wowing performance.
Yeah, she's going to have to, I think anything close to this probably wins the race still.
Oh, for sure. It's a much better contest than she faces today. As I say, she's only got 2 real threats in the field.
Distance-wise, does this hit her on the nose?
I think 1800 is absolutely fine. She goes 1600, she can go 2000. She's kind of versatile. Notation, on the other hand, is probably better suited to 2000, but I like the 1800 just for this race today. We'll pick this up of her footage last time where she wins. Always up with the speed, but just watch how easily she draws clear in the straight. She's got loads of stamina. She's very much a grinder, but she has got the early tactical pace to get into a nice position. She's not on the right lead here. She switches and then instantly puts distance between herself and the horse up the inside in the Prince Abdulaziz bin Fahd bin Abdulaziz Silks.
So this is about 4 weeks ago on November 11th,
Yep.
and she's had a nice little break coming in.
Exactly, perfect little break, whereas the other 2 contenders in here are coming off long absences. Camilo keeps the mount. I like the cutback. If she's within a length of Lagertha Rhyme turning in, I think it'll be a good race.
I'm going to take a shot against him and precisely and just see if Jimmy Jerkins can work some magic with this horse that seems to want to run well in all of her races, and maybe it wouldn't be a shock to see her step up and do well. And she looks phenomenal going to the gate and looks to be quite fit, to be honest.
Even if she doesn't win, and maybe let's say she finishes 3rd, you should keep her on the right. You should be on the right side of her, sorry, because when she gets to turf, I think we're going to see a different filly. This to me seems like a prep for the turf, which is going to be used in about a month's time. So she's a horse with lots of form on grass, and I think Jimmy tends to think long term with all of his horses, and she could be just that. Saying that, she's very capable of going close in this race if she's ready to run.
And a quick check-in with YouTube. Thanks for Jose Martinez back on there saying, wow, that was very impressive. Obviously, talking about Great Scott in the last one. Hopefully, we can see another breakout performance here, whether it is from the favorite in Lagertha Rhyme, or even Precisely or Notation, or even an upset that we did not expect, which wouldn't be unexpected nowadays. We've been seeing some breakout performances with very little form line.
Yeah, I would say it would be shocking, because it would, but based on what we have seen in a few of these races, par for the course.
Yeah, I'm hoping to see a decent performance from all 3. I'd love to see them all line up turning for home and see what they can do. 3 horses with very, very different looks going into the race. Let's go over to Gareth as they get ready to load up for the finale.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah, they'll be heading behind very shortly. Yeah, this race I think has the potential to be the closest of the day, hasn't it? It's got plenty of interesting contenders. Several will be sort of names familiar, particularly to UK-based punters and viewers, and it makes for a very interesting finale with Libby Ami about to head forward. She was one who used to race in the UK, and Abdullah Al Saidi taking the ride. Wasn't the biggest achiever of the ex-UK runners, though, in this. So the loading up process, as I say, has started. We're already around about halfway through. It shouldn't take too long. 1,800 metres is the journey ahead of them. All fillies here, an open race to conclude the card. A reminder that action on this YouTube channel continues from Riyadh tomorrow and Saturday as well. Good card in particular coming up on Saturday, and Precisely heading in will be one of the last forward here for this closing race. So 11 runners, they're set and they're off. Jumping away, Jcsa didn't see a great deal of daylight as the gates crashed back, was a little bit squeezed back. One of the first ones to show, Precisely in the red-coloured jacket, and also Mistrix right along the inside. And from wider out, coming through now to lead just a tad, and also Tata Jamal working across from wider. So they hook up with the track proper, and Just a Tad is now the leader by a good 2 to 3 lengths, and is gifted a nice easy time of things from Tata Jamal racing in second. Mistrix over towards the inside, being followed by Precisely, who's in the red-coloured jacket, and then out wider in the black and white is Notation. Deeper still is Dreams Unwind, who races ahead of Lagertha Rhyme. with Saba well back at this stage. So too is Amirat Al-Safawa. And over towards the inside, Jcsa just looking to recover after an awkward beginning. Libiami posted deep as they head left-handed out of the back straight and on towards home. Just a Tad has had the lead all to herself for quite some time now, but she's beginning to come back to them. Mistrix on the move is now coming around the outside of the leader to press, with travelling strongly precisely, notation as well. And around the wide outside is Dreams Unwind. Lagatha Rhyme is on their heels as they're now about to straighten up for the judge. And very quickly, Just a Tad drops away. Mistrix hits the front, but her flirtation with the lead was only brief as Precisely now takes over and goes strongly. Down the home straight they run. The challenger on the far side is Lagatha Rhyme, who's come through pretty sweetly under Alexis Marino. And Lagatha Rhyme has now moved on ahead of a battling Precisely. Notation is 2 lengths behind them back in third. Racing into the closing stages, can Lagatha Rhyme put it to bed? Lagatha Rhyme in front, drawing on by 3 parts of a length to Precisely in second, but it's Lagatha Rhyme for the Alexis Marino 4-timer. Second place goes to Precisely with running on well notation down the outside, but held every chance, and a break off those to the remainder. Lagatha Rhyme it is prevailing in the finale, and in the hands of Alexis Marino, who's had a real stellar day, has done it pretty comfortably in the end. I thought was always holding Precisely on the run towards the finish. A little punch of the air as well, and why not celebrate? Not every day you get to ride 4 winners. And Lagatha Rhyme in a time of 1 minute 55.76 seconds prevails by half a length from Precisely in second, and Notation crossed the line in third place. Best of the rest in fourth was Amirat Al-Safawa, but it's Lagatha Rhyme who prevails. We thought beforehand it might well be the closest race of the day. Indeed it was. And Lagatha Rhyme hopefully can kick on from this now, because she looks to be a filly with plenty about her. And she's taken the final race on the card in really good style and capping a great day for the ride.
Mourinho, what a day, super hat-trick.
Yeah, man, thanks God. مبروك to Prince Abdulaziz bin Fahad, Abu Sultan, our team, Naif, Salman, Lagerta. Well, she's back, man. You know, she's a brilliant filly today. She's doing well. مبروك. Yeah, she was easy today. Alhamdulillah. Thank you, Ori.
All right, that was very, very impressive. Lagatha Rhyme gets it done, as kind of expected.
Yeah, she was good today, wasn't she? She was much better than I was anticipating. You know, she travelled through the race exceptionally well. There was a pacemaker in the field, as anticipated. Just a Tad went forward to make sure that Lagatha Rhyme had something to chase. Alex Moreno, super in the saddle today. Went up the inside, just a guy full of confidence right now.
Yeah, and hats off to Precisely. She did her best off the layoff and ran fairly well there. I'm not really upset about that. I'm sure Jimmy's going to be over the moon that she ran that well against a top-class mare.
Yeah, exactly. I still think turf is still the main aim for her, and with that in mind, this was the perfect prep, wasn't it? She ran very well.
Yeah, she had to run hard the whole way around, which is going to get her nice and fit off of the layoff, and second time out, she's going to be a force.
Yeah, precisely. Well, that was ironic because I didn't mean to say precisely her name, but it worked. She will be a major player in any kind of race like this next time. I was impressed with how she ran. I thought she would be worse than she was today.
We saw the cream rise in this race. I thought it was interesting that for a second there, maybe Precisely looked like she was going to try to get the better, but Lagatha Rhyme had so much left.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if Alex actually asked her for maximum effort how far ahead she would have gone, because he was, a little bit coy in the saddle, rightly so, given her dominance. But it was just a phenomenal ride. We see him coming off the turn, and Alex is just threading the eye of a needle up the inside, managed to get the perfect trip, and albeit precisely really tried, she was no match for the eventual winner, and neither was Notation, who ran a good race back in third. What we can say is that this race has worked out form-wise. The three horses with the best handicap ratings, with the best form, finished first, second, and third.
And I just think it's interesting that two very different kinds of rides, obviously from the same top rider, but both of them kind of had the same goal of to get the victory, obviously, and do right by the horse, but also not really squeeze the horse dry too much. Really leave enough there to where next time when these stakes races and cup races come up, this horse is going to be ready for them.
Yeah, and it's crucial first up that these horses are treated like this, because you don't want them to run a career best on their first return to action and then completely bounce. We talked about the bounce factor before. It's a scary thing for horses that are very talented, especially connections. They win on their comeback and then they somehow really disappoint on the next run, arguably in a race that's more important for them. So the way that Alex rides, being still in the saddle, using poise, composure, and then just pressing the button late, is crucial to the success of these horses.
Yeah, she's going to be really fun moving forward because she's going to be 6 years old. She's obviously at her physical peak right now. She's obviously knows how to win and wants to win. Where they go with her now, they go against the boys again. Do they, is there anywhere against the girls that she can actually go? Probably not.
Yeah.
She's going to have to step up noticeably in class. I think that it'll be kind of fun to see if she's able to do it. Last year she obviously was a force here. I'm looking forward to seeing whether or not she does it again. Precisely, I'm actually more excited about. You said obviously the turf is going to be probably more her game.
Yeah, I think so. She was very good on turf in the UK. She struggled to win. She won occasionally, but she didn't win like as prolifically as Lagertha Rhyme has over here. But her best form in the UK is all on grass. So when they start racing on grass here, Jimmy Jerkins is going to get her firing. And if there is a man for that, it's definitely him.
Thoughts on Notation?
Ran okay. She ran her race. I mean, at this stage, I'm fed up of places. I think I had 4 winners and 5 places today, which is frustrating. But there were no excuses for this one. She was always in a good position. Camilo had her 4 wide on the turn. She could have made a run if she had enough. She actually only got rolling inside the final 100 metres, and by that point, the race was already over. So I think she lost out by about a length and a half at the wire. That's probably just how good she is.
Yeah, she ran into 2 very talented fillies and mares, 2 talented mares, and one who's a bona fide cup horse. So, we'll see if she can get a little bit of a probably similar class, but a little bit of class relief with those runners not against her right now.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, if Notation runs in a similar kind of race that she ran in back at meeting 63, look, it was a Fillies Open. Kind of the same grade as this, but she wasn't meeting horses rated in the 100s. If she can run back in that level where she's facing, horses with similar ratings around the 90s, in the 80s, 70s, etc., then she'll win again. She's versatile in regards to trip, and actually, although I think she's better at 2000, she's quite clearly capable of winning at 1800 as well.
Yeah, this will be fun to see how they pan out between the 2 big races. Obviously, Great Scott is a slightly more renowned horse, a better horse. But how do you think they would stack up against each other if they had to face off?
Oh, Great Scott would just destroy her. Yeah, I think so. There's nothing against the connections or the horse of Lagertha Rhyme, but Great Scott really wowed me today. There were a few very good winners on the card. We were talking at the top of the show and saying it was difficult. There were plenty of maidens. There was an open race early on, a couple of Arabian races, and they all had pretty tough looks about them, but there were some wide margin victories, including in the Arabian race for Alex Moreno, Lucas Gaitan and Athbar Racing Stable on a 101 rated horse. We've seen a 104 rated horse in Great Scott win, a 105 rated horse in Lagertha Rhyme. So although Thursdays are generally considered the worst of the 3 days in a Riyadh week of racing, we've seen plenty of quality today.
And there's genuine stakes horses, genuine cup horses that are running, and that's that's the exciting part about a day that's filled with open-ended sentences, like horses that can really move up and step up when it matters. I mean, for me, one of my favorite moments was probably the only victory I had, which was Azamat Khalidia.
Shock. You sound like me.
The Azamat Khalidia really ran well, and despite breaking through the gate, and I would say 1 out of every 1,000 horses that breaks through the gate. before the race will wind up winning it. So he is definitely one on the Arabian front to look forward to. Might be a decent horse. Might just be a, mid-range 80s-ish horse in the long run, but I think could be a little bit better than that.
Yeah, he's open to plenty of improvement. He did a lot wrong. There were a few horses that won that did a lot wrong today, but he's right at the top of that list. Yeah, I fully expect him to take a big jump on his next start. He's just not the easiest, is he? So you'd like to see him be a little bit more professional in his races, but he's an Arabian horse. They come with quirks and erratic tendencies, and what he proved in the final 400 meters was that he has ability.
And the further we get along, the more we start thinking about the big days. And obviously today had some, 2 or 3 horses that we might see on the big weekend, in the Saudi Cup weekend, but maybe not in the big race. You never know. But it's going to be interesting to see whether or not they are able to do it. I mean, obviously, Great Scott, if he maybe goes back to the Al Tuwaiq, maybe we could see whether or not even the Arabian could step up eventually and maybe run on the undercard.
Yeah, for sure. What, Jcsa Athba? I mean, that ex-French Arabian did a very good job today for Lucas Gaitan, and he said that she was previously placed in graded races. So, yeah, she could easily be on the undercard. It was a good day of action today.
We are waiting for Alex Moreno, and hopefully Shamila will eventually be over here. But we are going to have a chat with him, hopefully. We're looking forward to hearing what he has to say about what has been a huge day.
Yeah, he's had a phenomenal afternoon / evening. Plenty of good horses that he's ridden, lots of wide margin successes, 3 by 9 lengths or further. Some may say it was the easiest afternoon of racing that he's going to have, but hopefully when we discuss with him and Shamila when they come over here, that he'll be, happy that he's ridden these good horses. And
I think there's a lot to say for maybe even the best ride he had was maybe the last one we just saw, where he
this is a question I want to ask. Yeah,
the finesse factor, and he was able to sort of finesse that victory without overdoing it.
I don't know Alex on a personal level. Hopefully I get to know him a little bit more when he joins us, but I get the feeling that last ride would have given him more of a buzz than the ride on Great Scott.
That he basically took the wind out of the jockey next to him.
Yeah, where he kind of just has to go through the traffic and just like win, but use his tactical nous rather than just go to the front and just dominate. I think that would give him more of a buzz. I'm interested to ask him for sure.
Yeah, and I think that there's a lot of these riders. They really love the tactics. They love to get in there and just sort of take the wind out of the sails of another rider as well.
Yeah.
Never bothers their egos. But yeah, looking forward to that. To me, it's fun just to see these riders riding at the top level and really not really like crashing under the pressure. And he's one of those riders. He's so cool, even in his interviews, absolutely stone cold.
Yeah.
Nothing bothers him. Yeah, the horse will run okay.
Yeah, exactly. It's great to see. And actually, he rode my highlight today, which was Great Scott in race 11. It was just an extremely good performance. Hopefully, we can see him just power to the front, turning for home. He's a huge horse with lots of talent. 12th career victory today. Yeah. Extremely prolific animal. And we were doubting him in the prelims. We were saying he probably wasn't ready. Yeah. He didn't look great in his coat, but he performed admirably on the track. And yes, he wasn't asked. Yes, he probably faced weak opposition compared to his talent. But the way he did it was super impressive.
Yeah, I don't want to say I'm shocked with a Group 1 winner winning the race like that against these horses, but I was just taken aback by how he took the race by the throat. And I definitely want to ask him about that, just because it's going to be, it's got to be nerve-wracking to ride a horse who has that back class and that back form, and really just take it to him like he's a 4 or 5-year-old again, and so that was what we call a ballsy move, I guess, to really just take this race by the throat and just demolish them without overdoing it on the horse.
Yeah, the horse was giving off a lot of negative signs prior to the off as well, and there was reason to doubt him a little bit today anyway. And I know as horse racing fans and analysts, we're going to doubt him and horses like this all the time anyway, because you always try to find a potential hole in the horse's arsenal. But today he was exceptionally good. Definitely the highlight. The highlight prior to this performance was going to be Alex's ride on Riyadh, who was similarly impressive, but that horse just doesn't have the talent that Great Scott does. So unfortunately, he usurped her.
but that's okay. Hats off to her. She ran a big race. But Great Scott really was the highlight. He was exceptional today.
Yeah.
And obviously, being a Group 1 winner, you're expecting some kind of level of class to really overpower a field. But not what we saw today, especially, as we mentioned before. It's just, this horse looked questionable going in.
Talking about talented horses, and I know this is a bit of a precursor, but tomorrow we see Commissioner King.
Okay.
This is a horse you've been talking about a fair bit in the last top couple of weeks, and I imagine you're looking forward to seeing him.
He's going to be exceptional. He's just fantastic to. I would say he's got that speed and miler speed that's really interesting. I know they're going to want to run him put him on the Saudi Cup kind of path, obviously with the connections. But for me, if it were a mile race somewhere, maybe the Godolphin Mile in Dubai. I'm a little biased that way, but this horse is a miler. He is so fast and he can carry his speed, and he proved that last year in the Saudi Derby, having a meltdown, who looked like a winner throughout.
Yeah, I don't know whether you've seen the card tomorrow yet. I don't want to spoil it if you have, but it looks like it's a winnable opportunity. So hopefully we get to see him win like we saw Great Scott win today by a wide margin.
Not to be only 10 standard races.
It's a shock.
Tomorrow.
I've not seen a 10 race card
but,
here.
But we do have the pony races to look forward to.
Looking forward to
Which
that.
I'm almost at the height that I can ride them. But unfortunately, I've been scratched from the ability to do
those.
so.
It's also in the middle of the pony races are in the middle of the races, the actual thoroughbred races, which is interesting. Not something I've seen before. They're prior to the 9th and the 10th race on the card. So make sure you stick around for the closing part of the card if you do see the pony races and think, oh, why are they in the middle?
Yeah, looking forward to it. I believe that was Great Scott was just walking by us a second ago, pardon that. But looking forward to tomorrow, a great day of racing. 10 races on the card. Tom and myself and Shamila look forward to seeing you. Thank you for joining us. We'll see you on YouTube tomorrow.